perfectly to Monica Alba, who's been all over the reporting about how the vice president has been preparing and her strategy heading into tonight. So, Monica, what are your sources telling you about what her plan is, both to try to get under former President Trump's skin and also to convince voters that she is a candidate of change?
They have been trying all day long in the lead up to tonight, Kristen, to try to needle Donald Trump when possible, whether it be with these billboards that we're seeing all over Philadelphia that are trying to poke some fun at the former president and his obsession with crowd size, which is a theme that we also saw today in a new ad that was released where former President Obama talked about that in his Democratic National Convention speech. Those are the kinds of things that they're trying to use, again, to take a page a bit out of Donald Trump's own playbook and try to troll him, perhaps. And you're also going to see that in the form of some of the former Trump administration officials who are going to be coming to the spin room where Garrett and I are here tonight to try to talk about this from the perspective of we're people who signed up to work for the Trump-Pence administration, and here's why we then left and decided to become complete critics of it. So they're going to try to use those kinds of tactics on one hand. On the other, that's because they know there will be maybe a moment that's viral that comes from this crosstalk between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris, where there could be personal attacks, where there could be derogatory comments. But in terms of the larger substance, there is this big question here for the vice president and challenge that her advisors concede. Voters feel like they don't know her as well, even if she's been in the background, in the periphery over these last 3.5 years of the Biden-Harris administration. When it comes to certain issues and policies, they know that she's going to try to lay out her vision for that. So she's been working on getting all of those answers into 2-minute formats as well. But really what so many people are going to be curious about, Kristen, is this idea of how will these two people who have never met interact? What will that look like? How will it play out on stage? And of course, those unscripted moments, we've seen the former president go after people again in those personal ways. So the vice president is ready, has sort of had some pre-planned responses to that, I'm told. But how they play out in the moment is a completely different matter. So we'll be watching for all of that, of course.
Well, it is just going to be fascinating, just to underscore that point, Monica, the fact that they've never met before. I also want to make another point, which is that this will be Donald Trump's 7th general election debate, which is just incredible if you think about it. And of course, we're going all the way back to 2016. This is going to be the first for Vice President Kamala Harris, although she's no stranger to the debate stage, Monica, right?
Exactly. And that is where you're starting to see the expectation game really playing out here a bit, with the Harris team saying, look, he has so much experience. He's been doing this for almost a decade. They did go and watch basically all the game film on that, and every time he's participated in something like this. So they have a lot to study from, but they're trying to also raise this issue with the debate rules. It's something that they keep bringing up again when we talk about expectations. They believe that the fact that the microphones are supposed to be muted when the candidate whose turn it isn't to speak is going is something that they continue to raise as a major issue they think is going to disadvantage the vice president. They continue to say that they want Americans to have an unfiltered view of what Donald Trump is like on the debate stage. So that's why they keep raising those kinds of things to also, again, try to convey to Americans, well, she may not have as much experience he does with this. So if she doesn't perform the way they want, they're going to point back to those things I think you can expect. Kristen.
Well, fantastic reporting to start us off. Garrett and Monica, thank you so much. Joining me now from Michigan is NBC's Shaq Brewster, who's been talking to voters about what they are watching for tonight. So, Shaq, you are in Grand Rapids. Of course, this is a key swing county in a key swing state. I've been talking to Michigan officials who say, boy, it is going to be close in Michigan, as it is going to be in the rest of the country. What are these voters telling you about what they're going to be watching for tonight?
Well, I'll tell you, a lot of people say they are planning to watch closely. A lot of people are just frankly excited about the prospect of seeing these candidates on stage together. And earlier today, I went to Ada, Michigan, which is in Kent County. And this is a town where, yes, it's a suburban area of Grand Rapids. It's wealthier than the general population, certainly more highly educated than your average American town. But it's an area where back in 2016, Donald Trump won by 14 percentage points. And in 2020, he only won by 2 percentage points. So you see that erosion happening. And I went there to see what people had to say about what they're expecting in tonight's debate. Listen to some of those conversations. When it was Biden and Trump, you were thinking of not voting at all.
Not voting at all or going independent.
And right now, with it being Harris and Trump,
I'm leaning to voting, but still very much still deciding as to whom.
I think it will be very important.
why is that?
I think some people think she's not very strong for president, and I hope that her performance tonight will show that she's the right candidate.
It would be helpful if he would not be as bombastic, but Trump is Trump. Trump will be Trump, and I realize that. But I just realize also that we were in a far better place pre-COVID while Trump was in office than we have been since. And I want to get back to that.
While plenty of people say they will be watching, not everyone will be tuning in. I spoke to one mom who said that she's not going to watch tonight, at least, because she says she has young children. And when I asked what that has to do with the debate, she said, I don't think it's something that they should be listening to. She's scared that it's going to be too crazy. It's almost a sign of our times that she's not comfortable enough having her kids watch a presidential debate.
So fascinating. And of course, the moms are going to have a big influence over who wins this election. Shaq Brewster, thank you very much. Turning now to none other than Steve Kornacki at the big board. Steve, so great to have you to really set the stage for us. Obviously, you and I have been talking for a long time. This is a very close race, whether we're talking nationally or in battleground states. How do you see this race right now?
Yeah, I mean, a couple things. Let's start nationally here, Kristen. This is the average of all the major national polls that are out there right now. Harris 47, Trump 45. Now, that's down a tick from where it was before the weekend. Harris had been ahead by 3 in the national average. Some of the more recent national polls, that New York Times one the other day that had Trump ahead, getting some attention here, bringing this average a little bit closer. And it also raises one of the questions, too. One of the big questions as we head towards Election Day. Remember that in 2016 and 2020, we saw a very big disconnect between the national popular vote and the Electoral College, where the presidency was actually decided. Trump winning in 2016, the Electoral College, despite losing the popular vote, and then nearly doing it again in 2020 against Joe Biden. So the context for Trump trailing by 2 right now to Harris is, if that dynamic persists, if Trump continues to have an advantage in the Electoral College, then being down 2 in the popular vote is not a bad place for him at all. If it's changed, this could be more significant, the Democrats being ahead in the national popular vote. But look at those states right now. Here's our polling average in the 7 core battleground states right now. And you do see some Trump red. You see some Harris blue here. You see a tie. But mainly what you see, razor thin margins, 1.5, as we say, a tie. 1/2 of 1 percentage point. Just very, very much on a knife's edge here. Draw your attention to this one, though. Wisconsin, Harris with a little bit better than a 4-point lead on average here right now. And that's the other question we have that's sort of a holdover from 16 and 20, and that is the question of the polling miss. No state in 2020 were the polls more off than they were in Wisconsin. Biden was ahead well into the double digits in some polls in Wisconsin weeks before the election. It ended up being less than 1 point, Joe Biden's margin of victory there. Michigan, you see another blue state from 2020. Polling was off to a pretty big degree there as well in 2020. Why is it? Again, these polling misses that we've seen, they've not been popping up in every state to the same degree. They've been more pronounced in the northern swing states, the states with larger populations of blue-collar white voters without 4-year degrees. And essentially voters from that demographic who support Trump were underestimated in states like Wisconsin in 16 and 20. Are they being underestimated again? We really won't know till Election Day, but I think that's the question to ask when you start seeing state-level polling, especially in those states. If that happens again, these numbers end up meaning something very different than they look like. If that issue has been fixed in polling and is not a problem anymore, then these numbers are very encouraging for Democrats. And again, we won't know till election night, so it's just a reminder. I think when you see these polls, take them with a grain of salt. And then, Kristen, as you say, heading into tonight, just some of the more immediate numbers, I think, on the stage that are interesting. This one here from that New York Times poll, asking voters to make up your mind. Do you need to know more about a candidate? Far more, 3-to-1 margin say that about Kamala Harris than Donald Trump. And that might be a good thing for Harris from her perspective, because here is a matter where she'd like to change public opinion about her. And it's the change versus status quo question. Same poll here, a majority majority of voters in this poll say they view Harris as more of the same. She is the vice president in an unpopular administration. Trump, the former president, 53% outright majority saying he represents major change. So Harris, we see the opportunity there with all those voters wanting to know more about her. Maybe a way of measuring if she's been successful is, does this number change for her at all?
Yeah, Stephen, it's so fascinating because all those numbers that you just laid out really give each candidate a roadmap of what they need to do if they want to be successful tonight, and that change issue right there at the top of the list. Steve Kornacki, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. We've got much more special debate coverage straight ahead. Up next, I'll speak to a top official from the Harris campaign as the vice president prepares to make her case on the big stage in what could be her most crucial test since entering the race. And you can, of course, stream tonight's main event and watch all of our pre- and post-debate analysis right here on NBC News Now. Stay with us. You're watching a very special edition of Meet the Press Now.
Top story live from Paris. Top story live in Tel Aviv.
We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania, covering breaking news. President Trump was speaking on the other side of the barn.
Our reporters are spread out across the convention floor as this historic evening unfolds.
Fans here at the Big Arena going wild for Team USA. I know it's been a long time coming.
Yeah, gosh, it feels good.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
And welcome back. You are looking at live pictures of the Philadelphia skyline and the debate hall, where we are just a few short hours away from one of the biggest moments of the 2024 presidential campaign. Joining me now from the spin room at the site of tonight's debate is Michael Tyler, communications director for the Harris campaign. Michael, thanks for joining me. Really appreciate it.
Thanks for having me. Happy debate day.
Well, happy debate day to you. It is a big moment. Let's talk about what the vice president needs to do. What do you think Vice President Harris needs to accomplish tonight to walk away feeling like she had a good night?
Yeah, well, listen, I think what tonight is going to be is really going to be one of the first times that the American people have the opportunity to see the stark choice that confronts us in this election. And for the vice president, it's an opportunity for her to lay out her vision for where she wants to take this country over the course of the next 4 years. The way that she wants to build an economy where folks have the opportunity not just to get by, but to get ahead, as she talks about, how we continue to stand up and protect women's reproductive rights, how we stand up for our democracy, and contrast that against Donald Trump's dark, dangerous, backwards-looking Project 2025 agenda. And so she will, of course, prosecute the case against Donald Trump and his candidacy and the threat that he poses. But it is also another opportunity to introduce herself to a wider swath of the electorate tonight. So we're excited about the opportunity that tonight presents. We're excited about the road ahead, leaving Philadelphia as we hit all the battleground states that are going to decide the pathway to 270 electoral votes.
Well, sources are telling my colleague Garrett Hake and our NBC News team that Trump's strategy tonight is going to be to target some of her 2020 positions that she's now distancing herself from. Of course, in that interview with CNN, she said that her values have not changed while some of her policy positions have changed. What is the strategy tonight? Does she need to more clearly explain how she got from point A to point B on some of these critical issues?
Yeah, well, again, I think she'll absolutely talk about her vision for where she wants to take this country. I think you'll hear her talk about the record of accomplishment of which she's a part as Vice President of the United States, right? The work that she was able to do along with President Biden to find common sense solutions to make progress towards the goals that she has in mind and the work that she wants to do in the road ahead. That's why she's begun to lay out some of the planks of her policy agenda where she wants to take this country. She did so in Raleigh, where she talked about the work that she wants to do to lower costs for Americans. She did so last week in New Hampshire, where she talked about the work that she wants to do to spur small business growth in this country. And so she's proud of the work that we have already accomplished, and she's focused on the work that lies ahead to continue to accomplish our goals. I think as it relates to the debate tonight, what she will also do is not only talk about, the work that she wants to accomplish, but she will contrast that with Donald Trump. If you talk about policy positions, this man is a guy who's had 7 or 8 different positions on every single issue. But the problem in 2024 right now for the American people is that he has settled on the most extreme version of all of those positions on every issue that matters, whether it's abortion and the national ban that he wants to enact, or the economy and the tax cuts that he wants to give to the ultra-rich. The American people are going to have a very stark choice in this election.
But Michael, just to be very clear about Vice President Harris's record, look, you have nearly a third of voters saying they need to know more about her. So just to the original question, does she need to get more specific about these policy changes that we've seen from her? Is it about specificity tonight?
Yeah, listen, I think what tonight will be about is, again, the vice president clearly articulating her vision for where she wants to take this country. We'll talk about the issues, whether it be health care. She'll talk about the work that she was able to accomplish as vice president, capping the cost of insulin at $35, capping out-of-pocket prescription drug costs for seniors at $2,000, building upon the Affordable Care Act, the work that she wants to do moving ahead, whether it is about all of the issues, right? She's not going to shy away from the record of accomplishment that she owns as vice president, but she's also equally going to articulate where we go from here, right? How do we continue to improve people's lives? And of course, contrast that against our opponent, who on every single issue is not offering solutions, is not offering anything that the American people will actually want. What he is offering is a fundamental threat to our pocketbooks and to our way of life.
Michael, let me play you something that Senator Bernie Sanders said to me this weekend on Meet the Press. Take a look. You have described Vice President Kamala Harris as a progressive. She has previously supported Medicare for all. Now she does not. She's previously supported a ban on fracking. Now she does not. These, Senator, are ideas that you have campaigned on. Do you think that she is abandoning her progressive ideals?
No, I don't think she's abandoning her ideals. I think she's trying to be pragmatic and doing what she thinks is right in order to win the election.
What is your reaction to that? And you've, of course, seen the Trump campaign pounce on those comments to say it's an indication she could change back if you elect her.
Yeah, listen, I mean, my reaction to those comments are that the vice president is actually focused, as Senator Sanders said, on pragmatic solutions that actually improve people's lives. He mentioned health care. He mentioned energy and the climate crisis, right? Again, we talked about building on the Affordable Care Act, the work that she has actually done. The goal here is quality, affordable health care for all Americans. That's the work that she wants to continue to build upon. You talk about the climate crisis. She's proud of the fact that we have currently made the single largest investment in combating climate change, demonstrating that you can tackle the climate crisis while at the same time increasing American energy production, right? That is the work that she wants to continue to build upon. And I think for the voters in this election, they're not really concerned about, are you a progressive? Are you conservative? Are you moderate? It's about, what are you going to do for me? Are you going to fight on my behalf? Are you going to continue to offer solutions? I think on all of these issues, the vice president has been clear through her record of accomplishment and the vision that she is laying out that she is actually the candidate in this race who is offering that. And again, Donald Trump, he's not offering actual solutions. He's simply fighting for himself on the debate stage.
Do you believe she considers herself to be a progressive, Michael?
I think the vice president considers herself to be a fighter on behalf of the American people. I don't think she's concerned with labels whatsoever. I think she's actually concerned with solving the problems that confront working and middle-class families across this country. That's what she's articulated on this campaign, and that's exactly what she'll do when she's elected president of the United States. One
of the big questions, I think, that continues to loom over her campaign is, how would a Harris administration look different than a Biden administration? Now, she has rolled out some policy proposals, for example, obviously calling for a lower tax rate on some taxes than President Biden on the capital gains tax for top income earners. But going beyond that, how would you compare a Harris administration? And will we walk away from tonight, will voters walk away from tonight with a clearer understanding of how a Harris administration would differ from a Biden administration?
Yeah, listen, I touched on a little of this earlier, but again, I think she's proud of the record of accomplishment from this administration. I think what you have seen her begin to unveil is where she wants to take this country, right? She understands that many Americans are looking for a new way forward as it relates to the economy, right? That's why the first planks of her economic agenda were about how we continue to lower costs, right? Making sure that we can lower grocery costs, making sure that we can actually lower housing costs through incentivizing more development of housing, but also making sure that we provide first-time homebuyer assistance, rental assistance. You mentioned the small business plan, right? How do we make sure that we can actually, at the same time, make sure that the wealthy are paying their fair share, but also make sure that we have a tax code that allows entrepreneurs to get ahead here, right? Making sure that we can actually incentivize the tax system to not stifle business growth, but to actually support it. Making sure that, again, the $5,000 startup deduction, we increase that to $50,000, given that it takes about $40,000 on average to start a new business. You're going to continue to see her lay out her vision for where she actually wants to take this country. I think that does stand in contrast to Donald Trump, who is not offering any new ideas. You look at what's in his economic agenda for Project 2025. It is simply a return to the tax cuts for the ultra wealthy, return to the giveaways for powerful corporations. You have people like Moody's saying that his economic policies would be another inflation bomb. You have economists saying that it would likely spur another recession in 2025. I think the economic contrast on where they want to take this country is becoming clearer and clearer by the day.
All right, Michael Tyler, I know it's a long day and night. Thank you for making some time for us. We really appreciate it. Coming up, what to expect tonight from former President Trump as he faces pressure to stay focused on issues over insults. A top official from the Trump campaign will join us next. You're watching a very special edition of Meet the Press Now. Stay with us.
news lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Closer to the Gaza border. A story of resilience and hope. Please take care of yourself and each other.
Welcome back. You've heard the pre-debate view from the Harris campaign, so let's check in with the Trump campaign now. Joining me now from the Spin Room in Philadelphia is Trump campaign spokesperson Karoline Leavitt. Karoline, thanks so much for joining me. I know it's a busy one today.
It sure is. Thanks for having me, Kristen. Great to see you.
Great to see you. Let's start off big picture here. What does a win look like for former President Trump tonight?
Well, tonight's success for President Trump is exposing the truth about Kamala Harris's record. Not only her record over the past 4 years as vice president in the Biden-Harris administration, but also her very long record as an attorney general from California, as district attorney from San Francisco. And Kamala Harris has not done a solo sit-down interview in 50 days since becoming the nominee of the Democrat Party. It is time for her to answer tough questions about her record. Does she still support decriminalizing illegal border crossings? Does she still support eliminating cash bail for violent criminals? Does she still support her ban on fracking or not? Unfortunately, the media hasn't been able to ask Kamala Harris those questions. President Trump will. Tonight, he's going to hold her accountable and highlight her record of failure over the last 4 years with his record of success in his first term in the White House.
Well, count me as one of the journalists who's trying for one of those solo interviews, Karoline.
I'm sure you are.
Let me play something that we heard yesterday from Trump's former rival turned supporter, Nikki Haley. I want to get your reaction on the other side.
Donald Trump and J.D. Vance need to change the way they speak about women. You don't need to call Kamala dumb. She didn't get this far, just by accident. She's here. That's what it is. She's a prosecutor. You don't need to go and talk about intelligence or looks or anything else. Just focus on the policies.
Pretty blunt advice from Nikki Haley. What's your reaction? What's former President Trump's reaction? Is he going to listen to the former ambassador?
Well, I think it's fair to call into question Kamala Harris's competence based on her policies and the policies that she has implemented over the past 4 years alongside Joe Biden that have actually made life in this country for women and for all Americans more expensive, less affordable, and less safe. Kamala Harris has overseen an immigration crisis that the likes of which this country has never seen. We've had more than 11 million illegal people come into this country. Many of them, unfortunately, have turned out to be murderers and rapists who have taken the lives of women in this country. Rachel Morin, Laken Riley, those women should still be with us today if we had a secure border. And President Trump knows those women. He has taken the time to get to know them and their families. Kamala Harris has never said their names. And so, yes, on the debate stage tonight, you're going to hear President Trump talk about how he's going to uplift women and all Americans in this country with his positive vision, with his vision to bring down the cost of living, of childcare, of housing, and inflation, which wasn't a problem for women or for any Americans in his first term in the White House.
We should note that while border crossings did reach a high during the Biden administration, they are now back to a 5-year low. But let me get back to kind of the crux of the question and the concern raised by Nikki Haley, which is that she's saying when Donald Trump says things about Kamala Harris's intelligence, about her looks, that basically he runs the risk of alienating all women and those critical moderate women, those undecided women, those suburban women who he's going to need to win over if he wants to win the White House. Is he going to shift his rhetoric tonight in that regard, given the fact that Kamala Harris has a double-digit lead over Trump when it comes to women voters?
Well, President Trump tonight is going to hold Kamala Harris accountable the same way he holds any opponent accountable. And frankly, I think it's demeaning to Kamala Harris to try and lessen the standard on that debate stage for her simply because she's a woman. She needs to be asked tough questions about her record and, yes, her competence and whether she is fit to serve as commander-in-chief of our military and the leader of the free world. Because guess what? Based on her record over the last 4 years, she has proven that she does not deserve that promotion. She deserves to be elected out of office. The policies that she supported are not very intelligent or wise for our country. Allowing an invasion, illegal immigration invasion, supporting billion-dollar boondoggle bills that have created the worst inflation crisis in a generation. And even worse than that, as revealed yesterday by CNN, Kamala Harris has expressed support for the decriminalization of all drugs. That is an insanely stupid policy that would do damage to American communities and increase the fentanyl epidemic, which is already the leading cause of death in this country. So it's fair to question her competence, but President Trump tonight is going to focus on her record and on her failed leadership over the last 4 years.
Well, and just to be very clear, invasion is a very specific term. Immigration experts have said it's not invasion. Of course, there are people who cross the border illegally. But let me just get back to this idea, because again, what she's saying is what you're saying. Focus on the policy. And what I'm asking is he going to do that and leave some of those personal attacks aside? And I've been talking to a lot of his allies who say, look, if he goes on the debate stage and frankly says what you're saying, which is let's focus on the policies, let's focus on her record, that would be a strong performance. But if he veers into the personal attacks, that's going to backfire against him tonight.
Well, I've answered the question now 3 times. Yes, he is going to focus on the policy, and I've laid out the policies. And another thing he's going to ask Kamala Harris is if she has all these brand new solutions, which aren't her solutions, by the way. We found out that she actually copy and pasted the new solutions on her website from Joe Biden's campaign website, proving that she's just as responsible for all of the policy failures over the last 4 years as Joe Biden is. But if Kamala Harris wants to fix the affordability crisis, the housing market, if she really wants to lower costs for families, why doesn't she go back to the White House with Joe Biden and implement policies and sign executive orders that will do it right now? Or ask Joe Biden to sign those executive orders. As vice president, does she not have enough power and enough leadership ability to be able to change the trajectory of the country? She is the incumbent vice president, and Kamala is trying to run as the candidate of change, the candidate of the future. She is neither of those things. She is in the White House right now. She is responsible for the problems the American people are facing right now, and only President Trump will bring true change to this country. And voters view him as that way, as evidenced by that New York Times Siena latest polling.
Caroline, let me ask you about something that we've heard from your campaign. This is in regards to Haitian migrants in Ohio. Despite posts from J.D. Vance and others associated with the campaign, the Springfield Police Department tells NBC News they have no information to support the claim that migrants have, as some in the campaign have said, stolen and eaten pets. The mayor of Springfield just came out and basically reiterated the same, saying that the claims of pets being taken or eaten cannot be verified at all. Do you have any evidence to back up these claims, or are you willing to abandon that talking point, and should others?
Residents at a town meeting, a city meeting in Springfield, Ohio, expressed their concern about seeing Haitian illegal migrants in their community eating ducks out of a pond. And it's crazy to say that on television, but those are the words of these residents, of these American citizens who went to their local meeting to express support to their leaders in their state. And the truth is, the reality is that there has been more than 20,000 Haitian migrants who have been in Springfield, Ohio since Kamala Harris was named the border czar and since she has been vice president of the United States. And what we are seeing take place in this country is an unsustainable crisis of illegal immigration that has been allowed to occur. And you mentioned earlier, and I didn't interrupt you to say, but you said that border crossings are at the lowest level in 5 years. There has been nearly 20 million illegal people that have entered this country. It is unsustainable. Is Kamala Harris going to shut down the border? No, she isn't. She supports open borders. She has her entire career. And this election is a choice between President Trump, who had the lowest record of illegal crossings on his watch when he left office, and Kamala Harris, who has overseen the worst immigration crisis. And it's not just at the border. Every state in this country has become a border state. This impact has made its way to states like Ohio, and those residents are expressing their concern.
Caroline, couple things. DHS says the number's closer to 10 million. I understand you have that figure, but just for the record,
10 million is still a lot of people, Kristen. That's still more than the total population of more than 30 American states.
I've talked to DHS officials about it, that they say those are the numbers. But I want to read you what Vance has said about what we're discussing. He says reports now show that people have had their pets abducted and eaten by people who shouldn't be in this country. And then he updated that to basically say, in the last several weeks, my office has received many inquiries from actual residents of Springfield who've said their neighbors' pets or local wildlife were abducted by Haitian migrants. It's possible, of course, that all these rumors could turn out to be false. And I guess my question for you is, should the vice presidential nominee, should officials in the campaign be more disciplined in terms of what they're saying, given that, as you are saying right now, there's no known proof, there's no known evidence. The Springfield mayor has said that, the police have said that. Should the vice presidential nominee be more careful with his words?
Do you know what I think should happen? I think the media in this country, and I think local reporters and national reporters should flee to Springfield, Ohio, to investigate these reports that are not coming from our campaign. We didn't manufacture this. This was brought to the attention of us by residents in Ohio who are expressing their concern with the immigration crisis that has been allowed to take place on Kamala Harris's watch. And there have been many reports about this that the media has disregarded that have turned out to be true, and the media should do their jobs and go see if they are true or not. But what we know is this is what residents are telling us, and those residents deserve a voice about how grave of an impact this immigration crisis has had on their community in Ohio, which is very, very far away from the southern border, as you know.
And I will just say, reporters who have looked into this have been told by the local police there's no evidence, and now the mayor is coming out and saying the same thing, and even J.D. Vance himself saying this could all be false.
They should ask the residents. They should ask the residents.
All right. Caroline Levitt, I know it's a very busy day for you. Thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it. Coming up after the break, foreign policy in focus, new fallout in the war against Hamas after a deadly Israeli strike in a Gaza humanitarian zone as Republicans zero in on the Biden administration's chaotic withdrawal from Afghanistan. What it could mean for tonight's debate next. You're watching a very special edition of Meet the Press Now.
story live from Paris. Top story live in Tel Aviv.
We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania, covering breaking news. President Trump was speaking on the other side of the barn.
Our reporters are spread out across the convention floor as this historic evening unfolds.
Fans here at the NBC Arena going wild for Team USA. I know it's been a long time coming.
Yeah, gosh, it feels good.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. On the debate stage tonight, both candidates could face questions about how they would handle the ongoing Israel-Hamas war, especially in the wake of a deadly strike on a humanitarian zone in Gaza today, which the Hamas-run health ministry says killed at least 19 people. You can see that image of the massive crater left behind in the middle of a crowded tent camp. Israel says it targeted senior Hamas militants operating a command and control center inside that designated humanitarian area. Joining me now is NBC News Chief Washington correspondent and Chief Foreign Affairs correspondent Andrea Mitchell. Andrea, thanks so much for being here. You know, this is obviously going to be the first face-off between these two candidates tonight, the first time they will have met in person. We haven't seen a huge focus on foreign policy yet, but tonight there could be. What will you be watching for?
Well, first of all, the moderators could bring the issue up, especially because Donald Trump, as he has in the past against women candidates, has been describing Harris as weak, the suggestion that she could not be tough with adversaries, as he claims he could be. Of course, her response to that could be that she argues that he has played up to Vladimir Putin, to Kim Jong-un, to all of these dictators, and so turn it back against him. He could use today's ceremony in the rotunda at the Capitol, the congressional medals presented to the family members of 13 service members of those who died at Abu Ghraib during the disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan. The report that the White House says was politically timed to come out yesterday from the House Foreign Affairs Committee, Republican-led, just the day before the debate. And it's a report that's really an interim report, not a final report, and it's very different from the report that was issued 2 years ago by the same committee before Kamala Harris was the candidate, and mentioned her only twice 2 years ago and mentioned her more than 200 times this time. So clearly there's some politics involved. They deny that. But that was a bad time for, one of the worst for the Biden administration. Yet the response can be that Donald Trump signed the deal, which was binding the U.S. to that withdrawal when he dealt with the Taliban, so that Joe Biden inherited it. Of course, the State Department arguably did mess up on the way the withdrawal was conducted. So that's the counter-argument. But they could get into that. I think that the big issues, as you know, are going to be the economy, immigration, abortion from the Harris side. But there is going to be a foreign policy component. Most likely, there will at least be one or more questions asked by the moderators. And you can see the sparring that will go on as he tries to define Kamala Harris as too weak to be commander-in-chief. And she probably says he's not serious enough and too tight with Vladimir Putin. Also, of course, the Gaza war, which you mentioned, another horrific hit overnight, the hostage families and record numbers of protesters in Israel. Netanyahu standing firm, the Hamas leader Sinwar standing firm, no deal in sight. Huge disappointment. And also the death of an American in the West Bank, which arguably was the responsibility of the Israeli army. And the U.S., just Tony Blinken, the Secretary of State, said today in London that has to be investigated.
Andrea, very quickly, we only have about 30 seconds left, but you have moderated debates, you have covered debates throughout the years. Set the stage. What is at stake tonight, Andrea?
Well, obviously, this is the most important debate. You saw what happened when Joe Biden went up against Donald Trump and failed. And everything changed 70-some days ago. So this is a huge test. And she's a smart prosecutor, but the balancing act is how hard to go, and will he be disciplined? And, how disciplined and how restrained will he be? You've heard Nikki Haley and other advisors say that Donald Trump should not attack her, as J.D. Vance also has, should not be attacking women on their appearance, their intelligence, or anything else, that they should talk about the issues. Will he do that? And that, of course, it could be disastrous for him if he goes after her as a woman, because the women's vote is all important.
It's the big X factor tonight. One of them, Andrea. We will all be watching. Andrea, thank you so much from Philadelphia. Really appreciate it. And joining me now for more on what to watch for tonight is my incredible supersized panel. Jay Johnson, former Secretary of Homeland Security in the Obama administration. Simone Sanders Townsend, former chief spokesperson for Vice President Harris and co-host of The Weekend on MSNBC. Mark Short, former chief of staff to Vice President Mike Pence and an NBC News contributor. And Garrett Ventry, former senior advisor to Congresswoman Elise Stefanik and Senator Chuck Grassley and founder of GRV Strategies. Wow, what a panel. I'm just going to not talk and let you guys talk. Mr. Secretary, you outrank everyone. So why don't you start us off? What are you going to be watching for tonight?
Well, I think the reality is that Kamala Harris and Donald Trump tonight are going to be judged by two entirely different standards, because that's just the way it is with Donald Trump. Everything she could say over the course of 90 minutes could be fact-based, could be factually accurate, and he could tell a false statement. He could lie 25 times, and there'll be a lot of people who will argue it was a draw. And what I find fascinating, they've never met before, but if you're Kamala Harris, at this point you probably feel like you know Donald Trump because he's been on the national stage for so long. In many respects, he's very predictable. If you poke him a certain way, you're going to get a certain reaction. And I suspect that she's worked hard to anticipate every one of those reactions.
Mark, let me have you respond to that. Is the secretary right?
They may not have met before, but Donald Trump maxed out her campaign before. I mean, I think the reality in this case is that for Harris, there's a lot more to gain, a lot more to lose. I think Donald Trump is such a known brand after so many years on the national stage that there's more upside for her and more downside for her, and I don't see his numbers moving as much. But, you know, Kristen, I look at it as a unique moment where I think you have two quasi-incumbents who are both running away from their own records. You have Kamala's repudiated pretty much everything she said in 2019, from abolishing ICE, getting rid of detention centers, getting rid of private health insurance, to now saying, I have a plan for how to fix inflation, how to fix the border, when presumably that's what she's been doing for the last 3.5 years. And for Trump, he's running as fast as he can from his pro-life record. He basically, you know, in 2018 would boast that we sent Javelin missiles to Ukraine, Obama sent blankets, and now he applauds Putin for invading Ukraine. And I think that, you know, on trade, you had tariffs that were targeted, and now you have the biggest potential tax increase in a trade policy that America's ever seen. And so you have both candidates basically running away from their previous records.
Great. Well, you set me up perfectly to go to Simone and Garrett. Simone, respond to that. I mean, what about that argument that she's going to have to respond to tonight that, hey, you've been in office for 3.5 years?
Yeah, I think the Biden-Harris administration does have a record. I mean, I was listening to your previous interviews, and you talked about from both the Harris campaign, Rep. Michael Tyler, and then the press secretary from former President Trump's campaign. And look, I just... Side note, I think it's always good when you send out the people on debate day who have been in the room with the candidate. And we can tell sometimes when the people recently spoke to the candidate and when they haven't. I don't know if I were Donald Trump's press secretary, would I have tripled down that he's definitely going to talk about the issues and not attack anybody? I highly doubt that one. But when it comes to her record, I think it's one thing about what she said on the campaign trail in 2019. Many of those policies, frankly, I would agree were not good policies to lean into in a presidential election. It's just, you do things we often talk about to win a primary, and then you get to a general election, it's like, well, wait a second. And there's a difference between what folks said on a primary debate stage, but what they have done as they've been elected. And I think the contrast that would be the strongest for Vice President Harris to draw against Donald Trump is what they have done when they were elected, whether what she's done as vice president or what she did in her past jobs as a prosecutor, as a DA, as an attorney general, as senator. And when you look at the record of what she has done, I mean, she can give whatever answer she wants about fracking in 2019, but when when push came to shove in that first year in the administration, she did vote to extend the leases. I was on the Hill that day with her as many times that I was when she went to go and vote. So that is really the record. But Donald Trump will try to make this about the things that she has said previously. And if she gets flustered or if is asked and answered by the moderators multiple times, and then that last answer is like okay, that last answer might be the one that people see the next day. And so you have to think about all of these answers in a debate through the lens of the clips.
Garrett, two questions now for you. Respond to Simone, who says she's skeptical that Trump is going to stay on the issues, and then Mark, who says he's running away from his record in some ways too, particularly when you think about the issue of abortion, which is going to be a big one.
Yeah, I mean, I think President Trump, there's a very real possibility he could attack Vice President Harris personally, right? And I think a lot of his advisors and supporters would appreciate if he didn't that, because they think if he focused on the policy, the two issues, whether it's NPR polling, New York Times polling, CNN polling, the economy, inflation, the border, those tend to be the big issues that voters are deciding on. And he typically has a lead on that. Obviously, when Joe Biden was running, and now against Vice President Harris, he has a lead on that as well. So I think if he focuses on that, what he did, his economy versus that economy, his border versus their border, I think that's a good night for him. The second thing, I mean, Mark's right. He's obviously, run to the middle. Mark might argue to the left on abortion, and that is, I mean, listen, this is what candidates do. They see polling. It's, the 6-week abortion ban, 15-week abortion ban, even Fox News polling. It's a -10, -11 issue, and so that's not surprising. They're just like Vice President Harris is running away from the fracking comments on ICE, comments on cashless bail. And so I think what it's going to come down to here, this is going to be a very close race. No one thinks anyone here is winning by 5, 10 points. You're going to see polls 1 point here, 2 points here. It's going to come down to a New York Times had a very interesting stat, and then I'll turn it back over to you, is right now voters think President Trump is closer to the middle than Harris is. They also see him as the change candidate. Whoever I think occupies that lane going into the election is going to win the election.
Secretary Johnson, I mean, it's so true. The issue of being the change candidate could really hold the key to this election. And in some ways, if you look at the polling, and I assume the Harris campaign is, they are saying, okay, that's our directive tonight. We need to make the case that she's going to be. How does she do that, though?
I think her most effective message has been, we're not going back, and sending the message that I'm the next generation, I'm 59, he's 78, I'm the future, I'm the change agent here. He's been president, I've never been president, and I'm next gen. Exactly every 16 years in presidential politics, we have a next generation president, 1960, 76, 92, 08, and the next one is in 2 months.
Simone, she has not leaned into the historic nature of her candidacy. We are told, is going to try to bait Trump tonight. He could try to bait her in the other direction. I mean, do you think that there is a risk there for her?
No, look, the vice president has oftentimes, frankly, been the first in many of the things that she's done. The first woman or the first woman of color. When she was elected to the United States Senate, she was only the second black woman to serve in the Senate in about 30 years, which is an insane statistic. So she has experience in running and winning an election. And talking about the issues and doing that as being the first. I frankly think that the Trump campaign, maybe not the campaign, Donald Trump himself would love nothing more than for the vice president to stand on the stage tonight and say, elect me because you can make history. And that, in my opinion, plays right into the playbook. Look, the culture wars are the playbook for parts of the Republican Party apparatus right now, but it's also, I think, a distraction. And if you stand on a stage and have that conversation, then the voters then get mired down in something that has nothing to do with who is more fit to sit in the Oval Office.
And we only have a couple of seconds left. Garrett, final thoughts for you. Do you think that we are going to see the Donald Trump in June or Donald Trump of 2016?
I think you're going to see the Donald Trump in June. I think he understands it's high stakes. I think this comes down to, this is going to be the biggest challenge, probably the only time they're going to be on the stage together. So I think he understands that. He's got to talk about policy.
Mark, it's just extraordinary. It's their first time meeting ever.
It is extraordinary because, of course, he wasn't there for the inauguration. But
Mike Pence was, by the way.
But, you know, I think at the end of the day, if it is, as Garrett said initially, if it's on the policy, it benefits Trump. If it's on personality, it benefits Harris.
All right, guys. Thank you. So incredible to have you all here. Jay, Simone, Mark, and Garrett. Really appreciate it. I'm back tomorrow with more Meet the Press Now, but don't go anywhere. Special coverage of the first Harris-Trump presidential debate continues with Hallie Jackson right now.
I'm Hallie, and we are coming on the air gearing up for what may be the defining moment of the 2024 presidential race. That first face-off between Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Trump. Not just their first debate, but the first time these two will ever meet in person, with new polling showing this race is a virtual dead heat. It is a jump ball. It's basically deadlocked. Pick your cliche, okay, but this race is real close, and 3 in 10 Americans say what happens tonight could help them make a decision on Election Day. Our team of reporters, analysts, and backers of both candidates will break that down live from the site of that debate happening soon down in Philadelphia. But we're starting with our other top story tonight, a potential hurricane barreling toward Louisiana right now. We are just getting that 5 o'clock Eastern update from the National Hurricane Center, and here's the latest. Francine, that storm, still a storm, a tropical storm for now, but expected to get stronger overnight, possibly turning into a hurricane at some point before morning. I want to get to correspondent Jesse Kirsch, who's on the ground in New Orleans, Louisiana. What are the preps like, Jesse? What are people bracing for?
Yeah, so Hallie, we're talking about the possibility of flooding, even tornadoes potentially here in New Orleans. All of this as Francine continues marching toward making U.S. landfall. We're expecting that sometime late tomorrow. Of course, the tracks on these things are always shifting, so we're watching the storm as it develops. It is still a tropical storm right now. Francine has not yet reached hurricane strength, so the winds are not quite at the level of a hurricane yet, but we are expecting that to develop over the next day or so. Here in New Orleans right now, you can hear and see the breeze that we're dealing with. The winds are not that strong. The rain is coming down. It's altered between a trickle, a mist. Right now, we have a pretty steady drizzle coming down, but no heavy rainfall at this time. We caught up with some people earlier today at a sandbagging station. We spoke with a city council member as well as one of the residents who was filling sandbags to protect his family property. Here's part of what we heard earlier today.
We're having the neighbors over for a little hurricane party, just boarding everything up, getting safe, getting all together, and having a good time.
We're just a few days from the 19th anniversary of Hurricane Katrina. I think people are just cautious and want to be prepared in whatever way is necessary, and that's why we're having a turnout today.
That Katrina anniversary was at the end of August. To be clear, we are not expecting at this point for Hurricane Francine, when it becomes a hurricane, we are not expecting this storm to reach the strength of Hurricane Katrina, which of course caused so much devastation in this community all those years ago. But it just speaks to the fact that it still lingers in people's minds here in New Orleans, Hallie, as we brace for a good amount of rainfall and potential storm surge damage in this community as well, Hallie.
Jesse Kirsch bracing for all of it over the course of the next 24, 36 hours. Let me bring in Bill Cairns now. So we just got that hurricane update. What's the latest?
Yeah, so we still got some really good news, and we got some news that, still is more concerning for the New Orleans area. So this is where Jesse is located. And all of this rain, by the way, is not even associated with Francine. We are watching just a light shield of rain going there. Now, as far as what the forecast is, this is updated from the Hurricane Center. Still a tropical storm. No one thought it would still be a tropical storm. It is a sucked in dry air off of the coast of Mexico here into the middle of the storm. And that's why it kind of looks like a big donut throughout the day. It hasn't really gotten its act together, and that's fantastic. We don't want it to, because the sooner it does, then it will start developing. Hurricane Center still thinks it'll be a hurricane later on tonight and then strengthening it as it approaches areas of southern Louisiana. We have shifted this a little closer to New Orleans. Now, we're no longer thinking this will likely be a Category 2 or maybe a low-end Category 3. This is most likely going to be a Category 1 hurricane as it moves into southern Louisiana, and with it will come some storm surge issues and other issues like severe weather with tornadoes, obviously some high wind gusts and some minor wind wind damage and, of course, the rainfall and the flash flooding potential. Our computer models, this black line is the new forecast from the Hurricane Center, but notice a couple of them, at least 3 of them, are to the right of that, even closer to New Orleans. So that's what we still have to work out, is just how much of the core, the center of the storm, the worst part of it, will be over New Orleans, or will be heading towards Baton Rouge or somewhere in the middle tomorrow afternoon. We do think this landfall will be approximately 6 to 8 p.m. tomorrow local time in Louisiana. That's why we have these hurricane warnings here from Baton Rouge, the New Iberia, down to home in New Orleans. You're under a tropical storm warning. And here's our latest forecast wind gust, somewhere in the range of 60 to maybe up to 90 miles per hour where that center makes landfall. If it's just away from New Orleans, that would be helpful for all the trees and everything else and the power outages in New Orleans. But that's one of the big things. Someone's going to have a lot of power outages, Hallie. We just don't know yet if it's going to be Baton Rouge, will it be New Orleans, somewhere in between. That's what we'll figure out tomorrow.
Bill Cairns, a lot to watch. Thank you for doing that for us and for being there for us. Really appreciate that. Let's get back to our other top story. Tonight's debate set to happen live in Philadelphia in just a couple of hours, not too long from now. So what is at stake here? I don't have to tell you, right? Tens of millions of people could be watching, and Kamala Harris wants to define herself for voters. At the same time, the vice president wants to make the case against somebody who voters say they know well, former President Trump. For his part, he's the one who wants to take the lead on defining the vice president, but he's got his own challenge too. Staying on message, staying away from the personal attacks his allies want him to avoid. That's an instinct he's been unable to resist in the past, even as his most recent debate against President Biden showed he can stand back and let an opponent unravel. So let's get you to Philly with Monica Alba. And Monica, let's talk through what you're hearing from sources about strategy for the vice president moving forward tonight. We understand, I know from some of our team members, that sources are saying she is ready. She's been preparing in Pennsylvania for days now. Talk us through it.
Pretty extensively, Hallie, and that is no accident. This is somebody who is approaching this like a prosecutor preparing for trial. She poured over all of the documents, all of the briefing books. She went over all of the game film to see every time Donald Trump has basically appeared on a debate stage. And she's coming out of this, I'm told, feeling like she knows what he will say on any given topic when it comes to what he has said in the past. But she's leaving open the door, of course, for the possibility of those very unscripted moments where there may be some personal attacks. There could be derogatory comments. There could be all of these things that I'm told in these mock debate sessions that she had in Pittsburgh over the last 5 days. They did practice. They went through the scenarios and they had somebody, a longtime Democratic aide who did the same thing for Hillary Clinton in 2016, Philippe Reines, playing Donald Trump, suit, tie, and all, so that they could actually go through some of these potential exchanges. Now, they say that she is somebody who approaches these things again seriously and is going to be focused on the substance, but they also know there's going to be a lot of attention on the style. Are they going to shake hands? These are two people who've never met before or really had any face-to-face time. So tonight, that will be a new angle to all of this. And then on top of all of that, Hallie, the fact that Americans in polls say that they just still really feel like they need to learn more about Vice President Harris to make up their minds about whether they would support her or not, that is something they are completely aware of and know that she has a high bar for meeting in terms of trying to communicate something new about herself to these voters who could be critical, especially in a Commonwealth like this, but all across the country as she's on stage tonight.
Excuse you, Monica Alba. Bonus points for correctly using the word Commonwealth. So thank you for that as a Pennsylvania native. You talk about voters, that's what matters, right? That is end game. That's like all of it when early voting starts potentially next week, as soon as then, where you are in PA, obviously in November for most. One voter who backed President Biden but now leans towards Mr. Trump is in Arizona. And one of our embeds, Alex Tabbitt, asked him about what he wants to hear from the candidate that you cover. Let me play that.
I feel like she hasn't been challenged enough in a lot of these interviews, where I feel like she's prepared and they don't really push the envelope too much. So we'll see tomorrow.
And if she does get challenged and if she answers them well, could you potentially, change your mind?
Yeah, absolutely. As long as my concerns get addressed, I'm open to vote for anyone.
You see that in a Marist poll out just today, right? 70% of voters say they're watching. 30% say it could matter a great deal or a good amount. That's not everybody. That's not even the majority. But in a race where the margins are this tight, it could be a game changer.
And they know that. And they know that there's basically this dichotomy between, okay, voters who see her and say, well, she clearly is somebody who's aligned with President Biden. So does she represent everything that he stood for? But she's also coming out here and saying things like, there's a new way forward and I'm all about the future. So which is it? They are aware that that is the dynamic in voters' minds that they need to address, and that they need to do that with certain policies where maybe she will break with President Biden a little bit while still praising his leadership overall. But also they know that there are certain things that she's going to talk about. Well, if I'm elected, here's what I would do differently. And on some of that substance, it's hard to get that across in a 2-minute answer on the debate stage. But that's something she's going to be trying to do as well, I'm told tonight. Hallie.
Monica Alba there on the spin room floor. That is also where we'll find Garrett Haake, who, of course, covers former President Trump, and was just like chit-chatting on the phone today about how he's feeling, how he's doing. You've been talking about it all day. He's feeling, he says, good. I think it would be far bigger news if he says he's feeling terrible, right? But the point is, he knows what is on the table tonight, right? I mean, he understands, I think, somebody who understands television, who understands audiences. Tens of millions of people could be watching, possibly twice as many as who tuned into the RNC.
Yeah, that's right, Hallie. And look, I mean, Donald Trump's done more of these than any other candidate in history, so he understands the format as well as he understands the stakes. And I think he's eager to get on the stage after what I'm told by sources involved in the prep was a last couple of days in which he actually really did bear down and get serious about prepping. I think in the lead up of the last 2 weeks, that wasn't always the case, but he's a little bit more focused now. He told me that the hardest thing about preparing to debate Kamala Harris is this idea that she's taken some contradictory positions over the last couple of years, and he's not sure essentially which set of positions to prepare for. Now, I can tell you his campaign says the answer to that question is one they're happy to supply. They're going to respond to her as though whatever they think the most liberal or the most out of the mainstream position she has taken in the past, and basically say whatever else she says tonight, that's what her viewpoint is. Now, I separate the campaign and Trump because this is always the challenge with Trump.
Yeah, that's right.
We know what the strategy is. What we don't know is what the execution will be like once the lights turn on and there's a sort of a real live person there at the other lectern ready to go.
Because listen, you are, I think, a Dr. Becky acolyte as well, and something that she often says, two things can be true. And in this instance, two things can be true as it relates to former President Trump and debates. He has done, as you say, a number of debates, and in many of them, he can be prone to being erratic, meandering, lobbing personal insults. We have seen that Donald Trump on the debate stage before, somebody who interrupts, for example. We've also seen the Donald Trump that was on stage in June that essentially looked to the other lectern and let President Biden unravel his own presidential campaign. And I think that gets to what you're talking about here. There's a real question. Which of those candidates is going to be on stage tonight?
Yeah, and I don't think we'll know until it's well underway, Hallie. I mean, the way I always tell this to people is that Donald Trump doesn't change, but he can focus. And he can especially focus when he thinks things are going his way. I've also been told that the tightening of these polls, there was that New York Times poll over the weekend that showed him with a margin of error lead over Kamala Harris, has kind of settled his nerves a little bit. His campaign had long predicted that Harris would have a honeymoon after her convention that would eventually end and things would kind of reset to where they are now. I'm not convinced that Trump always believed that, but I think he does now once again see a race that is very, very close, and I think he feels a little bit more comfortable with the strategy as it exists. But again, the moment he starts to feel that's not necessarily going his way, I think that's when we could see the sort of bad version of Trump that you just described, which his campaign is hoping does not make an appearance on stage here tonight in Philadelphia.
Garrett Haake, both style and substance, obviously on stage, and will be watched very carefully. Garrett, we'll talk to you like 1,000 times through the course of the evening. Thank you very much. Let me bring in Florida Republican Congressman Byron Donalds. Congressman, of course, a friend of the former president's. Thank you very much for being with us. It's good to see you again.
It's good to be with you. You should be here with us, not in New York.
Hey,
I'm upset that you're not here, but it's good to be with you.
Thank you. Thank you. We'll send that up the food chain. So listen, I don't know if you had a chance to listen to my conversation with my colleague Garrett Haake there, but we were talking about, candidly, the different versions of Donald Trump we have seen on the debate stage. One version who is prone to interrupting, who is prone to insults, who is prone to meandering. Another version who, as we saw in June, has the ability to let an opponent essentially unravel, as we saw with President Biden and his campaign. Which Donald Trump is taking the stage tonight, Congressman?
I believe you're going to see the same Donald Trump we all saw in Atlanta about 2 months ago, excuse me. He's going to come in. He's going to be calm. He's going to set the contrast of his successes versus Kamala Harris's and Joe Biden's failures. And it's apparent for everybody to see. The polling has told everybody what we already knew. They failed on the economy, they failed on inflation, they failed on the border, and they have failed on foreign policy. Those are things that Donald Trump was very successful with when he was president of the United States. I don't think there's going to be any change from his tone and his demeanor and that focus tonight. Same thing that happened in Atlanta a couple months ago. But the key thing in tonight's debate is what's Kamala Harris going to do? The pressure is on her to perform, not Donald Trump. The American people know exactly who he is and what he's going to do. She has to have a knockout performance tonight. I don't believe that's going to happen.
Our team has reported that the former president has gotten more, quote unquote, dialed in recent days after maybe being a little bit nervous, maybe disengaged. I know you talk with him a lot. Have you spoken with him today, recently? What's the vibe check there?
Not talked to him today, but I know that he's been focused on really getting out there and seeing the American people. If you've looked at his schedule, they've ramped up the amount of rallies and events, talking public policy. The economic speech the other day in New York City, you couple that with the fact that he has been talking to the media like he always does, but then also adding more into it. All of the podcast interviews that he has done that last 30 minutes, 45 minutes, an hour and a half. Meanwhile, contrast that with Kamala Harris. Nobody's seen her really in about 2 weeks. So I think it's important for everybody to understand that this is a campaign and this is a race where Donald Trump knows where he wants the country to be at. He wants America to be great again. He wants to fix our economy and secure our borders. That's the same thing the American people want.
Of course, the vice president was just out in Pittsburgh a couple of days ago. But Congressman, you mentioned the many interviews, the many discussions that former President Trump has. He came under fire just recently for what critics called his word salad answer on child care, for example, meandering, rambling, in the words of some critics here. What is he doing in these quote unquote prep sessions where he's talking policy with Congressman Gates, with former Congressman Tulsi Gabbard, with others? What is he doing in these policy sessions to try to avoid a moment like that on the debate stage?
Well, I think, look, when you're dealing with somebody who has so much experience, not just being commander in chief, but also in our economy for the last 60 years in our country, he has a working knowledge of just about every public policy issue anyway. I think these conversations are more about refining those points, which is smart things to do, but he's going to be ready to go. There's no doubt about that. There's the conversations going in and out of these policies, just cleaning up some of that stuff for the debate stage. Every campaign does that. He's doing that as well. But is he like standing in front of a lectern with all the staging?
I know
that
he's
Kamala
not.
Harris
You don't have to tell me that. I know.
He's not doing that.
What about the gender dynamic here? Because he is taking the stage now, as he did with, of course, former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton, against a woman who is looking to be the first woman in the White House, as there exists a double-digit gender gap right now. How much is that coming into play in the prep and the discussions?
Right. I don't think it's going to come into play that much, because at the end of the day, whether you're male or female, whether you're black or white or Hispanic, the border matters to you. The economy matters to you. Those are the things that can be fixed. If you look at Pew Research's poll, I think came out maybe yesterday, the day before, there's a gender gap going the other way. Same gender gap with men who were supporting Donald Trump versus women who were obviously leaning towards supporting Kamala Harris. But like I said, Hallie, this debate, the pressure's on Kamala Harris. She's the one that has to perform. Right now, her support, what is it, 48%, 47% nationwide? But the strength, the durability of that support is an inch deep. That's her problem. Donald Trump doesn't have that problem.
Congressman Byron Donalds. Congressman, thank you so much for being with us from, my hometown of Philly. I appreciate you being there. Thank you. Let's get a sense now. You heard the congressman talk about sort of the numbers, where things are. Who knows the numbers better than this guy? Steve Kornacki. Hi, pal.
Hallie.
State of play. Let's get into it, right? Because we said it at the top of the show. You can pick your cliche, whatever it is. It's close, and that's just the bottom line right now.
Yeah, I mean, look at it here nationally here. This is our running average of all of the major national polls. Harris 47, Trump 45 going into this debate. Now, a couple things. This is down a tick. Going into last weekend, Harris had a 3-point advantage in the average. The most recent national polling, the New York Times poll yesterday had Trump ahead, has brought this thing a little bit closer. This is an improvement for Democrats, certainly, from when Joe Biden was the candidate. He trailed Trump all year. But for Donald Trump, you think back to 2016, 2020, this same point, he was further behind than he is right now. So it's familiar territory for Trump, and it also raises that question. I mean, this was the story of 16. Trump lost the popular vote, found a way in the Electoral College. 2020, Trump really lost the popular vote, nearly found a way.
But that is why the battlegrounds matter. That is why they are so important. And our polling shows that Kamala Harris is doing better than Joe Biden in some of those critical states.
Absolutely. I mean, again, it's a continuation. We say she takes the lead nationally. Biden didn't have that. And then, we went one too far there. Look at this. I'm giving away the later stuff. So here we go. This is our running average in the battleground states, 7 core battleground states. And yeah, you do see Harris with small. It doesn't get any smaller than this. 1/10 of 1 point. I mean, that's it. Razor thin. Trump by a half a point here. One thing to flag on this, though, the one state where it's not that tiny is Wisconsin. Harris 4.3. And you may remember 2020, of all the swing states, the biggest polling miss was Wisconsin.
Interesting.
2016, too. Overestimated Democratic support both times. Are we seeing that again?
It's all happening. I'm looking at this state here, this Commonwealth, of course, of Pennsylvania. Super, super close. You've got, obviously, the debate there today. You've got J.D. Vance heading there this weekend. You've got Kamala Harris doing another event later in this week as the vice president and her running mate get out there to barnstorm after the debate. It's so critical to this race. Where do things stand there?
Yeah, and I mean, look at it. You could see Harris by 1.5 points in the average. Not a ton of recent polling, but look at it this way. Pennsylvania has 19 electoral votes. You got 16, you got 10. You got 6, you got 15, you got 16, and you got 11. What does that mean? If you're a campaign and you lose Pennsylvania, you got to win at least 2 others to offset it fully. First among equals in the swing states, Pennsylvania.
All right, so what are you watching for tonight?
You were just talking about it, too. You know, Trump in that first one, we saw that sort of laid-back, relatively speaking style. He let Joe Biden, fall apart. Did he maybe learn something from that and say, are we going to see a bit of a different version, or does he come back the way we've known before? And Harris, I'm wondering this, incumbent vice president, it's not quite the same as being an incumbent president, but the last number of incumbent presidents in their first general election debate, we saw this, George W. Bush with Barack Obama.
Since the 2012 Obama.
Not a good first debate. Is there anything to that with her tonight?
Steve Kornacki, I could sit here for an hour.
Let's do it.
Somebody who I think would be annoyed about that. Steve, thank you. And that is Anthony Scaramucci, who, of course, knows former President Trump well. He is going to be joining us in just a second, right after this break. We've got much more coverage of tonight's debate coming up right after this.
talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
We are back now with coverage of that first presidential debate between Vice President Harris and former President Trump, a debate you will watch live right here on NBC News Now. And we know, based on our team's reporting, that one of the VP's key goals tonight is to get under former President Trump's skin, according to what sources familiar with the preps are telling us. Of course, the question is, how exactly is she going to do that? But her team is bringing in some former officials under Donald Trump's administration to the debate tonight, including Anthony Scaramucci, the White House communications director for a brief period under former President Trump. Mr. Scaramucci, thanks for your time. Thanks for being with us.
Good to be here, Hal.
We've been talking, of course, we've been talking substance, we've been talking style. Let me start with the style piece of things, because as we just reported, there is a sense that perhaps the vice president may try and provoke former President Trump here to get under his skin a little bit. How does she get that right?
Well, you've got the mics muted tonight, and that was part of the Joe Biden agreement for those two debates, and so she's got to abide by those rules. So it may be hard to do that. My guess is she's going to be very focused on policy tonight and doing that comparison analysis. Here's my vision for the future. Here's why my policies are better for Americans. And here's how the country looks alongside of our allies as we go forward in the world. I think that's where she's going to go with this. Will she get under her skin? I predict that she will, because she's a very strong, very powerful woman, and we know that's been a big bother for Mr. Trump in the past.
You are here. I know that former Donald Trump press secretary Stephanie Grisham is in Philadelphia, also spinning on behalf of the Harris campaign. You've got the Cheneys coming out, Liz Cheney saying that both she and her father will be voting, of course, for Vice President Harris. This idea of Republicans who maybe are considered in the never Trump camp, or at least not Trump now camp, are coming out to back Harris. How critical is that for the coalition she's looking to build? And what else does that campaign need to do to put out an olive branch to others like you who may not be doing a bunch of cable and streaming TV?
So it's a good question, and I don't want to overstate my or anybody's importance, but I do think it holds very well for the vice president. So when people say, does it concern you that there are 40 people that once worked for Donald Trump that were in the administration, assistants to the president working alongside him in the West Wing, that don't trust him and don't want him anywhere near the presidency? When you hear somebody like Vice President Pence on the ballot with him twice say, hey, he puts himself above the Constitution, I think that polls very well. And I think what Vice President Harris is looking to do, and she's had success thus far, is to build this very broad-based coalition. So imagine Bernie Sanders, myself, and Dick Cheney voting for the same presidential candidate in 2024.
You, Bernie Sanders, and Dick Cheney walk into a bar. I mean, that's a setup to an unexpected punchline, if you've ever heard one. The other piece of this, of course, is the way that, interestingly, Democrats are now looking to make age an issue. You and I flash back to maybe 3 months ago, right, when it was President Biden there getting ready for his debate against former President Trump, with the majority of voters indicating that they had real concerns about his fitness for office there, in part because of his age. Now you've got Democrats looking to turn that issue onto Donald Trump, who, of course, in his late 70s. You've got the Harris camp, Harris herself talking about the, quote unquote, tired old playbook, et cetera. Talk through that dynamic here and how she effectively makes the case in the face of somebody who may turn to her and say, well, wait a second, you supported President Biden right up till the end.
Well, listen, I mean, it's politics. This is a hard knuckle process. She's playing hardball. She knows that it bothers him. And so one of the things about getting under his skin, she knows he's self-conscious about being old. She knows that he flubs it a lot on the teleprompters and things like that, and he gets confused as to where he is. I think he was in Pennsylvania. The other night said he was in North Carolina. And so she wants to hammer that home to people. And listen, all is fair in love and politics. And so I don't mind her taking that position. And I think that's one of the ways she can unnerve him.
We talk about some of the substantive issues that will come up. You know, it's going to be the economy that will be front and center as one of the issues here, because so many Americans say it is what is driving them to the polls this election season. You recently said on a podcast with Don Lemon, and I'm quoting you here, nobody is fiscally responsible anymore. There's this new Marist poll out showing that a slim majority of voters think that it's former President Trump who is better equipped to handle the economy. We're seeing the numbers here on screen. How does the vice president turn that around?
Well, I think she's got to get her narrative out there. I think she has a very good record to run on. Inflation is coming down. Wage growth is up over the last 3 years. Remember, we're onshoring manufacturing now as a result of their legislative agenda. We're building microprocessors. Imagine that here in the United States again. And last but not least, she's rebuilding bridges, roads, and tunnels, which is reducing the cost of transit activity in the United States, which is great for the economy and great for businesses. I think one thing we have to point out about spending, we went from George Washington to George W. Bush and had a $7 trillion deficit. In 4 years, Donald Trump created a $7.8 trillion deficit. He's calling for a reduction in tax and Social Security, which is an additional $4.6 trillion over 10 years, Hallie. So he's a very, very dangerous guy with dangerous policies. Of course, he wants to put tariffs, and tariffs are very regressive on poor people.
Not to get into the economic weeds here, and I know I got to let you go, but you talk about deficits. Do you believe that Republicans care about deficits? Because if you look at votes in Congress under former President Trump, I think that's a fair question to ask.
Years ago they did. Today they don't. I think it's dangerous. I think the United States is way more prosperous than people give it credit for. But there will come a time, if we don't deal with it, it will lead to a crisis.
Anthony Scaramucci live for us there in Philly. Thank you so much for joining us. Good to see you.
Hey, good to be here. Thank you.
Coming up after a break, we're going to take you right back to Philly, talking to a couple of folks who know the candidates about what they've got to do to win over those undecided voters and how the gender gap may factor into all of this. What a gorgeous skyline right there. Could look at that all day.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Democracy is happening now.
They are energized by the idea that this is a real fight.
People were on their feet. Folks were fired up here.
The only voice that really matters are the voice of the voters. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it, right?
We are back with that live continuing coverage of tonight's critical debate in Philadelphia. And I want to bring in a couple of folks who know these candidates well. That's the Donald Trump 2020 campaign National Press Secretary Hogan Gidley and former White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki, also, of course, the host with Inside with Jen Psaki on MSNBC. Okay. Let's start with, I think, expectations for tonight, because I'm super curious to hear from both of you. And one thing that struck me, Jen, even just in talking with, for example, Congressman Donalds, one of the surrogates there who's in for the Trump campaign, he said the onus is on Vice President Harris tonight. There is a sense, I think, in the expectation-setting game that everybody plays before debates like these, that it is somewhat asymmetrical, that perhaps the expectations for Harris are higher than the expectations for Donald Trump. I wonder how you see it.
They're all playing this expectations game, right? You hear it from both sides. Look, she is a
better debater, I think, historically. So there is that. And she has prepped more. There's no question about that. But he's also just prepped differently. So I think that the expectations game stuff is just normal course of business. It doesn't really matter until the debate actually starts. What is different, though, is she hasn't done a debate at this level in 4 years. They've also never...
Wait a second. She hasn't done a debate at this level as a presidential nominee ever, right?
Or in a debate close to this level, I guess, even in 4 years. They also have never met, as you've talked about before. And that blows my mind. I don't know if it blows your mind, but there is something about the dynamics and the chemistry or lack of chemistry that's an interesting component. So I'm wondering how that will impact her too. Hey, expectations game setting, it's part of the game. We've both done it. It doesn't matter once the debate starts.
Does it blow your mind? I mean, really, I think there's a question of like that first moment. Do they come on stage and shake hands? Like all of these kinds of questions around this.
I think she should try to shake his hand. Do you think he should try to shake her hand?
Why not? I mean, if they haven't met, you're going up against somebody to have a conversation, talking about your policies for the American people. Why not introduce yourself to one another? In fact, you just point out, it blows my mind, too. They haven't
I was going to ask, does it also blow your mind?
It blows my mind. And this entire time in D.C., they've never met. I mean, she's been doing this for, 25 years at this point. He was president of the United States. She was a senator. They've never had a conversation.
He didn't show up to the transition of power, so that was a big opportunity to meet, which he wasn't a part of for a range of reasons.
That's also true.
We talk about this moment to introduce people. I'm sort of fascinated by this statistic of how many people watched the debate in June versus how many people watched the RNC and DNC, right? Because we talk about those conventions being these high-profile primetime moments, and they are. Twice as many people, tens of millions, watched the debate in June. 70-plus million watched the debate in 2020. 80-plus million watched the debate in 2016, right? These are monster numbers. It's not the Super Bowl, but it's in politics about as close as you're going to get. 3 in 10 voters say that they will have this is going to play a good part of their decision-making process when it comes to tonight of how they roll. And 1 in 10, only 1 in 10, say they need to know more about former President Trump. He's kind of baked in the minds of voters. How does he get past that tonight? How does he try to, if he wants to redefine himself or try to define her?
I don't know that he wants to redefine himself. I think what he needs to do is make sure he relies on his record and talks about the record-setting success the American people felt. I think he needs to do a good job of kind of defining her before she can define herself. I think he needs to stay on message. I mean, those are 3 things that if he does those, I think he'll come out at the very least on par with her, if not a clear victory for him on the debate stage.
There's also the gender dynamic, Jen. There's a big gender gap in this race. It's anywhere from about 13 to 14 points, depending on which poll you're looking at. And you look back at the last time that he debated a woman who was seeking to win the White House. And I think people remember that moment when he loomed over former Secretary Clinton.
Leered, yes.
She talked about it in her memoir, that she was extremely uncomfortable, obviously, with that moment and debated whether to tell him to step back, et cetera. That's not going to happen tonight. Both of the candidates have to stay at their microphones. The microphones will be muted. How did the rules of tonight play into what we expect to see on stage?
Well, the microphones being cut off is a big deal. There's a good reason why the Harris campaign wanted them to be left on, because if you look back at that moment from 2020 where Trump kind of lost his mind a little bit, it was because he kept talking. And ultimately, if you're the Harris team, you would love to see that happen. There's not an opportunity for that. It's 2 minutes, right, for your answer, 2 minutes for rebuttal, and then I think 1 minute.
2-2-1. That's
2-2-1, which means it's less likely people in the room may hear, which there's only the moderators in the room, but you don't know what he's going to say under his breath. People won't hear that. That could have been a moment. That would have been a moment we would have been talking about a couple days from now. It's a lot more controlled, which I think is better for him, not as good for her.
I'm hearing in my ear that we now have brand new sound, I think, Jill, right, from President Biden in just the last couple of minutes here, talking about tonight. And I believe he said he's been in touch with Vice President Harris just today. Let me turn that around and play it for folks here, just coming into us. We're going to listen to it together.
I spoke to the Vice President. She seems calm, cool, and collected. I think she's going to do great. And I'm not going to tell you what advice I gave.
Okay, so he gave her some advice, he says. He's not going to tell us what it is, but that she's feeling calm, cool, and collected. Is there any risk that with all the preparation, Jen, she is maybe, in the words of one source talking to our team, overcooked or over-prepped?
I mean, yeah, the key with prep is you can't let it tie you down, right? You prep so that you can be agile in the moment. Yeah. That's true in anything. When you're interviewing
I was just
people,
thinking my first time on Meet the Press. I was doing all this prep, and I had a colleague say to me, chill.
Just calm down, be in the moment and see what they ask you. And so that's the risk. And we saw a version of that. There were other issues, of course, with that first debate. But one of the issues was that President Biden was trying to spit out all of the numbers and data that he knew. First of all, voters don't vote on numbers and data. They vote on how you connect with them, whether they think you're fighting for them when they're sitting at home. She has to remember it's about pulling heartstrings. It's not about listing data.
But you know what else voters vote on? Hope. with new numbers out today showing that that is the message that they want to see from candidates. How does a candidate like former President Trump, whose campaign has had dark and ominous overtones, try to deliver that message?
Well, first of all, I think a lot of people who follow Donald Trump and want him to be president are hopeful that they could go back to being able to afford gas and groceries, for example, that a southern border would be secure, there wouldn't be wars breaking out all over the world. That's the hope he needs to be talking about because his policies are clear. Ironically, this entire debate will be Donald Trump trying to remind people of his record and Kamala Harris trying to make people forget about hers because the way people feel right now are because of Kamala Harris. So it's a really interesting dynamic to watch them because, again, he was president of the United States. He has a record to run on. And this whole hope and vibes thing, I get a lot of people like that. That's fine. Tried to pay for my groceries with hope the other day. Didn't work. Then I tried to pay with vibes. They said, no, we don't take that either. The fact is, people care about the policies that allow them to succeed. Kamala Harris has not offered that. Donald Trump has to talk about that tonight.
So strange, because I just tried to Venmo you some vibes the other day, and it didn't work. I wasn't clear on that. Donald Trump will get the last word tonight. He gets to go last for the closings. I'm going to give you the last word here. Final thoughts to you.
I mean, look, this is a huge night for both of them. It's the last night, maybe, we'll see, but the last night we know of that they will be standing side by side. Debates, they don't necessarily change things forever, but they are a moment to shake things up. So it's not just about what happens tonight. It's about what are the moments that people are still talking about tomorrow and a week from now. And if you're on either of these campaigns, that's what you're thinking about.
Jen, Hogan, great to see both of you. We'll be talking, I know, more this evening. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Coming up, VP Harris, former President Trump, their most memorable moments on past debate stages, national and local next, as Philadelphia and the rest of the country get ready for them to take the stage. You're taking a live look now at that spin room in Philly. We'll be back in just a sec.
Top story live from Paris, live in Tel Aviv.
We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. For the very latest on the 2024 election, get the NBC News app, your trusted source for the latest breaking news, analysis, on-the-ground reporting, and newsmaker interviews. Download the NBC News app now.
We are laying out expectations for tonight, right? Vice President Harris, the former prosecutor, set to take on Donald Trump. Donald Trump, kind of a showman based on his years in reality television. And perhaps the two of them hoping to avoid going viral for the wrong reasons. Because no matter how much you prep, sometimes it's those meme-worthy moments from debate nights, some of them more emotional, others kind of cringe, that tend to live on in people's minds. Their past debates may give us a signal, a clue, as to their strategies tonight. So we took a look at some of those most critical moments. Watch.
Tonight, the first face-off between two candidates with different prep, different styles, and different experience. For Vice President Harris, her first time stepping into this kind of general election spotlight after memorable moments in primary and VP debates.
Mr. Vice President, I'm speaking. I'm speaking.
Harris, no stranger to the stage, from early in her career to her Senate run in 2016, when her opponent awkwardly dabbed.
So there's a clear difference between the candidates in this race. And I think the voters will make that decision.
Allies point to Harris's past as a prosecutor and arguing her experience helps shape sharp arguments.
Whatever the vice president is claiming the administration has done, clearly it hasn't worked.
And Harris drawing on her personal background, like in this key exchange in the 2020 primary with her future boss.
You also worked with them to oppose busing. And, you know, there was a little girl in California who was part of the second class to integrate her public schools. And she was bused to school every day. And that little girl was me.
But Harris has had to play defense, too, like in another debate that cycle, accused of hypocrisy for shifting to a more progressive position in a crowded primary.
There are too many examples to cite, but she put over 1,500 people in jail for marijuana violations and then laughed about it when she was asked if she ever smoked marijuana.
For his part, Mr. Trump has more debate experience as a presidential nominee, 6 in all, most recently in June, a showdown that ultimately ended President Biden's presidential run.
We finally beat Medicare.
Well, he's right. He did beat Medicare. He beat it to death.
Their first ever debate in 2020, notable just as much for what Mr. Trump didn't say when asked if he'd condemn white supremacists.
I'm willing to do anything. I want to see peace.
Then do it, sir.
Say it. Do it. Say it.
Do you want to call him? What do you want to call him? Give me a name. Give me a
white
name.
Supremacists and
who would
white
you like me to condemn?
White supremacists and right
Proud Boys, stand back and stand by.
Then candidate Trump's first debate against Hillary Clinton in 2016 still holds the record for the most watched ever, 84 million viewers. At later face-offs, the two sparring over foreign policy and Russia's Vladimir Putin.
Well, that's because he'd rather have a puppet as president of the United States.
No puppet.
And it's pretty clear.
You're the puppet.
Mr. Trump memorably looming behind his opponent on stage. At other points, delivering personal attacks.
Such a nasty woman.
And earlier in the Republican primaries, responding to a crass insult about the size of his hands.
Look at those hands. Are they small hands? I guarantee you there's no problem.
Now, tonight, Vice President Harris hoping to make good on past pledges.
I'd wipe the floor with him.
But according to the rules of this debate, it's former President Trump who will get the last word.
We're going to make it great again.
I want to bring in now somebody who was covering, I think, every debate that we showed there, plus many more. And that is, of course, our NBC News chief Washington correspondent, Andrea Mitchell, who is joining us now from the spin room in a place that we both know and love, Andrea, and that's Philadelphia. Listen, we know that tonight's debate in many ways is a first. I wonder how it feels to you, based on your reporting and your analysis of this moment, compared to other debates that you've covered.
Well, watching your reel, I was getting a little PTSD, actually, going down memory lane. And some of those moments were just so excruciating for the candidates, one or another of them. But I think this one is the most important. There is just nothing that compares to this, Hallie. You've been there. I mean, you have a former president and a current vice president. The current president, just 70 plus days ago, took himself out under huge pressure to do that. An historic decision to give up power voluntarily to his vice president. She has to prove herself. She's only done one interview. And so people don't know who she is, according to the polling. Twice as many people think that Donald Trump would be a change agent than she. She's got to fill in those gaps, do more than a resume, do more than talking about the legacy of Joe Biden, but delicately separate herself and show that she can also be something new and different. Look, she is different. She is a woman. She is much younger, and she is a fresh face to a lot of people who haven't seen her so much. There are opportunities there for her, but she's got to fill in those gaps. She's got to talk about the economy, avoid some pitfalls, and then, of course, he is such an unknown factor. He can be disciplined, but we haven't seen him be that when it comes to a woman candidate. When it comes to females, his response is always, not only unpredictable, but really offensive. As Nikki Haley was saying, and a lot of his own advisors have been telling him, don't talk about appearance, don't call them stupid, talk about policies. Will he do that?
There's also the point. Oh, I'm sorry, Andrew, go ahead.
I was just going to say, the stakes are so high because of the differences, the contrasts between these two candidates, their principles, the way Trump distorts the truth. You have to say it. The bullying that the New York Times pointed out on remember me today. This is a candidate that we have to cover in a different way.
Making the point that even when former President Trump talks policy, when Vice President Harris talks policy, the former president often gets in some sort of personal attack in that conversation.
Yeah.
Let me ask you about VP Harris, because of the way this cycle unfolded, with President Biden stepping off the ticket and her ending up on the ticket relatively quickly, she was not tested by any primary debates this cycle. She's obviously done 4 previously. Does that help or hurt her this time around?
I think it hurts her. Because, she avoided a lot of pitfalls by not getting beaten up in the primaries, as candidates inevitably do. She hasn't made mistakes yet in these last 70-plus days. But the fact is that she hasn't been tested in the rough and tumble of a campaign. We saw how in 2016, Hillary Clinton did not do well in that test. She really reacted badly on a lot of those other issues and shut down, didn't do interviews, didn't handle the pressure, which was extraordinary pressure, but didn't handle it the way she needed to deal with this unpredictable candidate, Donald Trump.
And for his part,
what's going to happen in this shortened campaign?
Yeah. You talked about how his history, and we've showed it there, saying inflammatory things, of course, famously or infamously, memorably calling Hillary Clinton a nasty woman on the debate stage here. There is also the sense, as you heard from some people close to him, even in the course of the last 49 minutes here, that they would like him to focus on substance, on policy, on issues like the economy and immigration, where he polls better than her by a slim margin here. Talk me through what you'll be watching for on that front tonight.
Well, what he did the last time with Joe Biden, no matter what he was asked, pretty much he answered about immigration. And so does he do that? Does he avoid the questions? And in this format, will she be able to come back at him? She doesn't want to spend all of her time fact-checking him, because that's going down a rabbit hole. Will the moderators break in and do some of that themselves? Will they do any fact-checking? We're told by ABC that they feel that they have that flexibility. So if it's just a tightly formatted campaign where he gives his positions and she gives hers, then the viewers, the voters they won't learn what they need to learn.
Andrea Mitchell, thank you very much. And isn't that what it all comes down to? Are voters going to learn what they need to learn tonight? Coming up, we're going to try to read the tea leaves on specifically who those voters that both candidates are trying to reach are. As we count down, of course, to debate night in Philly with a live look at the skyline there, just about sunset. You can't see the link, but it's in there.
Hey there, I'm Hallie, and we are coming on the air tonight with new developments. Let's talk about the implications on women's health and then the political fallout. Start with what this law actually will and won't do. Cruise officials will do almost anything they can to get it back open ASAP. So how S is the P? In other words, how soon will it be open?
I could keep talking till the Eiffel Tower starts sparkling.
Now you've laid down the gauntlet, so we have to continue to speak until it starts to sparkle. It's sparkling. It's happening.
So, this debate happening in the critical battleground Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. And you know from that conversation we just showed you with Steve Kornacki a little bit earlier that it is very close in that state. As we're taking a look here at Donald Trump, speaking of Philly, landing there as we speak. This is the former president's plane. So here he is, now arriving on the ground. Vice President Harris is already there. We know that. She's actually been in the state of Pennsylvania for days now. She's been in the western side in Pittsburgh doing some prep. That is where she hunkered down, although she did make a couple of what they call OTRs, these like unexpected campaign stops. She visited a spice shop. She made an appearance. She talked about how she's feeling about this debate, did a radio interview, among other things. Now Donald Trump is also in Philadelphia, just hours away. Just about 3 hours away, I should say, from the start of debate night. So, Pennsylvania, key. Michigan, also key. Our team there, talking with voters in some of these key states. We want to show you that real quick.
I hope that her performance tonight will show that she's the right candidate.
I would actually like to hear Kamala's policies. She hasn't been very clear on anything. It seems like a celebrity campaign so far.
You voted for Trump in the past, but it sounds like Vice President Harris has the ability to win your vote tonight. Yeah.
Well, that says it all, right? Yeah, an ability to win a vote. Any candidate presumably would want to hear that. Tara Palmieri is joining us now, senior political correspondent over at Puck News. Hey, Chuck Todd is back home in Washington, our NBC News chief political analyst. So as we keep an eye on that, of course, plane as former President Trump lands, we'll see if potentially he says anything. Chuck, you wrote today you're keeping an eye out for which voters the candidates will try to directly address tonight. We got a signal of that back at the Democratic National Convention based on the vice president's speech, the people that she seemed to be aiming at. Talk us through your sense and expectation for tonight and how important that is.
Well, look, I mean, that's frankly, it's a good way to watch the debate. You get an idea of what each candidate's campaign believes is the theory of the case. You'll get it more from the Harris side than you will from Trump. But the question really is, for Harris to win, she's got to figure out how to get 50 to 51% of the vote. We know Donald Trump, his theory of the case is he's got to make 48% a winning number. All right, there is a lot of evidence that suggests he can't get to 50 and he doesn't want, so he's got to make sure she can't get there either. So what do I mean? Who are those voters? Well, that small slice of voters, they're mostly the centrists. They're mostly the former double haters, the people that were unfavorable to both Biden and to Trump. And I think they're skeptical of Harris, and she's got to figure out. She's been trying to appeal to them on tone, not on substance. That hey, she's trying to do the turn the page messaging, which is sort of, are you exhausted from the Trump era? She's trying to turn him into the incumbent of this political era, even though she's part of the technically the incumbent administration.
Well, right.
But that's the voter she's talking about, and I'm curious, is she going to give them more than just, I'm going to turn the page, right? Is she going to signal, how is she going to virtue signal, I'm not going to be controlled by the progressive left? And that is a question she didn't answer at the convention, and I'll be curious if she answers that tonight.
Tara, let me go to you here, and I got to also correct myself with the plane we saw land. That was actually J.D. Vance, the former president's running mate, the whisper down the lane, whatever, that's the situation. But just wanted to let folks know there, we are still waiting on the former president to land in Philly. A place that is near and dear to my heart, and I would be remiss if I didn't talk about Wawa, because I talk about Wawa every day of my life. Right. And there's a billboard now, Wawa themed, that the Harris camp debuted in Philly, mocking the former president, mocking his rally crowd sizes. I think another way that the Harris team, and you're seeing it there, Wawa for coffee, wah, wah, they say when people don't show up to a Donald Trump rally. This is a way that the Harris camp was looking to troll the former president. They ran an ad featuring many of his former Trump and some of his former administration officials slamming a second Trump term right in his backyard in West Palm Beach. How do you think that that is going to be a focus tonight, getting under the former president's skin?
Absolutely. I've talked to advisors who are preparing Kamala Harris, and her goal is to make him feel small. In a lot of ways, she doesn't even really want to be debating with him or getting into the mud with him or really jousting with him, but really being a level higher, elevating and speaking directly to the American people. And that means not getting into the fight that he wants to, because what he's going to do is he's going to answer the question quickly and then pivot to hitting her, right? And that'll be an opportunity for her to defend her record and then go after him. And she's going to do the same. I mean, you saw that a lot in the last debate. Trump would hit Biden and Trump would answer the question
and then pivot.
Exactly. So you're going to see that from him and you're going to see that from her. So it could get quite contentious. But she's trying to figure out a way to rise above it and to make him feel small. So that's why she spoke to Hillary Clinton recently and asked for some advice on that. I think it's just Trump is very unpredictable. You know, he's not an easy person to debate. You don't know what you're going to get. And it's quite a spectacle. And it's hard to avoid being a part of the spectacle. So it'll be interesting to see how she's able to handle that. And you really have to be on your toes. I don't think this is going to be easy. And I think when he doesn't get what he wants, he can go to places and drag you into it. So
despite what his aides, advisors, what allies are telling him that they'd like to see him do, I think they all understand Donald Trump's going to do what Donald Trump's going to do, ultimately at the end of the day.
Right. They basically have told me, you know, we can give him advice. He'll take it. There's a 50% chance he takes it.
Yeah, or not, right? It's a total coin flip. Chuck, you know, Tara said something interesting, that one of the things that Kamala Harris wants to do is make Donald Trump look small, if you will. And you and I have talked about this because over the course of the last, I guess, 6 weeks, if my calendar math is correct here, you have seen this more and more, right? Democrats looking to paint him not as this large, looming, ominous threat to democracy as President Biden did, but as somebody who's small and weird, in the words of course, Governor Walz. How much is that going to factor into the debate stage tonight? We heard her allude to this at the convention, calling him unserious. That is a line of attack she has used on previous opponents. I'm thinking back to her Senate race in 2016. How effective do you think that'll be?
Well, it depends on how she does it. If she is the instigator, I think there's that fine line you showed earlier in your program. Some of the debate moments and the Marco Rubio moment, right? When he decided, oh, yeah, I'm going to get down to Trump's level. Well, what happened to Rubio, right? It sort of sullied him, right? It sullied him, and it still kept Trump the front runner. So it all depends, you know, as a jab, as a retort, I think it can be very effective. But she has to constantly bring it back to, look, you know, figuring out how to do a dig and bringing it back to you. He wants to make it about him. I'm going to make it about you. It's not hard to do that, but there are certain things that can get under his skin. A big one is reminding him that he was fired by the American people, right? How does, you know, I think it's an important moment, frankly, for him to deal with. He's never dealt with it. How is he going to change his presidency? But using his language to describe what happened to him, I think is going to be a fascinating moment. I suspect we'll get it, and I'll be curious how he handles it.
Tara, one of the things that you're writing about and have some new reporting on is how the Trump camp is relying on people behind that Never Back Down super PAC, which famously spent a ton of money in Iowa, only to lose the caucus there by 30 points. You write that this is juicing tensions within Trump campaign staff, with one source telling you, you know, it's a model former President Trump ridiculed, and now here he is bringing on some of that same team. How does that dynamic affect what's happening behind the scenes on the Trump camp?
Well, they basically took on a PAC that's just started in mid-July. I mean, they just started their ground game, and this is the ground game that they're outsourcing. They're not really doing a lot of the ground game themselves, and it's something new and revolutionary. The FEC just ruled that campaigns can coordinate with PACs in ways they couldn't before, and they're choosing a PAC that was so unsuccessful to coordinate with, and I think it's just shocking. A lot of campaign aides that they would do that they would work with the Never Back Down crew, which, you know, spent $6,700 per vote in Iowa, only to lose by 30 points.
To get smoked, right?
Exactly, and they all hate Ron DeSantis and his team. It's a long feud between them. So, you know, it's just causing tensions and all the stuff you would expect from a Trump team.
Sarah Palmieri, thank you, Chuck Todd. We'll be talking more tonight. Thank you both very much for being with us. That's a wrap for this hour, but we've got a lot more coverage picking up right now. Hey there, I'm Hallie, and tonight we are going to see what may be the most critical moment of this 2024 presidential race, and the most critical moment yet, that first debate between Vice President Harris and former President Trump. Want to show you a live shot now. This is the spin room at Philadelphia's National Constitution Center, where backers of both candidates are going to come out before, they're going to come out after to say, hey, my person won. That's what we always see in these spin rooms. The actual venue, that is in a different location in Philadelphia, and that is where all the drama will be, with big questions about how the vice president and how the former president will try to define themselves and each other in front of a TV audience that could hit, I don't know, 50 million, if June is any example. New polling shows this race in a virtual dead heat. It is a jump ball. It is basically deadlocked. Pick your cliche, but the race, it is real close. And 3 in 10 Americans say what happens tonight could help them make a decision on Election Day. I want to bring in our team of reporters covering every angle of it, and they will be doing that all night long. We'll get the Trump view from Dasha Burns in just a second, but I want to start with the perspective from the Harris campaign with Yamiche Alcindor, who is there. Talk about these final hours now before the debate. We just heard President Biden say he gave her some advice, didn't say what the advice was, but that she's feeling calm, cool, and collected. Walk us through what you're hearing from sources.
Well, sources familiar with what Vice President Harris is doing in these last few hours tell me that she did a walkthrough here in Philadelphia, coming to the convention center, looking around to see the space where she's going to be debating former President Donald Trump in just a few hours. But she's really focused on sort of refining her message, making sure that she stays focused both on the idea that she really wants to introduce herself to voters, especially undecided voters who may be looking for specific things on what a Harris administration would look like. That means talking about policy, talking about her middle-class background, talking about the fact that she's a child of immigrants and how her worldview was shaped. But she also wants to get under Donald Trump's skin. She wants to bait him and really make him really lash out at her if possible, and maybe even use derogatory language to really show America what she thinks is a true Donald Trump. And she also thinks that he's going to lie profusely, so she wants to make sure that she gets him to stumble and mumble. But she's also focused on just keeping calm and not getting caught up in the personal attacks, Hallie.
Mish, thank you very much. Dasha Burns, let me go to you now. And Dasha, what's been interesting here, the Trump campaign has long held that he doesn't really do prep. They're like, he does long rallies, he does these interviews, that's enough. That has not been the case this time around. He's done hours of what they're describing as policy sessions, which is its own form of prep, right? Maybe not a microphone, maybe not a mock lectern, maybe not the mock lighting, but it is still preparation nonetheless. Talk us through that dynamic and your late details here on the strategy for Mr. Trump heading into tonight.
Yeah, look, he's long said campaigning is my prep, life is debate prep for me. But the last few days especially, he's been hunkered down at Mar-a-Lago, doing much more extensive prep for hours, going through potential questions. Not mock debates like Harris has been doing, but yeah, he's been focused in and tells our Garrett Haake that he's feeling great. He's happy with how his debate prep has concluded. The thing that his advisors have been pushing him to do across the board is focus more on policy than personal attacks. Try to tie Harris to the Biden administration as much as possible. Try to make the vice president accountable for some of the frustrations that voters are feeling, whether it's about the economy or immigration. The other thing that you're likely to see him try to do here tonight is to remind folks some of what Harris said, some of the positions that she held when she ran for president back in 2020, some views that were farther to the left than what she says she sees herself doing now if she were in the White House, trying to paint her as more liberal than those average down the middle swing voters would like to see. Hallie.
Dasha Burns live for us there in the spin room. Dasha, thank you very much. Let's be clear about what's going to happen tonight. You're going to see 90 minutes, right? Both candidates there on stage. Each will get 2 minutes to answer a question, a 2-minute rebuttal, and then a minute to follow up. Gabe Gutierrez is coming in now. And Gabe, let's be honest about also what's going to happen tonight. People will hear things that are not true. Right. I mean, that is the reality. There are, gigantic fact-checking apparatuses spinning up at organizations that cover the news around the country for a reason here. One of the things that may come up tonight, it also may not, is a conspiracy theory that Donald Trump's running mate has been spreading about migrants in Ohio, something police have debunked, something that has roots essentially in a racist stereotype. Walk us through this dynamic, because even late today, we're starting to hear more about this in the state of Ohio.
Yeah, that's right, Hallie. Look, immigration will be a huge issue in this debate, whether or not this specific story comes up. But I will walk you through it. So there's this town in Ohio, Springfield, Ohio. It has a population about 58,000, according to the last census. Well, over the past couple of years, according to the governor, it has seen a huge influx of Haitian immigrants, about 15,000 or so. Now, yesterday, Ohio Senator J.D. Vance, he put something on social media that got a lot of attention. If we can put it up there on the screen. He said that reports now show that people have had their pets abducted and eaten by people who should not be in this country. Well, the Springfield police clarified that rather quickly. They put out their own statement saying there have been no credible reports or specific claims of pets being harmed, injured, or abused by individuals within the immigrant community. That prompted J.D. Vance today to post something else on social media, walking it back a bit. He said, "It is possible, of course, that all of these rumors will turn out to be false." Now, Hallie, we just heard from city officials just within the past 2 hours or so, and the mayor says that that actual story, it originated in another town entirely. There was a woman who was arrested for animal cruelty, and then over the past couple of months, there has been a lot of talk in city commission meetings about this migrant influx. Just tonight, the governor is saying that he will send more state resources to Springfield and is calling on the federal government to do more, Hallie.
Gabe Gutierrez, thank you very much for that. I want to take you back to Philadelphia now because the stage is set. We know Florida Congressman, Republican Mike Waltz, is joining us now. He is in the spin room for the former president tonight. Congressman, thanks for being back with us.
Yeah, sure.
So you are obviously a longtime supporter of the former president, a supporter of his policies here. What is it that you are looking for from him tonight on what may be the biggest stage, the highest profile moment of this presidential campaign in all?
Well, I think you're going to see a very clear contrast on what President Trump did for the economy, of course, pre-pandemic and the lockdowns that we had to impose, where every demographic across the board was at record low unemployment, that the border was the most secure that it had been, that in the Middle East, you had Iranian General Soleimani taken off the battlefield, Baghdadi, the head of ISIS, taken off the battlefield, ISIS relatively contained, Iran broke, and literally peace accords being signed on the White House lawn, and a military that was on its road, on the road to rebuilding. So I think you have those policies that were working, the border, the economy, the crime, foreign policy, contrasted with, we'll see which Kamala Harris shows up. Is it Vice President Harris that's going to take credit for Biden-era policies in the last 4 years, whether that's Afghanistan, the Middle East, or record inflation, or is she going to try to look forward? And, you know, I kind of like the nickname California Kamala, where you see progressive policies in place. You see rolling blackouts. You see record high taxes. Tech companies leaving in droves. They lost a member of Congress for the first time in California's history. So many folks are leaving. So I think you're just going to see that policy contrast, and it's going to be bright and clear, and the American people are going to see it for what it is.
Of course, you mentioned Afghanistan. You're a member of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, former Green Beret, who served in Afghanistan. We saw that long-awaited House Afghanistan report come out just Monday. Was that yesterday? Forgive me, I've lost track of the days. Either way, it is very new. It is very much in the moment here. We've seen Democrats, we've seen the White House condemn it as partisan, as essentially cherry-picked, in the words of the Biden administration here. How much do you anticipate that coming up tonight from former President Trump? You alluded to the fact that you believe he's going to try to lash Kamala Harris to Joe Biden's policies.
Yeah, there's been commentary on the timing of the report, but I would point out we couldn't even start on the investigation until last year. Democrats ran the House in 2021 and 2022. There was no investigation launched. There were no sit-down interviews with those involved. There weren't even a series of hearings. There was nothing, silence. And I think the families, the veterans who sacrificed so much, the nation after 20 years of war, treasure, and blood over in Afghanistan deserved to understand better what went wrong. All those families, those Gold Star families are asking for, that we honored today with the Congressional Gold Medal, is an apology, an acknowledgement from Biden and Harris that things went wrong, that people will be held accountable, and that we'll learn lessons so that this will never happen again. But instead, they haven't gotten so much as a phone call in all of these years. I think that's a real disservice to them and to every veteran involved.
If it comes up tonight, it is very likely that Vice President Harris will point to the fact that this withdrawal was initiated under former President Trump. But we also know that her team has told our team, sources close to her, that there is a sense that she may try to provoke him, essentially, in a way to highlight sort of some of those moments. You've also got this idea of age being a factor in a very different way that it was when we saw that last debate at the end of June with President Biden. Voters very clearly said they had concerns about the president's age and fitness for office. Now it is Donald Trump who is the generationally older candidate on stage. We know that the vice president is looking to position herself as that opportunity to turn the page. So what do you think the former president's going to do to try to combat that perception?
Well, let me just address this notion that President Trump started the withdrawal. That is absolutely accurate, but both President Bush and Obama negotiated with the Taliban. The difference is the deal was conditional. His advisors came to him and said the Taliban have not lived up to 6 of the 7 tenets of the Doha Agreement. And he said, fine, deal's off. He left our base. He left our troops. He left our allies in our embassy. But had he withdrawn them, he would have pulled all of our civilian assets out before the military. Biden and Harris did the opposite. They pulled our military out and left Americans and our allies behind. And on Harris's role, either you were a vice president that was, I guess, just a wallflower and you weren't at the table, or you were at the table weighing in on the policies. Which is it? Okay. It can't be both. You can't cherry pick which Biden policies you like and you're a part of and which you want to run away from. So if we have an environment where she's running away from the Biden record and President Trump is owning his, I think that'll be a good night for the president. And look, I have never been around someone with as much energy and a motor like President Trump has. I don't think anyone can accuse him of being low energy despite the age difference.
Congressman Mike Waltz, thank you very much for being with us live from that Philadelphia spin room. We've been talking about these things that we're watching for tonight. You heard what the congressman is watching for, some of the substantive policy issues here of what both Kamala Harris and Donald Trump may bring up. Of course, the style, too, how they're going to deliver it. Let's bring in somebody who knows a lot about this and about the prep work, and that's Quentin Folks, Principal Deputy Campaign Manager for the Harris-Walz campaign. Thank you so much for being back with us again. I'm sorry I'm not with you there in Philly, but it's good to see you.
You too.
Let me give you an opportunity to respond, and I think you might have heard some of that conversation, correct me if you didn't, but to what we just talked about with Congressman Mike Waltz, of course, a veteran talking about the issue of Afghanistan. How is the vice president prepared to take this on if this is something that comes up tonight?
Look, I think that the vice president and President Biden had the courage to do what they needed to do in order to ending the longest standing war in American history, and that is what they did. Look, the vice president doesn't politicize our men and women in uniform. It's something that's deeply personal to her. And I think that when American voters are paying attention to who Donald Trump is and how Donald Trump talks about the United States military, let me tell you what the vice president has never done. She's never called the men and women in uniform suckers and losers. She has never degraded veterans by saying she preferred ones who weren't captured or weren't injured or riddled with bullets. And the vice president does not have a litany of people, including her economic advisors, her foreign policy advisors, her former vice president, or anybody who's ever worked for her, not her former vice president, but anyone who's ever worked for her, saying that she would be a danger to this nation. Donald Trump has all of those, and that's how Donald Trump refers to our men and women in uniform. So I think that the vice president's record of respect for our men and women in uniform and her handling of foreign policy is intact. I think that Donald Trump is the one who owes the country an explanation for his.
Can you pull back the curtain a bit on her preparations, on the work that she's been doing here? How today has gone, her mindset as she heads in tonight? Give us a sense behind the scenes of what's going down strategically as she's getting ready for this really high-profile moment.
Look, I think that she is excited. Look, I mean, we come into this knowing that this is Donald Trump's 7th presidential debate. This will be the vice president's first as the presidential nominee. But she has a vision for this country. And most importantly, she knows that this is about the future of this country. And she is making sure that she is going to be prepared to speak to Americans about her vision for this country. And that includes lowering the price of food and prescription drugs in this country. That includes giving Americans a tax cut, 100 million Americans across the country, lowering the cost of housing by building more affordable homes with private and public partnerships. That is the vice president's vision for this country, and she is going to go up against Trump, who only has a divisive agenda called Project 2025 that he wants to use to take this country back.
You talk about the numbers. This will be the former president's 7th general election debate as a presidential nominee, her first. That is accurate. Are you casting her as the underdog? Is that what you're saying? Is she the underdog here in this debate, do you believe?
Well, look, Donald Trump is a showman, and he's going to get on stage and lie a lot to the American people. The vice president is going to be prepared to speak directly to the American people about her vision. But make no mistake about it, Donald Trump is the ultimate showman. We saw that from his last debate that he did with President Biden. And so we know he's been preparing for this. But as I said, the vice president is going to come prepared. But she's going to win this debate because she knows what this is about. This is about the future of this country and the American people and protecting democracy. And while she's continuing to do that, Donald Trump is going to continue to double down with a dark, extreme, divisive agenda.
So then 2 questions. You mentioned that you believe Donald Trump's going to get up there and lie. Is she going to be fact-checking him? Does she see that as her role?
If she was fact-checking Donald Trump, she would be doing that with every single one of her answers tonight. And unfortunately, she knows that the American people deserve better than that. So she's not going to fact-check every single thing that Donald Trump says, nor should she have to. The moderator should do some of that. But again, we're not here to complain about the rules. The vice president is showing up ready to put in the work and speak to the American people. But again, her focus is going to be the American people and making sure that she gets her point across about how her administration is going to look when she is elected vice president of the United States.
As I'm talking to those
president of the United States.
As I'm talking to those in the Trump orbit, one of the things that they bring up is this idea that they will look to not only tie her to Biden administration policies, but to also point out ways in which she shifted from more progressive positions in that crowded 2019-2020 primary to where she stands today, issues on health care, immigration, et cetera. How is she prepared to defend herself from those kinds of attacks on substance from the former president if it goes there?
Well, first of all, I would say that it would be nice if President Trump and Republicans who are running against Vice President Harris realize who they're running against. It is Vice President Harris. She has her own record. She has her own agenda. She is going to be her own president when she is elected, and that is where her focus is going to be. Look, when it comes to the vice president's position, she is going to make those positions clear to the American people, and you can expect Donald Trump and the Republicans to continue to lie about where her focus is, while on a lot of these issues, Donald Trump is directly responsible for why women living in this country don't have reproductive freedom. Donald Trump is directly responsible for having fewer jobs when he left office than when he came in, and the vice president is going to hold Donald Trump accountable. So again, the vice president is speaking tonight directly to the American people about her vision and her future in the future of this country.
Quentin Fulks, thank you very much for being with us. I'm sure we'll be talking again throughout the course of the next 50 plus days until Election Day. Thank you. So you heard from now people who back both of these candidates at a moment when the state of play can best be described as super duper close, which is, of course, the technical term. Steve Kornacki knows that. Is that how you describe it too, Steve?
I think so. You're talking about, Hallie, a 2-point race here nationally. This is the average of all the national polls right now, and this has actually tightened up in the last couple of days. You remember there's that New York Times poll that came out yesterday, actually had Donald Trump ahead. So
let me just underscore something you said, because people will look and go, wait a second, that New York Times poll had different numbers, right?
Yes.
This is an aggregate. This is, we put it all into a big machine that's not just your brain, it's an actual model, and then it spits this out, right?
Exactly, because the New York Times poll had Trump ahead by a point. Pew Research, which is another highly respected pollster, they had the race tied yesterday. So there's a number of different polls floating around, and I think one of the best ways to get a sense of the totality of the picture is you average them together and you sort of look at it that way, and that's what it looks like when you do that.
Okay, so get into a little bit what this race looks like in those battleground states, because we know that national vote is fine for like a snapshot of where things stand, but it's going to come down to what happens in Pennsylvania, in Michigan, in Georgia, and some of those critical places.
That's right. Donald Trump lost the popular vote the last two elections, but did win the 2016 election because he had the advantage in the Electoral College. So here we go. 7 core battleground states here. We think the presidency will be decided in these. 6 of these, by the way, were blue states in 2020. Democrats are trying to defend those. The only one that was a red state in 2020, it's right here, North Carolina. Interestingly, just some recent polling there. Again, we're looking at poll averages here. Doesn't get any closer than that, but by 1/10 of 1 point in the polling average right now, you do see Harris there slightly, very slightly above Trump. But the overall picture, Hallie, I mean, you can see, just look at those margins. That's just razor thin in those states. And there's plenty of room. We certainly know this story. There's plenty of room for error in these polls. And I think that was one of the big stories of the last 2 elections.
So talk me through, Steve, because you've been saying a lot about a lot of things. What's something that you haven't said on television that you think is important for people to know, that you've been thinking about as you get ready for November?
That's a good question. You know, we talk so much about these 7. There's always the question, can one of the campaigns put something else in play that we're not talking about too much? Democrats would like to tell you maybe it's a Florida or a Texas. Republicans would like to tell you Virginia, you know, Maine, something like that. I'm not sure where it's all going to shake out in Florida, but Florida is going to be interesting to me because there's no state in the country where we get big state, where we get more complete early results on election night. That 7 p.m. hour on the East Coast when we've got fragments everywhere, we're going to have full counties coming in from all across Florida. And even if the state's red, as we're kind of expecting it's going to be, I think if there's a new trend one way or the other, we might see it there.
What's happening with the Latino vote, for example, in some of these critical counties? What can that tell us and extrapolate about some of these other trends? Steve Kornacki, you ready?
I had no choice.
Thank you, friend.
You got
feel
it.
the same way. Appreciate it. So listen, we talked about some of the big numbers, the big viewing numbers that could happen tonight if you look at where past debates have been. So for Vice President Harris, it could be a critical night in her political career. She's only been the Democratic presidential nominee for about a month. She has not been tested this cycle by primary debates, although she did 4 of them last cycle. So she has this opportunity to tell the country more about what kind of president she would be, who she would be as commander-in-chief. On the flip side of things, you've got former President Trump looking to recover from a summer, at least a late summer period, where he saw his opponent drop out, his lead in the polls, as you just saw from Steve Kornacki, shrink just a bit. This enthusiasm generated by Kamala Harris taking the top of the ticket, and now the race looking a lot like it did in July. Jump ball. I want to bring in now Shira Stein, Washington correspondent for the San Francisco Chronicle, and NBC News chief Washington correspondent Andrea Mitchell. Thank you both for being with us from a place that I know and love, and that's Philadelphia. Andrea, let me start with you because you know presidential debates. You've seen some of these close races before. Can you talk us through whether tonight feels different to you and why?
There's so little time left. This is the one and only, perhaps, matchup. These two people haven't even met because Donald Trump, breaking all precedent, refused to go to the inaugural because he wasn't recognizing the Biden election. They have never so much as spotted each other, known each other in Congress in any other context. So this is the first time, and he has a record of being very disparaging, dismissive in the last 48 hours of women candidates of her. So that is a big challenge for her. It's to her advantage, according to his people and the Harris people, if he does unleash the vitriol and the personal attacks. But then she has a big opportunity, if he is very well disciplined, to define herself. And the latest polls show that people just don't know what her policies are. She has to walk this tightrope between sort of observing and respecting the legacy of Joe Biden, not disparaging him, not being disloyal, taking credit for it, but moving on, looking forward, and distinguishing herself. That's going to be hard to do without being rude to Joe Biden. And she hasn't defined what she would do, specific policies. They know more about her because of the DNC, those who saw it. They don't know exactly what she would do on the economy in particular.
Shira, let me turn to you here because you have followed, have covered Kamala Harris since she was sort of in these local state races in California. She's done debates. She did one in, of course, 2010. There were some interesting moments there where she let her opponent's awkward moment hang when he was asked if he would double dip, for example, take a salary both in his federal job and his state job and a different job he had. And she said, hey, she let him talk. Happened again in 2016 when her opponent rather awkwardly did like a dab, essentially. She let that moment hang. She has experience on debate stages, on smaller stages, not a national stage here. Talk me through what you're going to be looking for tonight from somebody who has done 4 presidential primary debates, has done 1 vice presidential debate, of course, in the last cycle. What's your sense?
Hallie, basically what I'm going to be looking for tonight is for Harris to make her point on policies, not to get caught up in any attacks that Trump might get on her. And for him, the test is really going to be, does he focus on the lines of attacks that work for him on her, that she's too far of a liberal, that her policies are bad, tying her to what Republicans see as this current administration's failed policies. If both of them manage to do that, they'll both come out looking pretty good. Now, I'm not so sure that he'll manage to stick to that. And when it comes to her, she has managed to get some really good viral moments with some specific one-liners. It's going to be really interesting to see if she manages to get any of those moments in. As I'm sure you've mentioned, the issue of the hot mics is something that her team really, really fought for, and that could lead to a problem if she's not able to goad him into losing his cool and then shoot off a cute little one-liner like she normally does.
We'll talk about some of the issues, too, here, Shira, because you look at the issue of reproductive rights, and Andrea, I want to ask you about this, too, but a number of voters, especially women in some of these key battleground states, and you know Pennsylvania is one of them, say that abortion is going to be key for them. Second most important issue overall in some polling, more so for women voters than men by a large margin, as we take a look at the gender gap that exists in this race. I think it is the expectation of many people that Kamala Harris is going to try to go on offense on this issue of reproductive rights. What does she need to do on that front, Shira, to make that effective?
She needs to tie him to a lot of the extremist policies. She's been pretty effective. Reproductive rights is one of the issues that she has worked on the longest, the strongest on. And so as long as she's able to tie him to extremist policies, or what she will say is extremist policies when he talks about abortion, in terms of how many weeks you can get an abortion up until, can you access the abortion pill, mifepristone, can you access contraceptives, those kinds of issues will be really key for her, and I expect her to largely succeed on that point. I'm also going to be curious to see how much she talks about the care economy. That's something that she's talked a lot about. It's something that polls really well with both Republicans, Democrats, and independents. So I'm looking to see if she brings that up tonight as well.
Okay, so care economy. Andrew, you talked about economy. We talked about reproductive rights. We know housing costs is something that is likely to come up because Kamala Harris has been talking a lot about that too. Immigration as well, from the perspective of former President Trump. His campaign believes that she has weakness here. They see a political liability in her handling of the Northern Triangle, in her role handling some of the root causes of the migrant crisis here. Andrea, how does she prepare against an attack like that?
The best thing she could do, and that is her biggest vulnerability in the polling, it's immigration, but substantively it's the economy, but substantively it is immigration. Look, the best thing she can do is say that there would have been a border bill from a conservative Oklahoma senator, a bipartisan bill that Donald Trump tanked, and that was a border enforcement bill as well as reforming a lot of the procedures down there and putting a lot more money down at the border. So I think that's the best she can do, that he obstructed the one chance for bipartisan action on immigration.
Andrea Mitchell, Shira Stein, good to see both of you. Thank you very much. Coming up, we're going to have a lot more coverage of this first debate right here on NBC News Now. And by the way, when that debate begins just about 2.5 hours from now, you can watch it exactly how you're watching now, on TV, online, on your phone. It will be right here on NBC News and NBC News Now. We're going to have much more from Philly coming up, but we're also going to take you down south. Why? Because the Gulf Coast, parts of it are under mandatory evacuation orders as a tropical storm is set to hit as a hurricane in the next 24 hours, a story we're also watching closely. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on.
Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We are getting closer to that big showdown. We're so close, and I'm just like in my notes. I can't stop looking at our Slacks, at my texts, because that is how quickly things are coming in as we are getting closer and closer to debate night in Philadelphia. But you know what else is getting closer and closer? The potential for a massive tropical storm, potentially a hurricane, to make landfall along the Gulf Coast. We want to get a quick check on that because we got some new National Hurricane Center updates just about 90 minutes ago. Bill Cairns, our meteorologist, is joining us now. It's not a hurricane yet, Bill, right? But people in Louisiana are already getting ready. They've got evacuation orders in place in some parts of that state. Talk us through it.
Yeah, and every storm is different because of where the topography of the land that it makes landfall. So let me get into this a little bit. First off, here's the storm surge forecast. Number one thing we typically talk about is storm surge. That's usually the thing that takes the most lives. When a category 1, what we're expecting, we're not going to have a crazy, huge storm surge. Plus, this isn't beaches. This is swampland. But this area from 5 to 10 feet is of greatest concern. That's going to be just to the right of wherever that center makes landfall. And that looks to be somewhere close to Morgan City. So let's focus in on this. Here's the New Orleans area. And let's zoom in closer. There's water everywhere in southern Louisiana. So here's Morgan City. I mean, look at these rivers and tributaries and, little mini lakes that are in this area. So a lot of southern Louisiana, after Katrina and other massive floods, they invested a ton of money in the levee system to protect all of the communities like Morgan City and Wilson's Landing and Patterson. So they're going to get possibly a 5 to 10 foot storm surge. But the levees have been built up significantly higher over the years because of the numerous floods. The levee in Morgan City is 20 feet. So this storm is not going to flood the city. They don't have to worry about that. This is not an area that's in trouble. But there's other smaller communities that do not have a levee system like that. I just want to show you one, Hallie, up the river here. A lot of small communities like Wickahook. These are the people that have evacuated already that have, don't have the levee systems to protect them. So just something to watch as we go through tomorrow, as we expect this to be a Category 1, maybe a Category 2 hurricane at this time tomorrow, making landfall.
All right, Bill, you know where you're going to be this time tomorrow. Right back with us on the show right here on NBC. Thank you, Bill. Let's take you back to Philadelphia now because we are getting closer and closer to a debate that could potentially be a factor for at least some voters in 7 key battleground states. With this race, do I need to say it again? It is close, folks. One of those states is Michigan, where polls show VP Harris leading former President Trump by just a percentage point, but that is well inside the margin of error. Shaq Brewster is in Grand Rapids for us tonight, and I'm super curious, Shaq, when you're talking with people out there, are they planning to watch? Do they care? Have they decided on a candidate yet? Walk me through it.
Yeah, Hallie, I was actually surprised to hear the amount of voters who told me that they do plan on watching it or at least catching up with the highlights afterwards or when you get to tomorrow. And that's especially the case among those undecided voters or at least people who are torn, struggling to make that decision. This county specifically is one where you saw Donald Trump win it in 2016, but President Biden flipped it in 2020. It's been trending toward the Democrats. So I went to a farmer's market earlier today and just asked people, are you planning to watch the debate and what do you want to hear? Here's some of those conversations. Sounds like you're leaning towards supporting the vice president. What are those issues that you want to hear her emphasize?
I want to hear about health care. I want to hear about the economy. And just that she's going to bring a broad perspective.
I just want to know what each candidate has to say for themselves.
You voted for Trump in the past, but it sounds like Vice President Harris has the ability to win your vote tonight.
Yeah, I want to feel like she would be a good leader.
There was a pattern that I found in my conversations, no matter who they said they were supporting. A lot of eyes are on the vice president. They want to hear more from her, even if they like her, and that's why they want to hear more from her. For Donald Trump, a lot of it, even among his strongest supporters, is they just want him to behave, essentially. They want to see a civil debate, and we'll see if we get that later this evening, Hallie.
Did anything surprise you, Shaq? Or let me say, what surprised you the most from what you heard from people today? I'm curious.
Yeah, I think the one thing that surprised me the most is the fact that you have people who are undecided still. And, it makes sense because things have changed up here a little bit when you look at the top of the ticket. But it changes what they're undecided about. Many people said that it's not just, the economy. It's also about temperament. They want to hear more, and it varies in how they get their information. And it's not clear that this debate will be the ultimate factor that changes it. But it's really the talk afterwards that could really make a difference.
Shaq Brewster. Shaq, we're glad to see you. Thank you out there amongst the people. More to come from you, I know. When we come back, more to come from us as well. Two people who know these candidates well, telling us what they think about the strategy tonight and what they're hearing behind the scenes. That's next.
Democracy is happening now.
They are energized by the idea that this is a real fight. People were on their feet. Folks were fired up here.
The only voice that really matters are the voice of the voters.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
For the very latest on the 2024 election, get the NBC News app, your trusted source for the latest breaking news, analysis, on-the-ground reporting, and newsmaker interviews. Download the NBC News app now.
Former President Donald Trump is now on the ground in Philadelphia. There's his plane coming in for a landing as we're just 2.5 hours away from that debate with Vice President Harris. And that is, of course, where we are in our live coverage tonight in the great city of Philadelphia, in the critical battleground of Pennsylvania. Let me bring in a couple of folks who know these candidates well. Former President Trump's 2020 campaign director of communications, Mark Lotter, and the vice president's former chief spokesperson, Simone Sanders Townsend, also the host of The Weekend on MSNBC. And Simone, you're with me in New York. Let me go to you first. Mark, we'll get to you in a second. But Simone, talk me through some of the VP's biggest challenges, because one of them seems to be people want to know more about her, right? You're looking at this new poll out today saying, or out this weekend, that about 3 in 10 Americans say they need to learn more about who she is. There's this new op-ed out just tonight from former New Jersey Governor Chris Christie, who says, not voting for Donald Trump, who says, I'll be honest, I don't have much of an opinion of Vice President Harris yet because I don't know her well. He says, if she's an unknown quantity to me, you can bet she's one to countless Americans. What does she need to do?
Well, first of all, for the elected officials, and I love Chris Christie, that's my bestie. It is for folks like Chris Christie not to know who say he doesn't know a lot about her.
He knows her name.
He knows her name, right, but not a lot about her. That goes to how I think Claire McCaskill has described it as how a number of people within the Beltway and outside underestimated the vice president. I think that some people were actually quite dismissive of her, and now that she is at the top of the ticket and literally could be the difference between not just winning the presidency, but for folks winning back, Democrats winning back keeping the Senate and winning back the House, it's like, oh, well, maybe I should learn more about. Maybe there's something here. Obviously, there's something there. Look, what is happening in the polls is what people are saying out there, real regular folk, okay, are saying out there. The people that are talking to Shaq Brewster. And when they say, oh, I want to know more about her, what they're saying is, I want to understand her values. People, yes, they feel like they know who Donald Trump is, so much so that they declined to reelect him in every election that he has been on the ballot in since he won in 2016. So part of what she needs to do tonight is remind voters of that you know who Donald Trump is, and you know what he comes with. And when people remember that, they're like, oh, yeah, actually, some people who don't like that, they're like, okay, I need to vote against him. But then she needs to also talk about herself, not just, that she was a prosecutor, she took on the cartels. Yes, she has to weave in her professional bio, but her personal bio as well.
Okay, so I talked to one Democratic strategist tonight who said to me, and I'm paraphrasing here, basically, maybe it's not that deep. that maybe people are turning on and they're going to make this binary decision.
No.
Should she be a commander-in-chief or not?
Let me tell you, these people who are sitting in the strategist seats, you have to talk to real regular people. They care about the policy. They absolutely, when I'm talking out there talking to voters, they care about the policy for sure. But they also they say, I don't really know much about her. And when that is translated to, I don't know who she is. What are her values? Like Donald Trump is attacking her, saying she's not really black. He is saying all these things about her. What are her values? I understand that she is an accomplished elected official. I understand that she's, strong.
The vice president of the United States.
Yes, I understand she's a vice president, but I want to know about her. So when she talks about her record and juxtaposes herself between Donald Trump, she also has to talk about her middle class upbringing. Talk about she took on the big banks because she watched her mom buy her first house and she thought of her mother in that moment when she was faced with what to do for the homeowners in California.
So then, Mark, all of this said, what do you believe, as somebody who knows Donald Trump well, as somebody who has obviously been in the orbit of debate prep previously, what is former President Trump's biggest liability, his biggest weakness tonight, in your view?
Well, I think the biggest challenge is that he needs to make sure that he also defines Kamala Harris. If there's 1/4 of the people out there who say they don't know enough about her, then they need to know about some of her radical positions like decriminalizing illegal immigration, decriminalizing drugs, defund the police. She's even out there this weekend. We're finding out about a 2019 survey where she talked about taxpayer-funded transition surgeries for inmates and for illegal immigrants. So a lot of these radical positions that she has taken in the past, he needs to take the opportunity to press her on. And then if she tries to walk back, well, I thought you said your values haven't changed. And then on the second side of it, he needs to remind people at home, and none of the rest of this stuff matters. Gas and groceries cost more. The border's wide open. Kamala was the tie-breaking vote on the Inflation Reduction Act, the American Rescue Plan. They opened the border. She was the border czar. Things were cheaper. Things were safer when he was in the White House.
Okay, well, let me ask you a couple of things, because you talk about political liability here, what a political weakness is. You've said a lot about Vice President Harris here. I have to ask you about reproductive rights, because this is an issue that is on the ballot potentially in 10, 12 states coming up in November. And you look at a place like Missouri, where former President Trump has more than half the voters there want to see former President Trump win in that state. And yet, with a ballot initiative there that is going to be on the ballot as of a court ruling today, more than half of the voters want to see protections reinstated for reproductive rights. And I use that example because I think it illustrates the challenge that Donald Trump has here between where most of America is and where some in the base of his party are. How does he handle that tonight? And do you see that as a vulnerability as well?
Well, I think he can turn it into an asset if he leans into the fact that this is democracy. He has said that he thought some states went too far and that the voters, either through ballot initiatives or their state elected officials, would have to find some common ground, some middle ground. And we're seeing that play out. And so that, I think, is the thing that he can actually say. For decades, lawyers on both sides of the aisle, including the late Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg, thought the law, even though she supported the policy, thought that Roe was decided incorrectly on the law. This lets lawmakers, legislators make these decisions. Let the voters have their say. Donald Trump has said where he thinks things are too far and where things are not far enough. And the voters are doing that right now as well.
Yeah, I think this is a good example of what Vice President Harris is going to have to do tonight on the stage. Some of the things that Donald Trump will say, you can't respond to every single thing. She cannot fact check him and walk him down on everything. But on this, he has said, well, I think some of the states went too far. Which ones? You say you don't support Project 2025. What parts of Project 2025 don't you support? Do you not support abolishing the Department of Education? Do you not support changing it to the Department of Life? Do you not support? Like, she has to go down the list, because I do think that the former president has gotten away with these broad statements that are not anchored to any of the facts, if you will.
Simone Sanders, Mark Lauder, thank you both very much. This is only the beginning of our many conversations throughout the evening, because we're going to have a lot of coverage tonight of that first debate between the vice president and the former president, including how they plan to address the top issue for voters, and that's the economy. Stay with us.
fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Top story live from Paris, live in Tel Aviv. We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
So here we are, just about, looking at my clock, 2 hours and change away from the start of that first presidential debate in this era of this presidential campaign between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. I think we just had a live shot. We'll see if we have it up, of the former president landing in the great city of Philadelphia. You see it there. That's the door open. I'm asking my control room, have we seen him walk out yet, or we're still waiting? I think we're still waiting for him to walk out. We'll see if he walks over to the cameras. We'll see if he says anything. We'll see what he does. He is now just getting to Pennsylvania for the first time here in this sort of run up to the debate. Vice President Harris has been here for a number of days out west in Pittsburgh. That's where she hunkered down to prep. Both of them obviously doing these policy sessions, doing these debate prep sessions that look a little bit different because of their different styles, because of the way that they are both handling these things. But you know, one issue has probably come up for both of them again and again, and that is the economy. You know why? Because it comes up for voters again and again. They care. This matters to them. They want to see their money, obviously, front and center here. You can see some of the numbers here. The most important issue in deciding your vote, the economy here, far and away by double digits. Mark Short is a political advisor, the former chief of staff to former Vice President Mike Pence. Mark, thank you for joining us. Before we get to the economy, Mike Pence was the last person to debate Kamala Harris. How did you prep for that?
Well, Mike's pretty meticulous in this, and so we did 3 90-minute sessions that were not interrupted with, stand-ins playing the role of Kamala Harris. And I think he's very much deep into the policy, and I think that full preparation prepared him well.
We're 4 years past that now. What made him nervous? What made you nervous about going up against, of course, then Senator Harris?
Well, look.
Be honest. Be real. We're well past it. You can tell me the real deal.
I think that she's obviously an experienced prosecutor. I think you'd seen it as a senator. She'd had plenty of hearings where she put witnesses in difficult positions. But I think also, Hallie, the reality is I think debating minority female, there's always going to be the position I think she wanted of being able to say, hey, I'm talking now, which I think presents a challenge. So I think that optic of how far can you go in being critical of her, I think, was a question, too.
Do you believe, given your time in and around the White House, that former President Trump is grappling with some of those same issues?
I would imagine so. Yeah, I would think so.
Okay. I want to look at here who's coming off the plane here. And forgive me, Mark, we're going to pivot to this for a second. Tulsi Gabbard, Matt Gaetz, we know they've been helping with prep. Their senior advisor, Jason Miller, Boris Epstein coming out here as well. These are the folks that have been around him doing the prep, helping him get ready. They like to sort of say, he does interviews, that's his prep. He's been doing like real policy sessions. What do you make of this?
I think
you know these folks. These are your
I think both sides have kind of built up expectations, right?
I
mean, you hear the Harris campaign say we've been hunkered down in Pittsburgh all week.
They also cast her as the underdog, saying, hey, this is her first presidential election.
Trump team say, hey, he's taking it more seriously this time. It's been more intensive debate prep. I kind of doubt it, but I think they've both raised expectations for performance tonight.
So what are you looking for tonight? I know the economy is of particular interest to you. Frequent eagle-eyed viewers will notice of NBC News Now that you're often on CNBC talking about this. What are you watching for?
Well, I think if you're actually having a substantive debate on the policy, I think that that Harris has more vulnerabilities because Americans are unhappy with inflation, unhappy with the border situation, and I think Trump can prosecute that. But the question is, will he? He doesn't like going deep on policy either. He prefers to be personal. And so if he actually sticks to the policy, I think that's in his favor. But I question that's really what's going to happen.
So which Donald Trump shows up tonight?
Is there a different one? I mean, what do you mean, which one? There's
well, wait a second. Two things can be same guy, right? Different flavors, perhaps, because let's talk about that, right? Because at many debates, and I've said that two things can be true. He's meandering, erratic. He's prone to personal insults. He's prone to personal attacks. He also has the ability, as we saw in June, to let an opponent unravel themselves, as President Biden did.
Well, I mean, I think that's a pretty low bar. It would have been pretty foolish.
I don't disagree. I'm saying we talk about asymmetrical expectations here.
Look, I think that he is far smarter than people anticipate. I think he can be disciplined, Hallie, but I think he's also an entertainer. And so I think that he doesn't really get deep into the policy. He likes to be more of the entertainer in the room. And I think having no audience probably helps him in that sense, because I think if there is an audience, that's where he can be playing to the audience as opposed to sticking perhaps to policy issues.
Tara Palmieri has joined us as well. And Tara, I want to bring you into the conversation. But before I do, Mark, would you consider yourself a never Trumper now?
No, I would not consider myself a never Trumper. I was proud to serve as administration. I was proud for the things that were accomplished. I do think that the events of
You going to vote for him?
I think the events of January 6th were tragic, and I think that anybody who puts himself above the Constitution, as conservatives, we should first and foremost believe in the rule of law.
I don't want to put you on the spot, but I will ask, as former President Trump walks out now, as he is here in Philadelphia, there he is, suit, red tie, he's getting ready. He is just now 2 hours away from this first presidential debate. Aides, those around him, say he's ready. He told our colleague Garrett Hake this morning that he's feeling good. He's ready to go here as he walks over. We'll see if he comes to the cameras. I ask if you plan to back him because Liz Cheney does not, for example. Dick Cheney does not. You've got this group, this country. We talked to Anthony Scaramucci. We talked to Steph Grisham. I know you're going to maybe roll your eyes on some of this, but they are not backing former President Trump here.
I don't put myself in their camp.
Okay. What do you think about moderate Republicans, conservatives who may have some beef with the way that the former president obviously handled those issues around January 6th, his repeated claims of election fraud, his lies about election fraud?
I think they're up for grabs, especially in Georgia, right? I mean, these are the Republicans that voted for Brian Kemp and don't have interest in voting for Donald Trump. These are most likely the, moderate, college-educated swing voting dads that are possibly up for grabs. If there's any men that there are to win for Donald Trump, that would be the group, and they're probably likely Nikki Haley voters. So, an endorsement from Liz Cheney to Kamala Harris, I think that goes a long way for her. As many people as she can get, giving her some sort of credibility from conservative world, I think that helps her because she needs to win swing voters over. She can't be seen as a lefty liberal, and that's what Trump is trying to do right now. And the polls are showing that she's seen as too liberal. So anyone who is conservative bona fides, vouching for her, that's a good thing.
Mr. Trump there pulling off in the motorcade, landing in Philly. He is likely headed to that debate site where he will get ready just 2 hours from now. This is a live shot here on the tarmac in Philly. I can't help but notice a smirk. Would you like to share with the class?
I don't think Liz Cheney's endorsement matters to many people. I agree with Tara that I think that Trump is basically a known commodity, and there's not going to be that many different voters who are undecided on him. I think there's a lot more to gain for Kamala Harris and a lot more to lose for Kamala Harris tonight because she's the one that needs to be defined.
Mark Short, forgive me. We've blown through all our breaks. The magic of television means we're trying to get Vaughn Hilliard here over to the table and sneak you off in a graceful and elegant manner, which we will, in fact, do.
I can exit gracefully.
Thank you, Mark. As we were looking there at that live shot, let me pull up some of the video, too, from earlier today. Stand by. Hang on. We can do this without you having to be, the whole thing. Chill, man. Okay. We talk about former President Trump. We know he's there. We know that Vice President Harris is there. One of the issues that has come up, Tara, is that over-prepping. We've heard some folks on the Trump side sort of say maybe she's too prepped, et cetera. He likes to be loose, so and so. How do you see that?
I mean, yeah, there's always going to be the concern that any candidate is over-prepped or overcooked. Or it's the whole question is, do they seem inauthentic, right? And that is, you want to seem sincere. You don't want to seem like you showed up with a bunch of notes in your head and you're just reading them off. And
there's like a nexus to TV, right? What do we say every single day when we come in the air? Be a normal person.
Oh, yeah.
Like, that's it, right? Cool. Like, just be normal. But it's hard to do when you're in front of a big audience.
Absolutely.
For anybody.
This is like the biggest moment of her life. I mean, you could look back at the VP debate, and that was so low stakes compared to this. She was sitting. I mean, even just the nature of it all.
Yeah, that's right.
It's a relaxing pose, and now she's going to be probably in highest heels, which is what I was told from her advisors, because she's 5'4", he's 6'3".
That's interesting.
The optics, just looking at the two of them, you don't want to seem diminutive compared to a man. And that's probably part of the reason why they aren't going to shake hands, even though, as we know, candidates haven't shaken hands since 2016.
That's right. That went away in COVID.
Right. But still, it's just, there's also just the optics to think about. And you want to seem cool. And if she's going to try to win over voters, she can't seem like she's been rehearsed. She has to seem authentic.
Speaking of normal people, one of my favorite normal people, Vaughn Hilliard, has joined us now here, too. It's interesting. Our colleague John Allen, as Tara's talking about some of these moments, because it is, as you've been saying, it's substance and it's style. Our colleague John Allen wrote about Hillary Clinton's debate prep back in 2016 against former President Trump. Philippe Reines, who is back playing a role in debate prep now. practiced these greetings, going in for like an awkward hug? What if he ignored her completely? I mean, they ran through various scenarios based on John's reporting with his co-author for their book of how that moment would go down. These tone setters could matter for how this debate unfolds.
Right. And if I may, what is unique about Kamala Harris, I covered Trump now and have really day-to-day for the last 2 years. But in 2019, I was actually assigned to covering Kamala Harris day-to-day. And I was going around Iowa.
Because you were the embed. I mean, we were covering the Trump campaign since 2015, Vaughn.
And I covered Democrats for a little portion there. And that was to cover Kamala Harris. Day-to-day, went across Iowa, New Hampshire with her. And the part about Kamala Harris is that she had been preparing to debate Donald Trump ever since 2019. In front of hundreds, thousands of people, she would talk about she would be the one to prosecute the case against Donald Trump on a debate stage. She said that she would go toe-to-toe with him on policy, on what it means to unify America. And everywhere she went, that was her message. And almost every single voter I talked to, they were questioning, she didn't have the biography or the history of Elizabeth Warren, Bernie Sanders, or Joe Biden. But voter after voter told me that they were interested in her because they thought that she could separate the Democratic Party from Donald Trump as an entity. This is her moment. 5 years later, what she visualized on campaign stage after campaign stage in 2019.
So you're saying she manifested it?
Manifested it. And if she was ready in 2019, I would expect that she'd be ready for this moment in 2020.
Okay, so for both of you, as we get closer to now to the exact 2-hour mark before this debate begins, what is we've been teeing up to this debate for how long? I mean, since they agreed to it, right? What is something that you haven't said on television that you think we should be thinking about? What haven't you written about that's in your notebook that you're going to...
I was thinking about this the other day. So when Kamala Harris had her first, she announced she was running for president, and it was just like such an overwhelming... I mean, the crowd was like overwhelming in California.
When she came out in that first...
Yeah, she had a great showing, right? It was much like the rollout for this campaign. And I remember one of the Trump advisors...
You're talking about in 2019? Yeah, okay.
I remember one of Trump's advisors saying to me, oh my God, we're terrified of that woman. Like that would be their worst fear, would be having Donald Trump up against a black woman who is that charismatic and that persuasive. And at that point, she was not, last in the polls. I mean, she was just coming out, and I think she was really, she was really in her moment, and people were giving her a look. And yeah, they were terrified of how he would react to her. And so it's just kind of amazing that I think back to this, and I thought about it this morning, and I was like, let's see how it works out. So is there something to this gut feeling they all have?
And exactly to Tara's point there, this has been a long conversation. How much do you focus on Donald Trump, right? Back in 2019, I know we keep going back in history here, but there was a lot of conversation for Democrats at the time, like how much do you focus on Donald Trump versus focusing on the future and policy and how you can make people's lives better? Kamala Harris was somebody who never shied away from talking about Donald Trump directly, and that played into the Trump advisors' fears at those time of the day that they may have to take her on.
Vaughn Hilliard, Tara Palmieri, we're so glad to have you both. What a great conversation. It's going to be a fascinating night, and we're going to have every minute of it covered right here on NBC News Now. We've got more coverage picking up right now.
Tonight, a historic and highly anticipated matchup just hours away.
She's not a good debater. She's not a smart person.
If you got something to say,
Former President Donald Trump and Vice President Kamala Harris coming face to face for the first time ever, preparing to battle it out on the debate stage.
Mr. Vice President, I'm speaking. I'm speaking.
The former president hoping to derail Harris's momentum. Will he revert to personal attacks?
Just don't ever use the word smart with me. No puppet. No puppet.
And it's pretty clear.
You're the puppet.
Or deliver another knockout punch.
I really don't know what he said at the end of that sentence. I don't think he knows what he said either.
In an unscripted test for Vice President Harris, will she be able to clearly define herself and her policy while going on the offense against Trump?
Donald Trump does not care about border security. He only cares about himself.
Over the course of 90 minutes, the two will face off over key issues, including the economy, abortion rights, immigration, and two wars overseas. With millions watching, how will the candidates use this opportunity to appeal to undecided voters?
Comrade Harris, you're fired. Get out of here.
As both campaigns enter the home stretch of an extremely tight race, this high-stakes moment couldn't come at a more critical time.
Well, Tim and I have a message for Trump. We're not going back.
Could this debate shift the state of the race for the White House once again?
From NBC News, countdown to the presidential debate. Live from Philadelphia, here's Tom Yamas.
And good evening. In less than 2 hours, millions will see Vice President Harris and former President Trump go head-to-head. We are live tonight from the spin room just around us here, a few blocks away from the debate hall. This room will be packed when the debate is over. Surrogates from both sides making their case of who won this showdown. And we want to take a live look at the debate hall right now. This is where that showdown is going to take place. This, of course, the spin room right here, as I was talking about that earlier. The stage is set and the countdown is on. Former President Trump and Vice President Harris will stand behind the podiums. That's a live look right now at the set of what is going to happen and where the debate is going to take place. The two podiums side by side there. Former President Trump won the virtual coin toss, so his campaign chose to select the order of closing statements, and they decided on having the final word. That means that Vice President Harris got to select podium placement. She will appear on the right and Trump on the left. Here are some of the ground rules for tonight's debate. The debate will be 90 minutes with 2 commercial breaks. There will be no live audience. Microphones will be muted when a candidate is not talking. No pre-written notes will be allowed, and campaign staff cannot interact with the candidates. So these are just some of the rules. There is a lot on the line tonight, and what could be the most watched moment with just 55 days to go until the election. At this point, it's anyone's race. New polling shows the two locked in a dead heat, these results falling within the margin of error. But we're also tracking another breaking story at this hour. Tropical storm Francine, look at it right here, is barreling towards the Gulf Coast and is expected to intensify into a hurricane. The storm taking aim at New Orleans, which is now under a hurricane watch. The outer bands already lashing at the coastline, the region bracing for life-threatening storm surge, flash flooding, and destructive winds. Let's get right to NBC meteorologist Bill Cairns with the latest track and the timing. So, Bill, walk us through what we can expect and the latest on the storm.
Yeah, Tom, 24 hours from now, we will be talking about the landfall of the storm somewhere in Louisiana south of New Orleans. And a couple things have changed today. First off, the storm did not get as strong as anticipated. It's still trying, but it sucked in some dry air. So that's why it's still only a tropical storm. It should become a hurricane later on tonight into early tomorrow morning. And then it will have all day tomorrow before landfall to try to intensify. So right now, 65-mile-per-hour winds. The Hurricane Center forecast does have it getting up to a strong Category 1, maybe a low-end Category 2 at that landfall, which will be sometime likely right around maybe 5 to 9 p.m. local time here in southern Louisiana. So now we're trying to pinpoint what communities are going to get the worst wind damage, and that's will be near the center of the storm. The black line is the Hurricane Center forecast, but notice a lot of the lines are to the right of that, towards Morgan City or Houma, near LaPlace. All of a sudden, we're getting closer to New Orleans here. So in between Baton Rouge and New Orleans is most likely a heavily populated area is going to have to go through the core of this storm, which will mean a lot of power outages guaranteed no matter what path this storm takes. Max wind gusts will be up there somewhere between 60 to 70, maybe 80 miles per hour. Of course, with all the rain, it poured again today. It's poured last week, and now we're going to get an additional 3 to 8 inches in this area, maybe up to a foot isolated. So we're going to have significant river flooding and flash flooding issues. And then, of course, we also, Tom, with all these storms, we get storm surge issues too, 5 to 10 feet to the right of that center. So the big wild card, how strong can this storm get in the next 24 hours over the warm waters of the northern Gulf of Mexico?
Bill, I was going to ask you about that ground there in southern Louisiana, and as you said, it is saturated right now, which is sort of a worst-case scenario for them. The good news is that this is not one of the most powerful hurricanes to hit New Orleans, at least not in the last decade. I do want to ask you, sometimes people can be taken surprise by these hurricanes. How much time did emergency responders have and meteorologists have to sort of track this hurricane or this tropical storm as it came up the Gulf Coast?
Yeah, this is not a storm that's out in the Atlantic that took 7 days to get here, and we were talking about it forever. This just formed 2 days ago in the Gulf. So when storms form close to the U.S. coastline, Tom, emergency managers don't get as much prep time as they would like. But that's our reality when we have so much coastal area for the eastern United States. These storms can form right along the coast. So, 48 hours hopefully is enough time, especially since this one's not going to be a major hurricane.
All right, Bill Cairns leading us off here. All right, Bill, we're watching two big stories, obviously, that hurricane forming there in the Gulf and, of course, the debate. With Francine taking aim at Louisiana, I want to turn now to Jesse Kirsch, who's actually tracking the storm from a rainy New Orleans tonight. Jesse, talk to us about if people are taking this storm seriously out there in southern Louisiana. They're very used to storm systems. They get hit with storms all summer. Are they taking this one seriously?
Yeah, no question they are, Tom. We saw people lining up in their cars around the block at a city sandbag distribution earlier today. And just picking back off of what our colleague Bill Cairns was just talking about there, the lack of time to be able to prepare here compared to other storms, right? How quickly this thing is developing and getting to shore. Someone from the city council here in New Orleans told me that city sandbag distribution began today. Just gives you an idea. Again, we're talking about landfall expected sometime late tomorrow, right? So the day before, that's when the city sandbag distribution began. And that just speaks to the short time frame from development of the storm to getting people the opportunity to be able to prepare here. I spoke with someone who was collecting sandbags for his family. He said their plan was to bunker down. They were going to have people over for a hurricane party, effectively, is how he put it. That's something that people, do when they live in these kinds of storm zones. And that's what officials want people to do, is to be staying indoors. Officials here in New Orleans are stressing for people to finish their preparations ahead of the storm tonight, Tom.
Yes, we were down there in 2021 when Hurricane Ida slammed into Louisiana. It came ashore as a Category 4, obviously a much larger storm than what we're talking about with Francine, but it did so much damage to the infrastructure, right? Electricity was out for weeks, I think almost a month, in certain suburbs around New Orleans. What's the biggest concern with Francine?
Yeah, so what we're looking at with Francine is the potential for 3 to 5 feet of storm surge, flooding, and even possibly tornadoes as we're waiting for landfall tomorrow here in New Orleans, Tom. However, like you mentioned, this is a very different storm. You can hear we're starting to get the wind gusts picking up here. And again, we are about a day from landfall, according to our colleague Bill. But to the point about Category 4 for Ida, this is expected to be around a Category 1 storm. So we're looking about much weaker wind gusts from this storm. And additionally, this storm is not expected to linger. It is expected to sweep across Louisiana relatively quickly, and that means there won't be as much rainfall dumping on this region, Tom.
All right, Jesse Kirsch and his team there in New Orleans waiting for landfall of Tropical Storm Francine, which we think will become a hurricane very soon. We thank you for that. We're going to stay monitoring that storm, but we're going to return now to our special coverage of the presidential debate between Vice President Harris and former President Trump. I want to bring in my good friends Peter Alexander and Dasha Burns, who have been following both these campaigns closely. Peter, I'm going to start with you. What have you been hearing from the Harris campaign ahead of tonight's showdown?
Well, the best sort of direct line we have to Kamala Harris right now is actually through President Biden. We heard from him just a short time ago saying that he spoke to Kamala Harris. In his words, she is calm, cool, and collected. He said he gave her some advice, wouldn't share what that is, but said that she's going to do great. You can see right now we're in the spin room where a lot of Kamala Harris's allies and Donald Trump's alike are going to sort of spin this in favor of their candidate no matter what happens here this evening. We know how she's been preparing over the course of the last several days, spending a lot of that time here in the state of Pennsylvania, specifically in Pittsburgh, where she was hunkered down with her team. They did a series of mock debate sessions, including a stage and TV lighting to give her that real experience that she will have when she's up on stage this evening. We know about a coin flip that's already taken place. Donald Trump won that. He'll deliver the closing, the last closing statement this evening. For Harris's part, though, she has watched, Tom, some of the past debates that Donald Trump has done. For her, it's her first general election presidential debate. This is actually his 7th. Of course, he did one with Joe Biden about 3 months ago. So a lot that's gone into this, watching the tapes, preparing for what she's going to say. And really one of the challenges, as we're told, is to sort of shrink your message into those 2-minute increments, Tom, that you get to try to communicate best to the American audience.
Yep, so many looking forward to this debate. All right, Peter, we thank you for that. Dasha, anything from the Trump side? Talk to us about his priorities here, right? I got to think that the #1 priority is to try to slow that Harris momentum she's gotten ever since she reached the top of the ticket and coming out of her convention.
Well, yeah, that's exactly right, Tom. His campaign is hoping that this marks the end of that honeymoon period that they believe she's been having. And look, the former president is focused on, his campaign's been preparing him to try to tie Harris to the Biden administration, try to feel accountable for the economy, for immigration, for some of the issues that voters have expressed frustration and that they've expressed that they feel that former President Trump is doing better on than Harris. The other thing that we're likely to see him try to do tonight, Tom, is remind voters some of what Harris said back in 2020, some of the positions she held when she was running for president back then that were further to the left than she is now. She's taken a more centrist position. He wants to try to paint her as just too liberal for some of those middle-of-the-road moderate swing voters that both of them are after right now. And the former president hasn't been doing the sort of mock debates, the intensive prep that Harris has been doing. But over the last couple of days, he has been hunkered down at Mar-a-Lago. He has become a little bit more serious about preparing. And he tells our Garrett Hake that he is feeling great. Tom?
All right, Dasha Burns and Peter Alexander, we thank you both in the spin room. We're going to be checking in with you throughout the night for an inside look right now at how Kamala Harris is preparing for tonight's high-stakes debate. I'm joined now by one of her close friends and allies, California Senator LaFonza Butler. Butler has known the vice president for 15 years, meeting her for the first time when Harris was district attorney of San Francisco and served as a senior advisor to her 2020 presidential campaign. Senator, we thank you so much for being here tonight. I was watching you looking at the pictures over the years. You smiled. You helped her prepare in 2020. How do you think she's preparing tonight?
Look, the vice president is taking this debate so seriously. I think that she is preparing with the kind of intention to speak to the American people directly about the kind of leadership that she wants to offer, the plans that her and Governor Walz would like to implement in response to so much that's going on in American families. And she is probably making sure that she's aware of all of the tactics and methods that former President Trump has debated with before.
Is she somebody that researches, that practices? You think she's been watching videos? I mean, does she really get into the prep?
She does. Look, she is a trained prosecutor. And so when you have someone's life in your hands, you actually take the time to gather all the facts. And that is what she's been doing. And I think we're going to see a debate that is about the issues important to the American people tonight.
So former President Trump likely to try to throw her off her game on issues like immigration, the economy, what's happening in places like Gaza and Ukraine. What are you worried about and what are you confident about when it comes to those issues?
Look, I am confident that the vice president is going to be ready tonight to talk to the American people. I am not worried about the former president's intention to throw her off her game. She is a mission-focused public servant. And I think that what I'm looking forward to is the invitation to those Americans who have not yet made up their mind and her speaking directly to those folks.
Senator, you mentioned that she's a former prosecutor, and some have said, some maybe smarter than me, have said that she's good at asking questions. She's not great at answering questions. She had this moment in the 2020 debates with Representative Tulsi Gabbard that I want to play for our viewers right now. Let's watch it. It's about a minute from that debate, and I want to get your reaction on the other end.
Sure.
Now, Senator Harris says she's proud of her record as a prosecutor and that she'll be a prosecutor president, but I'm deeply concerned about this record. There are too many examples to cite, but she put over 1,500 people in jail for marijuana violations and then laughed about it when she was asked if she ever smoked marijuana. She blocked evidence. She blocked evidence that would have freed an innocent man from death row until the courts forced her to do so. She kept people in prison beyond their sentences to use them as cheap labor for the state of California. And she fought to keep cash bail system in place that impacts poor people in the worst kind of way.
Thank you, Congresswoman. Senator Harris, your response.
As the elected Attorney General of California, I did the work of significantly reforming the criminal justice system of a state of 40 million people, which became a national model for the work that needs to be done. And I am proud of that work.
So we know that Representative Tulsi Gabbard is working with former President Trump in his debate prep, however he describes that debate prep. How do you think she'll react with a moment like that when it's not Tulsi Gabbard, but when it's somebody maybe even louder, like a former President Trump?
I think she's going to respond quite strong. This is a moment where we have seen in every debate that the former president has done, he's deeply experienced at it. There is a series of untruths that just come out at a torrent pace. I think the vice president is going to be very clear about what is the point that she wants to make to the American people. She's not going to be a fact checker. She's going to be a truth teller. And that's what we can expect from the vice president's performance tonight.
Some people have pointed out, especially Republicans, that the vice president has evolved on a lot of issues, right? Issues issues like fracking, issues like the border. And I remember in that 2020 campaign, you know, the progressives had a sort of stranglehold in the primaries on the party. And I don't want to say she ran from her record, but she wasn't leaning into the prosecutor side. She is now in a big way because crime is an issue in some parts of the country. Which Kamala Harris do you think we're going to see tonight?
You're going to see the exact same Kamala Harris that I've known for almost 15 years, someone who centers people, everyday people, at the center of her public service. She is, and I think we're going to again see tonight the kind of Kamala Harris and in her vice presidency that has been focused on what she can do for the most good, for the most people, and we are going to see a confident vice president who is prepared to move our country forward beyond the politics of hate and division, that can actually unify us towards a future that our generations deserve.
I'm seeing in our research from our great top story team that you spoke to Vice President Harris the day that President Biden stepped aside around that time. What can you tell our viewers about that conversation?
Look, I have known the vice president for many years, and what I will say of that conversation is her commitment to the American people in a moment that was unexpected for her, but definitely she was ready to step in to this leadership. She's never backed down from a challenge. She's never backed down from an opportunity to serve the American people.
Senator, get your crystal ball out. If your friend Vice President Harris wins, would you accept a position in her cabinet? Is there a position you'd want to work in her cabinet?
My focus is on winning this November, and if she came to you, my friend, and asked you to take a position in the cabinet, I'm sure you would consider it.
No, I would say I'm very happy at NBC. No, I would not say that. But Senator Butler, we thank you for being here. Appreciate it. Have a good debate, and we'll talk to you after, I'm sure. All right, for more on this debate, Meet the Press moderator Kristen Welker joins our special coverage live now. First things first, Kristen, you have moderated these debates. You know how hard they are, right? The microphones here are going to be muted. Only the moderators are allowed to ask questions. And as far as we know, there's not going to be real-time fact-checking. Does that make this a little easier to moderate? And is that better for the debate?
Well, look, the fact that the mics are going to be muted, we saw that during the June debate between former President Trump and President Biden, who was at the top of the ticket at the time. It certainly makes for a debate that is more in line. You, of course, don't have that crosstalk that you typically get. Now, you could argue that's a good thing. You could argue that's not such a good thing. The Harris campaign is arguing, hey, they wanted the mics to be unmuted so that she could engage in real time. What's, of course, notable is that it was the Biden campaign initially that asked for the mics to be muted, asked for there not to be an audience. But look, if you talk to some Democratic strategists, they believe that the mics being muted actually has helped Trump to look more presidential. So what will we see tonight? If there's a whole lot of crosstalk, Tom, I'll be curious to see if they actually unmute those microphones so that we can hear what they're saying. In terms of it being easier, I would not say that moderating any debate is easy. It is an immense amount of preparation. And then the challenge for the moderators, really, Tom, is to make sure that they're getting answers to their questions. So making sure that if they don't hear an answer, there are follow-up questions to try to really pin down and drill down on what they've asked. So I think that's going to be the challenge for the moderators tonight, Tom.
Kristen, what do you think a win looks like for both candidates?
Great question. Look, I think for former President Trump, I've been talking to a lot of his allies. They say they want him to stay focused on the policies. They want him to stay focused on tying Kamala Harris to the Biden record. They don't want him to engage in personal attacks. You saw former UN Ambassador Nikki Haley very forceful on that over the weekend and saying, look, stop attacking her personally because in her own words, even Republican women get their backs up when they hear those kinds of personal attacks. I also think a big win for him would be if he can address more directly the issue of reproductive rights. Where does he stand specifically? His stock answer is sort of that this is an issue for the states, but will he give more detail about where exactly he stands? As for Vice President Kamala Harris, look, she's got to explain, I think, in more detail. And if you talk to her allies, some of those flip-flops that she's had from when she was a candidate back in 2019 until becoming the vice presidential nominee with Joe Biden, and now, of course, the sitting vice president. And then the big one, Tom, Will she lay out for voters how a Harris administration would be different from a Biden administration? This may be her biggest challenge because she can't completely distance herself from the Biden agenda. She is a part of the administration, but a win, if you talk to her allies, is for her to make a case, create a vision in which she talks about the ways in which things would look different under a Harris administration, Tom.
Kristen Welker, I know we're going to be hearing from you all night long. We appreciate you joining our special coverage. For more on what we can expect from both candidates tonight, I want to bring in our political pros. Senator Claire McCaskill, who represented the great state of Missouri and is now an NBC News political analyst. Tricia McLaughlin, she's a former senior advisor and communications director on the Vivek Ramaswamy campaign. Hogan Gidley, former White House principal deputy press secretary during the Trump administration. And Michael Starr Hopkins, a Democratic strategist and former staffer on the Clinton and Obama campaigns. We thank you all for being here. Senator McCaskill, I'm going to start with you. So we've done one, if you're the Harris team, you've done one big interview with CNN, right? Since you got to the top of the ticket. No town halls, a lot of campaigning, but no unscripted moments. I got to think the pressure is on for her because this is the first time that Americans are going to have to see her really full frontal without any script.
Yeah, I think she'll do more interviews. I don't think the lack of a script is a problem for her. It was the best training ground for not having a script is a courtroom. Speaking as someone who did exactly what she did for many years, there is no script in the courtroom. You don't know what your witnesses are going to say. You don't know how the judge is going to rule. You don't know when you have to pivot. You don't know when you're going to have to adjust to something on the fly.
Yeah.
She knows how to do this. I don't think that's going to be the problem. I think the bigger problem is how she can be dismissive of him and make him smaller on the stage and make herself stronger.
You know, Tricia, I want to show you the latest national poll we have, which was the New York Times Siena poll, right? I'll put this up for our viewers here. And the survey here, and the Pew Research Center as well, you can see how deadlocked this race is. Both have this race essentially a dead heat, either well within the margin of error. And yet there's a very different debate stage from the one Trump faced in June. Now he's the older candidate. He's facing someone who has more energy, someone he's never debated before. How do you think that throws him off his game?
Well, the issue of the age, I understand that that's this new attack line, but this is a guy who weeks ago was just shot in the ear and then got up and said, fight, 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 and then went on to go every night, long days, long nights, to the Republican National Convention. I think that he really shows some energy. I thought the crosstabs, though, of those polls were very interesting. It actually showed that only a third of Americans that think he's too far right versus half of Americans think Kamala Harris is too far left. He is the centrist candidate going into this debate.
Claire, I'm going to let you do the rebuttal on that one.
That's the fact. I mean, listen, he's not a centrist candidate. No. And the point is he's not trying to be a centrist candidate. He's never really reached beyond his base. And she, on the other hand, I think has a real opportunity to get an edge with independent voters and soft Republicans, people who don't like his foreign policy, don't like his plan for the economy. When you got Goldman Sachs saying that her economic plan is going to be better for the economy than his, that tells you something.
Hogan, I want to turn to you now. And if we can roll the video of the debate between former President Trump and President Biden. Hogan, I noticed something during this debate, right? So Biden comes out. It's clear he's having a bad night. And at some point, former President Trump realizes this, and he starts to sort of look over at Biden while Biden is answering. And they have the split screen there, right? This was the debate on CNN. And you could see that it's sort of Trump realizes that Biden's having a very, very bad night. And he sort of controls himself, at least in the beginning of the debate. Do you think he's going to be able to control himself in this debate as well if he sees opportunities?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, look, it's no secret Kamala Harris is going to try to get under his skin. The job for Donald Trump here is to remind everybody about his record, while Kamala Harris's job is try to make everyone forget about hers. He needs to stay on message. He needs to expose her for the radical she is. He needs to make sure the American people remember just how successful, how good it was, how you could afford gas and groceries. The border was closed. You had no wars breaking out all over the world. That's his job tonight. I think he's going to have a really good opportunity to do it. But it's pretty clear Kamala Harris has a history of being prepared for these. She's been in office basically for 20 years. She's not new. She's not fresh. She's kind of old at this point in political years for sure. Donald Trump's still the newcomer. She'll be ready. She'll have her canned one-liners. She'll have her contrived lines, her stories that are made up. She'll do all of that because she's done it in the past. She'll use that to try and goad Donald Trump into going down rabbit holes. If he doesn't and sticks to what the American people care about, he's going to have a good night.
Michael, I want to show you one of the crosstabs of the New York Times and Siena College poll we mentioned earlier here. When asked how well voters feel they know the candidates, 28%, almost 3 in 10 said they needed to know more about Kamala Harris. Just 9% said the same about Trump. How does she win this debate but also sort of introduce herself to a large portion of the electorate?
Well, it's one of Donald Trump's biggest problems. He's really squeezed all the juice out of his base. And so he's hardened his numbers. But the problem is he hasn't been able to hit 50%, while Kamala Harris has. And so she still has room to grow. And what she needs to do tonight is, while Donald Trump is going to, try to goad her, try to be really unprofessional and undisciplined, she's got to talk to voters. She's got to remind voters that when Donald Trump was in charge, there were, 20 million Americans who lost their jobs. There was 1 million Americans who died. Donald Trump wanted to slash Medicare, Medicaid, the ACA. He wanted to, increase our deficit by $8 trillion. These are all things that happened under his administration that I think a lot of Americans have forgotten. And so it's her job to remind them.
Senator McCaskill, the two campaigns agreed on the rules. These mics are going to be muted. The Harris-Walz campaign tried to change that afterwards. How much of an advantage do you think this does give former President Trump?
I'm not sure it's a huge advantage. I think the back and forth that he does gets, especially on women's nerves. We all know guys
so that would be an advantage to him because it helps him, doesn't it?
Every woman knows a man like Donald Trump who minimizes women, who says horrible things about women, who marginalizes them. And so it being muted helps him. But I don't think it's anything that's going to hold her back.
Tricia, former President Trump has argued he has the right to get personal with Vice President Harris, that she's called him weird, that she sort of opened the door for these attacks. Do you think he'll go down that road in this debate tonight?
I think anyone has the right to go personal. It doesn't make you successful, and it's not helpful. I think that he knows Kamala Harris is going to prosecute Donald Trump, the man, Donald Trump's character. He needs to prosecute her record, what she said in 2019 during the primary debate, what she did throughout the administration, whether it be the economy, inflation, voting for that Inflation Reduction Act, which now we know, because Biden said so, it is actually a climate agenda piece of legislation. Also immigration. That is a big deal that the American people want to know about. And lastly, fracking. Pennsylvania's voters want to know, where does she stand on this issue?
Yeah, but that's the big question. Will he be disciplined and focused enough to get her there?
He's got to prosecute the case.
The spotlight on the issues for her. Michael, I do want to ask you, she was able to hold her own during the vice presidential debates 4 years ago with Mike Pence. Mike Pence, as we know, is a much different person than former President Trump. What are you concerned about, right? As a Democrat, what are you concerned about happening at this debate if Trump sort of sees an advantage, if he sees a way forward, and he's able to kind of get either under her skin or get an advantage in this debate?
Yeah, I, like Claire, started my career out in the courtroom, and one of the worst things you could do was either ask a question that you didn't know the answer to or allow a witness to really pull you off your script and get you off your game. And so I think the one thing she's really got to focus on is not getting in that back and forth with him, not responding, sticking to the issues like abortion, about democracy, talking about what the impact of a Trump presidency will really look like. She's got to put her vision forward and make sure that she doesn't get engaged in this back and forth that he's been so famous at getting people to do on stage.
Hogan, I do want to ask you, how important do you think this debate is?
Very. I think this is the first time Donald Trump's really had a debate of this nature. Obviously, they never even met before. Kamala Harris has never been on this stage either. As I said, she's been doing this for 25 years. She's been in debates, too. But it's been a long time for both folks actually sitting down and going toe-to-toe with another person, especially on issues like this, when so much is in the balance. We see these races decided by just tens of thousands of votes across a few states. So it's going to matter to the American people. All eyes will be on this, especially since Kamala Harris hasn't done really anything with the media. No one does know her, as the poll you just put out shows. So it's incumbent upon Donald Trump to explain that, expose it. But at the same time, both candidates understand what is at stake tonight. They have a chance to either grow a lead or sink in the polls based on what happens.
Hogan Gidley, Michael Starr Hopkins, Tricia McLaughlin, Senator Claire McCaskill, we thank you all for being here in our special coverage. Still ahead tonight, more coverage of the presidential debate continues live from Philadelphia. With the race neck and neck, both candidates are hoping this debate will help them win over undecided voters. What will they say tonight to help them make up their minds? We all have much more from Philadelphia. Stay with us. story live from Paris. Top story live in Tel Aviv.
We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania, covering breaking news. President Trump was speaking on the other side of the barn.
Our reporters are spread out across the convention floor as this historic evening unfolds. Fans here at the Med-C Arena going wild for Team USA.
I know it's been a long time coming.
Yeah, gosh, it feels good.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We are back now live in Philadelphia. Look at that. What a beautiful shot at the first presidential debate between Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump. This debate could be the tipping point for undecided voters watching all across this country. NBC News Daily anchor Kate Snow joins us now live from Southampton, Pennsylvania, where she's spending the night with undecided female voters. Kate, I want to start with some poll numbers, right? Southampton is in Bucks County, Pennsylvania. Battleground county we always watch. The county President Joe Biden won by just over 17,000 votes in 2020. When he won the state, Hillary Clinton won the county by just about 2,000, but would go on to lose the state at large. So this is a closely contested county and a critical swing state. What are you hearing from the voters you're talking to tonight?
Yeah, well, I'm actually going to introduce you to a couple of them. And just to correct you, Tom, they're not all women. I've got a guy standing next to me. We've got Andrew with us. We've got Hannah with us. And they have very graciously agreed to talk about the fact that they are undecided. You guys are both not sure at all who you're going to vote for. So you've agreed to kind of sit and watch the debate with us together tonight. Tom was just laying out that Bucks County is kind of a divided place, right? And it's funny, a lot of the people we've been talking to as we've been trying to find undecided voters are really made up. They've made up their minds. People are surprised that there even are undecided voters. Andrew, why are you so undecided? Like, why don't you know who you want to pull the lever for?
I voted for Trump in 2016, and I don't think he lived up to any of his promises. I think he lied. Harris, I don't trust a lot of what she says. She's changed her opinion. An ACLU survey came out yesterday or the day before, and her policies seem very far left, and I don't agree with any of them.
Yeah,
So.
you were telling me before you see some of that as kind of the woke thing.
Yes.
You feel like that's gone a little too far. So
Yes.
you're right in the middle. And you're listening for what tonight? What do you want to hear?
A middle ground from either policy, from either candidate to return to the middle. Instead of far right or far left, I would like a middle ground so we can all move forward.
Hannah, you're similar in some ways. And you voted for Trump in 2016, right? And then you voted for Biden in 2020.
Yes.
So you were telling me you feel like you just want somebody to explain something in this debate that can actually happen.
Yes.
Is that right?
Realistic policy, something that they can actually get done through legislation.
Yeah.
Instead of making this debate or this presidential race a spectacle, it would be nice to actually see them speak to us instead of focusing on, just their specific parties, and saying the buzzwords that the people they know who are going to vote for them want to hear.
And
what are you going to say to us, the people who aren't
I know you were
decided?
concerned about the tone, too. Like you said to me, you don't like the name calling.
No, why be disrespectful? There's no reason for it. You can agree to disagree, and you can have a discourse through conversation, but ultimately the goal of our government, regardless of what you believe in, is to get things done that benefit the people. And we're seeing none of that because of the chaos that is our government right now.
You see just intransigence, like people not crossing the aisle, not doing anything bipartisan.
There's not even an intention to.
Andrew, you own this place, I should say that. You own the restaurant that we're in. And you were telling me that you care a lot about both of you care a lot about the economy, a lot about inflation right now. As a business owner, you also said you care about immigration, and not the way that I thought you might say. You said you want immigration because you need workers.
I do. I need workers, and the high school kids will not work nowadays. They don't want to work. I don't know what they're doing, but they're not working. Years ago, I could get kids, 16, 17, 18 years old, to work, and they don't want to do it anymore. They don't come through the door. It doesn't matter what I pay.
Andrew, Hannah, thank you guys. We're going to sit here. We're going to watch Tom. We're going to get back to you with their thoughts as the debate goes on.
All right, Kate, great to hear from those voters. We are live tonight from Philadelphia as we enter the final hours before the presidential debate. Coming up, we'll hear from former Republican presidential candidate Vivek Ramaswamy, what he thinks former President Trump will say on that debate stage. Much more of our special coverage just ahead.
You gotta see this. I'm Gotti Schwartz. We are following some breaking news. Severe storms continue to wreak havoc. The Supreme Court put a pause on a controversial immigration law. Protesters have redoubled their numbers right here at this makeshift barricade. The future of TikTok as we know it is at risk. Is this a ban or not? The craziest ride I have ever hitched. That is totality. Do you see yourselves in space?
I could go to space.
How you feeling? I feel great. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
And welcome back. If you're just tuning in, we are live in Philadelphia. Look at that beautiful skyline right there. We are counting down to the first debate between Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Trump. We're going to have much more from the spin room in just a moment, plus a big interview. But we have some breaking news right now. Tropical storm Francine has just strengthened to a hurricane as it takes aim at Louisiana. Here is a live look at the radar. As the storm churns in the Gulf Coast, the hurricane expected to make landfall in about 24 hours. Forecasters warning of life-threatening storm surge for the Louisiana and Mississippi coastlines. You can follow the latest, of course, on NBCNews.com. We're going to be tracking the hurricane throughout all of our special coverage. Okay, and ahead of the debate tonight, former President Trump has been reviewing policy positions and preparing with the help of key aides. Joining us now is former Republican presidential candidate Vivek Ramaswamy. Vivek, always great to see you. Thanks for joining our coverage. It's good to see you. I'm going to start with you. The goal right now, if you're a Republican, is to stop the momentum that the Harris-Walz ticket has, right? From getting to the top of the ticket to the convention to this moment right here. She's picked up a couple percentage points on the polls. How does former President Trump do that?
So first of all, I'll give you my frank assessment of where things do stand in the race. Yeah. She did have a lot of momentum coming out of the convention, even coming out of her announcement as the presumptive nominee. I do think a lot of that already has stalled, and it's stalled principally around issues of policy. Kamala Harris has been completely opaque about what her policy positions actually are. She stands in favor of a tax on unrealized capital gains. She hasn't explained exactly how that would function. Why has she changed her position on health care, on Medicare for all, on other areas like bans on fracking? So I hope tonight gives Americans and voters what they deserve, which is a clear picture of both candidates, where they stand on policy.
How does your candidate, former President Trump, put the spotlight on that evolution, on the issues, on the flip-flopping, as you guys call them? How does he stay disciplined and put that pressure on her, especially in a debate where you have the mics turned off and it's 2 minutes for you, 2 minutes for them?
So the reality is with the mics turned off, a lot of this is going to fall on the moderators. I hope they do a good job. A lot of conservatives did have skepticism about CNN and their moderators being able to moderate a fair debate. I think they did last time around, and I'm rooting for that in the case of ABC as well. But I do think it's the job of not only the moderators, but also Donald Trump to focus on what his policies actually are. And I think Kamala Harris's own words are the friend of a Republican candidate here. Where Kamala Harris ran for president in the year 2020, she adopted positions that she is trying to run away from now. Those were short 4 years ago. So my best advice would be use her own words. You don't need to put words in her mouth. Just tell the public what she said. And if she's changed her mind, which it looks like she claims to have in many cases, she deserves to explain exactly why and what her new position is. She hasn't done that.
The issue of abortion is going to come up in this debate, no doubt. The Democrats definitely want to have that conversation. You're somebody who speaks very frankly, right? You let people know exactly where you stand on issues. But when it comes to abortion rights, the 6-week ban in Florida, if you're a Republican voter, it's been a little confusing. Former President Trump has sort of been a little bit all over the place. Do you think he's been able to sort of telegraph, dictate his policy directly about where he stands on abortion? Because even some conservatives have been confused.
So, look, I think that President Trump has been crystal clear about one policy throughout, dating back to the primary. And I say this, I ran against him in the primary. Yeah. I know he was very clear about this then, as I was as well. He is against, and I share this position, he is against a federal ban on abortion. This is an issue for the states. Conservatives have long favored overturning Roe versus Wade. That happened with Dobbs. But then it would be inconsistent. It's my belief and President Trump's belief to say that this should be a federal issue. He's been crystal clear on that. And I want to say that part of that confusion comes from the fact that Kamala Harris has expressly stated, not once, but numerous times, that Donald Trump is in favor of signing a federal abortion ban. He's never said so. Right. To the contrary, he's actually taken a lot of criticisms from Republicans for that position.
That's sort of the easier part to understand, which I get that.
But the relevant part, because he's running for U.S. president, which is to lead the federal government, and that's his position, is that he's against a federal ban. That's what he's running for. He's not running for governor of one of the 50 states. His position is that's best an issue left for those 50 states, for local communities to decide what standards are best for them. And that makes a lot of sense.
It's been a little confusing on the 6-week ban, right? Yeah. He's had different positions on that. He suggested to our own Dasha Burns that he was going to vote against the 6-week ban, and then he changed that position. And look, you can change your mind, but voters got to trust you.
So I don't think he changed his mind. I do think that was, with due respect, I think it was mischaracterized. Here's why.
He was his own words, though. It's a direct question. So he lives in Florida.
And I believe in the media asking tough questions of candidates. They've done that of him here. I wish they would do the same of Kamala, but that's a point for another day. Now, because he lives in Florida, I do think it was a fair question for the media asking him how he was going to vote. He has been consistent. He has been against that 6-week ban all the way back to the time it was signed into law. Right. But here's what he said, and I think it's really important for viewers to understand this. We can't conflate being opposed to a 6-week ban with being in favor of everything this ballot measure would propose, which some legal scholars have said would even in certain cases allow for abortion all the way up to the time of birth.
Right.
And he's against that as well. So conflating the Florida ballot measure
Democrats have
with the 6-week ban are two different issues. Yeah. So you can at once be against that ballot measure and be against a 6-week ban. There's no inconsistency there, and that's been his position.
You've gotten to know former President Trump. You've built a relationship with him. You never really know what's going to happen on this debate stage with him, right? How do you convince yourself, or are you convinced, you'll get that Donald Trump that will focus on the issues and maybe have a hearty debate like he had with President Biden, at least the first part of the debate, versus the Donald Trump who can be emotional, who can do personal attacks, who can talk about her looks?
Well, look, I'll say a few things here. First of all, I think he has done an outstanding job of answering questions of where he lands on policy, from tough questions, from AI to crypto policy, all the way to consistency on the border wall to energy policy. So I think he's well prepared. I spoke to him late last week. I spoke to him this morning. I think that he
What did he tell you?
Well, he's confident about where he is. And in fact, we didn't end up talking much about the debate. We ended up talking about other issues relating to the future of the country. And I think that tells you the kind of person that Donald Trump is. He doesn't follow anybody else's script. He doesn't show up with a bunch of pre-canned talking points. And I thought one of his best moments in that first debate against Joe Biden was actually towards the end of the debate. It got less attention, where he looked the camera in the eye and said, you know what? I don't have to be doing this. And I think it was true. And I think it landed because it came across as authentic. I think it was that he lived a good life, that he wouldn't be going through these prosecutions. But he's doing it not just because he wants to make America great again, but to make America greater than we've ever been. Yeah. And I want to see that side of him come through tonight. And if he does that, I think that he will win over voters who otherwise may have some questions. Yeah. If he allows the rest of this country to see the motivations that I know of him for why he's in this, for the betterment of the country, I think that'll be a win tonight.
Democrats have tried to pin Project 2025 on Republicans. Yeah. Former President Trump's out there saying Vice President Harris is a Marxist. It hasn't seemed to stick like it did in 2020 with the Democrats. Republicans were able successfully to put that label on some of the Democratic candidates, especially Joe Biden, in places like Florida. Why do you think he's having a tougher time putting that Marxist label on Kamala Harris?
Well, I think there's a couple of things going on here. The media has been very protective of Kamala Harris.
But I've even heard you say that you don't think she's a Marxist.
Well, I think personally Kamala Harris, I'll give you my perspective here, so I'm speaking for myself here. I believe she's just another cog in the system. The reality is President Biden, Kamala Harris, they're part of the managerial class that in many ways her policy deficits and Biden's cognitive deficits, those were not bugs, they were features for the managerial class that really controls them. So I think if Kamala Harris wants to prove that she really is a candidate with an ideology, I think in some ways it's to give her too much credit to say she's ideological. Bernie Sanders has an ideology. I disagree with it. But at least he's been clear about what that is. Kamala Harris tried to run to the left of Bernie Sanders on single-payer health care, on bans on fracking and offshore drilling, said she favored an end to the filibuster to ram through the Green New Deal. Those aren't her positions now. To me, that's an indicative of a deeper problem of somebody who's just operating in a machine. And I think a good message for President Trump to deliver tonight, I know he believes it and I think it's true, is that we're not just running against a candidate, the one we'll see on stage tonight, which is a different candidate than we saw on stage a few months ago. We're really running against a machine that frankly exists in some element in both parties. But that's part of why you're seeing many Democrats also defect to join the Trump campaign as well. This is bigger than Republicans versus
Democrats defecting to join the Trump campaign.
You see Tulsi Gabbard, you see RFK, you see a range.
But you're also seeing
Democrats.
Republicans like Dick Cheney, Liz Cheney on the other side. I mean, it goes both ways.
Well, actually, that makes my point, because this is not about Republicans versus Democrats. It's about that managerial class, that machine, the professional politician, the Dick Cheney to Liz Cheney to Kamala Harris to Joe Biden, versus outsiders who really want to come in and shake up the system.
Before you go, the last time we talked about potentially if the Trump Vance ticket wins, there'll be a vacancy for the Senate in Ohio. That's where you're from. Are you still interested in that seat? Have those conversations gone anywhere? I know you've had lots of conversations, or a few, about cryptocurrency and the economy with the president as well. Where's your head right now if the Trump Vance ticket does win?
So I'm laser focused on what happens between now and November. After November, and after hopefully a successful November 5th, we'll quickly turn to what's next for me. Few possibilities widely speculated on from the cabinet.
Is your heart still towards the Senate?
Look, I think that there's a lot of ways to impact the country, be it through the cabinet, through the Senate, through the governorship in Ohio. That's going to be what we turn to after November.
All right. Vivek Ramaswamy, we thank you as always for talking to us. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yep. Joining us now is someone who has shared a debate stage with Kamala Harris and will have a vastly different opinion than the man we just talked to. Julian Castro faced off with then Senator Kamala Harris in the 2020 primary debates. Before that, he served as the Secretary of Housing and Urban Development under President Obama, as well as the mayor of San Antonio, Texas. He's now an NBC News political analyst. So, Secretary, we thank you, first of all, for joining us and joining our special coverage here. Vice President Harris goes into this debate losing on a couple of critical issues, the economy, immigration. Voters trust Trump more with those. How does she respond, right, when he goes after her on those points?
Well, I think that to her credit, in her brief campaign, one of the things that she has done is close the gap with Trump on issues like immigration. If you look at the polling from over the summer when President Biden was the candidate to now, that gap is actually smaller. And she's done that by going on offense, talking about how she would ensure that we have a secure border, that we have order at the border, and then also, on the other hand, ensuring that we have a pathway to citizenship for folks who have earned it. So she's done both of those things, and she's seen her numbers on immigration go up. I think tonight is going to be all about two things. First of all, articulating a strong vision for the future of the country. She has put that out over the last few weeks. She also has a great American dream, personal success story to tell the American people. And then secondly, she needs to remind people about why they didn't like Donald Trump in the first place, why he lost the 2020 election. The good news is, as I've seen personally firsthand on the debate stage, she has a lot of poise, she has a lot of knowledge, she has the wherewithal, I think, to do a great job tonight on the issues, on the personal story, and on taking the case to Donald Trump.
So, you know, you've obviously won elections. You've done debates. You've been out there on the campaign trail. Vice President Kamala Harris and the Democrats have had a strategy of doing just one major sit down. She hasn't done a lot of town halls. She's done, obviously, the convention, and she has big campaign rallies. But my question to you is there a danger in that? Because then when you get to a debate where there's no teleprompter, where there's no scripting, you know, there's really nowhere to go. Do you think she'll be okay on this debate stage tonight?
Oh, absolutely. I think she's going to do great. I mean, first of all, she does have plenty of experience. She was the DA of San Francisco. She was the Attorney General of California, Senator from California, candidate for president herself, vice president now. She has plenty of experience in high-pressure environments. She is an excellent debater, somebody who thinks well on her feet and can really resonate with the voters. I think one of the things that you saw very clearly, especially in that very first presidential debate that we witnessed in June of 2019, was that she doesn't get caught up in all of the back and forth and the antics of opponents. She really knows how to stay laser focused on what the voters are thinking about. That's going to be very useful tonight, because if there's one thing that we know about Donald Trump is that he tries to distract. He tries to create a circus, insulting the moderators, insulting his opponent, sometimes even insulting the voters, just to throw his opponent off, and also to distract the voters from the fact that he doesn't have any policy knowledge. Kamala Harris has to make sure that she stays focused on what the people want to know, her vision for the future, and remind them why they said no to Donald Trump in 2020.
You think it's a plus or a minus that nearly 30% of the electorate, at least in that last national poll from the New York Times and Siena, saying they want to know more information about her? Is that a plus or a minus?
Well, that all depends on what a candidate does with that. I think the good news for Vice President Harris is that she has a very compelling story. I mean, here's the daughter of hardworking immigrants who herself became a trailblazer, has a great track record that she can run on as part of the Biden-Harris administration. Millions and millions of new jobs created, more than any other administration in modern history, brought us back from the pandemic. They actually did an infrastructure investment. Trump talked about Infrastructure Week for 4 years. They did it. Bringing back American manufacturing, bringing the unemployment rate from over 6% now to about 4%. So there's a great story there. She just needs to tell it, and I think that she can do that effectively and close that gap of people who say that they want to learn more or they're not quite sure. So I think on net, that's going to be a positive for her. As people come to know her, she's going to gain support.
Julian, what does a victory for her tonight look like? I mean, is it, because Democrats have been trying to lower the bar, is it if she survives, or does she really have to get some shots in against former President Trump?
I think a victory for her tonight is to be able to articulate her vision for the future. Remember, what people were saying 2 months ago was that they were not satisfied with their choices. As much as I love President Biden, I think he's been a fantastic president. People were saying, look, we feel like we've been there and done that with both former President Trump and President Biden. Kamala Harris has this unique opportunity as the challenger, as the new kid on the block, if you will, but also a track record of impressive experience. I think a win for her tonight is really the ability to say how she's going to lift up the middle class, how she's going to continue the progress that's been made under the Biden-Harris administration, and also articulating new vision for the future of the country. She can do that and stay focused on what the voters want to know and hear instead of get caught up in Donald Trump's antics. I think that'll be a win.
Former Secretary Julian Castro. Julian, always great to see you. We thank you for joining our coverage.
Thank you.
All right, we are joined now by our political pros, Shira Stein. She's a Washington correspondent for the San Francisco Chronicle. Don Calloway, he's a Democratic strategist and host of the Caucus Room podcast. And Krisha Lenzo, she's a Republican strategist and chair of the Metropolitan Republican Club. We thank you all for being here tonight. Shira, I'm going to start with you. You've covered Harris for a long time, going back to San Francisco. What's something that you're looking for tonight that maybe the rest of us who haven't covered her for, nearly a decade don't know?
Tonight, I'm really going to be looking for how does she get across her policy position? How does she help the American people know her, to connect with her? For a long time, she was sort of reticent to talk about her personal life, to talk about her family, to talk about her parents, but also her husband and her stepchildren. And so the more that she talks about herself, the more I'm always surprised. It's very, very new for her to be.
Is she a good debater? And I know you're an objective journalist, but I mean, how is her debate record?
Her debate record's pretty good. She's had some gaffes in the past, and something that I'm reporting on right now for the Chronicle is sort of how she has changed as a candidate just in the last 4 years. But
policy positions or just everything?
Not policy positions, more so how she is as a candidate. How does she talk to voters? How does she talk on the campaign trail? What message, what does she appear? Is she confident in what she's saying? That's something that I'm hearing from a lot of her current and longtime staff. But the thing that really matters tonight is to understand, for voters to understand who she is. You were talking about a few minutes ago, voters don't feel like they know her.
Yeah.
This is the biggest opportunity that she has other than the DNC.
Don, I want to turn to you. Harris has had a weekend full of debate prep. Advisors have been trying to lower expectations. We're just hours away from the start. What do you think is going to happen tonight?
I think Kamala Harris has to make it a show about her and the American people that's somehow facilitated through the moderator. She's got to talk directly to the people to both, number one, introduce herself, because frankly, nobody knows that much about any vice president in American history, but also to talk about her vision under a Kamala Harris administration and what Kamala Harris's America looks like. I think she would be best suited to not wrestle with the alligator that is Donald Trump. We have no idea what behavior he's going to get. Vivek Ramaswamy tried to clean it up, but there's no indication that he will act as a civil human being for the next 90 minutes when we've seen none of that for the last 10 years of his political presence in the States. So she's got to focus on the people and not be concentrating on the pivot back and forth with the chaos that he wants to invite and revel in. I think that's her mission, and it's a very clear one, to tell her story directly to the people and almost make him irrelevant.
Krisha, sometimes former President Trump has great debates, right? You can go back to the 2016 primaries where Republicans really loved the way he was debating. He captured some big moments there. I mean, there were some wild moments. And then there were other times when he debated Secretary Clinton, when he debated former President Biden, and then this last debate against President Biden. So what do you think is going to happen tonight, and which Donald Trump do you think we're going to see?
I think we will see the same Donald Trump that we have always seen. The first couple of minutes will be incredibly pivotal, but realistically, when it comes to Kamala Harris and the differences we'll see on the debate stage tonight, it will be stark, because unlike Donald Trump, who will be running on his record, Kamala is running on her empty words. Her policies continuously change, even up until a few days ago when she posted them online, stealing from Joe Biden's platform, stealing from Donald Trump's platform. We do not know what she stands for. It's very scary to think that this is one of the first extemporaneous interviews we've seen from her on the campaign trail. And we have to hold her to account on all of her policy positions. And Donald Trump, I believe, will do that. While he's up against ABC News, I think he will come out strong because he is authentic, unlike Kamala, who, again, we have no idea what she stands for, although we do know, based on that ACLU 2019 report, that she is far more progressive than what she claims to be now, especially given Bernie Sanders' words, which he said the quiet part out loud, that she's basically going to be doing whatever she can to win the election.
Krisha, we thank you for that. Shira, are you surprised that she hasn't done more town halls, more engagement with voters, more unscripted moments, more interviews? Or do you think this is sort of the strategy that you expected having covered her for so many years?
Yeah, I think this is a strategy I would expect. I would also say her campaign would probably argue she's done a lot of unscripted stuff. She does a lot of every city that she travels to go do a rally. She ends up stopping by a local business, having a little interaction, and those interactions are going mega viral for them on social media.
And maybe don't get covered enough by the other press, right?
Exactly. So I think they think what they're doing is working. I would love to interview. I'm sure plenty of journalists would love to see her talking more about her policies, talking more in depth. The CNN interview was helpful, but there's still a lot left to be talked about.
Don, you got the last word here. 30 seconds left. What's the one piece of advice you'd give Vice President Harris?
Run your race. It's not about the opponent tonight. You've got one opportunity to introduce yourself and have a direct conversation with the American people. And then you can have all the town halls and interviews you want after this. But this is your night. Go out there and kill it. Make him irrelevant. And that will get under his skin more than anything else she could do.
Don, Krisha, and Shira, we thank you all for being here. That's going to do it for this hour of our special coverage of the presidential debate. We are just moments away from that debate starting and our special coverage. I'm Tom Young.
Tonight, the presidential race gets up close and personal.
Vice President Harris and former President Trump meet in person for the first time ever, and it's on the debate stage.
Our special coverage starts right now.
A historic showdown just 2 months out from Election Day.
Donald Trump and Kamala Harris face to face for the first time, taking on each other in a debate that could reshape the race.
We're going to win back the White House.
We are not going back. The candidates looking to make their case to voters in a sprint to the finish.
We will make America great again.
When we fight, we win.
With polls showing a tight race, tonight could make the difference on who will become the nation's next president. From NBC News, here are Lester Holt and Savannah Guthrie.
Hi, Hi, everybody. Good evening and welcome to our special coverage of the first and perhaps last debate between Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump.
Eager to get started here. We're just moments away from that historic moment, the first time these candidates have ever faced each other directly on a debate stage. Notably, as mentioned, it will also be the first time they have ever met in person after Mr. Trump skipped President Biden's inauguration.
Well, this will be Trump's 7th appearance in a general election presidential debate and Harris's first. And with Election Day less than 2 months away now, tonight's debate could shake up a very tight race that's already had a lot of surprises, should we say.
Harris says she is ready. She has been preparing for days with mock debates in Pittsburgh, complete with stage and TV lighting, along with the same stand-in for Trump that Hillary Clinton used in 2016.
Well, for his part, the former president's team says he's had less formal but extensive debate prep sessions over the weekend at his Mar-a-Lago home in Florida.
Tonight's debate will be held at the National Constitution Center in Philadelphia in the critical battleground state of Pennsylvania.
And like the last debate between Trump and President Biden in June, there will be no audience in the venue tonight, and the candidates' microphones will be muted while the other one is talking.
For more on what's at stake tonight, let's bring in Meet the Press moderator Kristen Welker and our senior Washington correspondent Hallie Jackson. Hallie, first of all, latest polls showing this thing is super tied up right now.
Call it a jump ball, call it a dead heat, call it virtually deadlocked.
So does this break it up?
Yeah, pick your cliche. It may. And that's why this is so critical tonight. Because you look at the viewership, first of all, tens of millions of people may be watching. We talk about the convention being these moments for primetime, high-profile viewership. Twice as many people watched that first presidential debate when it was President Biden up against former President Trump back in June. So we are talking maybe upwards of 50 million people coming out and watching this. And about 3 in 10 Americans, according to the most recent polling, say that what happens tonight could make a difference in how their decision making goes for the vote come November. 3 in 10 Americans also say they need to learn more about Kamala Harris. Only about 1 in 10 feel the same about former President Trump. So especially for the vice president tonight, it is an opportunity to tell those voters who she is, to define herself before Donald Trump does it for her.
Yeah. Do debates matter? Ask President Biden. If they matter, think about where we were in late June. It was Biden and Trump in the race. We all know what happened in that debate. Now, the rules that were set for that debate are the rules that will govern this debate, Kristen, which we just mentioned, some of the more notable ones. The opponent's mic will be muted when the other person is speaking. No audience. Who wanted these rules and who do they benefit?
Here's the irony. President Biden, when he was at the top of the ticket, his campaign argued for these rules, for the mics to be cut, for no audience. Now it is Vice President Kamala Harris who is arguing to actually unmute the mics. Why? Because they say they want her to be able to interject, to fact check if needed. There's also an argument that, boy, having those mics muted allows former President Donald Trump, who sometimes likes to have some crosstalk, say some things under his breath, to look a bit more presidential. So the question tonight, I think, about optics, but also substance. Former President Trump, will he engage in personal attacks? His allies are urging him to stay focused on policy. For her part, Vice President Kamala Harris, for all the reasons that Hallie just mapped out, because so many people still say they want to know more about her. A lot of questions about how a Harris administration would differ from a Biden administration and some of those policy pivots that we saw from when she first ran for president back in 2019.
Well, as mentioned, this debate is taking place in Philadelphia at the National Constitution Center. It's being hosted by ABC News. We will simulcast it in its entirety. Tom Yamas is there in the so-called spin room where people gather and the surrogates gather before and after the debate. Tom, set the scene for us.
Hey, good evening, Savannah. Yeah, we are in the spin room right here where tonight the campaigns will burst in here declaring their candidate won the debate. You may remember it was here in the debate spin room where Team Biden took some time to enter after that disastrous debate as the campaign went into damage control in Atlanta about 11 weeks ago. We hope to see some of the biggest surrogates, maybe campaign managers, maybe the candidates themselves. You never know. The debate is being held, as you mentioned, at the National Constitution Center. It's just across from Independence Hall and the Liberty Bell here in Philadelphia, of course, in the battleground state of Pennsylvania. So let's take you inside the debate hall now and show you the stage where this debate will be taking place. And Savannah spoke about some of this. So this is your traditional one-on-one presidential debate, right? Both candidates standing. Former President Trump will be on the left side of your screen, Vice President Harris on the right side. We'll explain why in just a moment. The debate will be about 90 minutes with 2 breaks. There will will be no opening statements. Each candidate will be given 2 minutes to answer the moderator's questions, 2 minutes for rebuttals if needed, and 1 minute for follow-ups, again, if needed. Former President Trump won the virtual coin toss, so he's opted to speak last during the closing statements. That's really important. Because of that, Vice President Harris got to choose her position, which again is on the right hand of your screen. As for the rules tonight, there are a handful of them. You've spoken about a couple of them. They are very important. Mics are muted when the other candidate is speaking. There is no audience, but there is a group of journalists observing the debate, known as the pool. There can be no interaction with staff during these breaks. The candidates will be given water, a pen, a pad of paper. You can't bring props or notes. There will be a giant timer just above the candidate's timeline so they know exactly how much time they have. And you may notice another thing. The candidates are nowhere near the same height. The podiums will be slightly different, and something to look out for the first few seconds of this debate. Here's why. This will be the first time both candidates meet each other for the first time ever, or as the kids say, Savannah and Lester, IRL.
In real life. We'll for the old folks like us at home, we'll define it. Thank you very much, Tom.
All right, Garrett Haake has been covering the Trump campaign and joins us now. Garrett, I know you had a chance to speak to the former president today. What was your takeaway?
Yeah, Lester, I talked to him on the phone. The former president seemed to be in a good mood. I think he was very eager to get to this stage after what I'm told was a fairly intense last couple of days of preparation, although his weeks of preparation were less structured, certainly, than what the vice president had been doing. I asked him what he thought would be the challenges of debating the vice president, and he talked to me about the fact that he believes some of her policy positions have changed in a way that makes it hard for him to know exactly what she'll defend and what she won't. His campaign's solution for that, they tell me, is basically to take whatever they think is the most liberal, the most out of the mainstream position that the vice president has ever taken in her career and argue that that's her real position, regardless of what she says on the debate stage tonight. And Lester, I say that's the plan because, as always with Donald Trump, I think there is the plan and then there is what he decides to do on the fly on the debate stage here tonight, something none of his advisors can tell us for sure.
All right, Garrett Haake, thanks very much.
I believe we're joined now by Laura Trump, who's the co-chair of the former president's campaign. She, of course, is also his daughter-in-law. Ms. Trump, good morning. Good morning. Good evening. It's good to see you.
Who knows what time it is anymore?
Yep, it's like a casino. There's no clocks. Old habits die hard. It's nice to have you with us tonight. Let's pick up where Garrett just left off. A lot of advisors, we're told, have said to your father-in-law, behave yourself, just play it straight. Don't be the truth social Donald Trump. Be the guy that looks presidential. Is that the advice that you've given him, and do you think he'll take it?
Well, he took it on June 27th in the debate against Joe Biden. And, I think if anybody had any question, how can Donald Trump perform in a debate? That was a knockout punch. Joe Biden is no longer the nominee for the Democrats, I would say specifically because of that debate. So, look, Donald Trump knows exactly what he needs to do, Savannah. Whenever he goes into this debate this evening, this is about talking about how the American people's lives were while he was in office and how their lives are right now. And he has to make sure people are reminded that Kamala Harris has had the opportunity for nearly 4 years to do a whole host of different things. Many of them she's talked about in the past several weeks. And I think the major question is, why do you have to wait? Why aren't you doing these things now? And he has to kind of expose Kamala Harris, I think, for who she really is, because America, by and large, does not know a lot about her. She's only done, of course, one interview thus far. So I think he's going to be calm, cool, and collected. I think everybody's going to be very impressed tonight.
Laura, typically in these things, both sides will claim victory. But at the end of the day, internally, what is a home run for Donald Trump tonight?
Well, I think it's him having the opportunity to directly engage with the American people and truly call Kamala Harris out for some of her very radical past. She has seemed to change her tune very recently on a lot of things. And it does beg the question, who is Kamala Harris and what is her plan for the future of this country? I think if he lays out what he did while he was president for 4 years and what he plans to do to rectify a lot of the damage that, quite frankly, Kamala Harris and Joe Biden have caused in this country, I think that is a great success. And I think that we're going to see that happen tonight.
Well, Nikki Haley, who, of course, was a rival of your father-in-law's in the primary, said that part of the reason that Donald Trump is trailing among women voters in particular, women voters that he very much needs in order to prevail in this election, is because of the way that he and his running mate, J.D. Vance, speak to women. She said, when you call even a Democrat woman dumb, Republican women get their backs up too. Stick to the policies, leave all the other stuff. I mean, it's interesting because you say he knows how to be calm, cool, and collected on a debate stage. But at this point, for better or for worse, voters know him, and they know what he says on Truth Social, and he knows the names that he calls, and he knows some of the innuendo that I couldn't even repeat here on air that he makes about his running, his opponent here. So how does that play into your concerns about this election?
Well, listen, I think Donald Trump is incredibly transparent, and I believe that that is something that's important for a leader in this country. Look, we had 3.5 years, Savannah, of people saying, what's going on with Joe Biden? And Kamala Harris was one of the many people who lied about his state. We need transparency in our leaders, and you don't have to love everything about Donald Trump. Quite frankly, he himself said, you don't even have to like me. But when you are talking about someone who is going to have the policies that's going to make your life less expensive, that is going to secure our southern border, that's going to keep us safe, that is going to get us out of wars, not into wars, those are the policies that people need to hear about, and that's what I think people should be basing their vote on. And it's our job at the RNC and the campaign to relay that to people.
Just to be clear, I mean, that policy debate absolutely is fair game and should happen. What I'm talking about is stuff he puts on Truth Social where he calls her dumb or not that smart or not as good looking as him, or makes a sexual innuendo about how she attained her position in politics, that kind of thing.
Well, Donald Trump is very good looking. He'll be the first to tell you that. But I really ultimately think that, you know, whenever people are more focused on that than they are their everyday life, I think that's a hard thing to try and sell to people whenever they go to the grocery store and they can't buy as much for their families, whenever they go to fill up their gas with their gas tank and they can't fill it up as much. Ultimately, I think that elections come down to kitchen table issues. And again, you don't have to love everything about him. You might not even want to hang out with Donald Trump, but whenever you look at your life and the future for this country, you know between these two individuals, you cannot survive 4 more years of what this country has just been through. And that is exactly what a Kamala Harris administration would be. Donald Trump's policies worked. They made life better for people all across this country. They kept us safe. And he will do it again with 4 more years in the White House.
All right. Laura Trump, thank you for being with us. Let's bring in our chief White House correspondent, Peter Alexander, who is covering Vice President Harris's campaign. What's the view from there?
Well, Lester, let's start with some new reporting into NBC News. According to 3 people familiar with their conversations, Kamala Harris and the former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton, the 2016 Democratic nominee, we have learned, have spoken within the last several days, where Clinton provided Harris advice and guidance as the only other woman to do a debate like this, one-on-one with Donald Trump in the past. Among that advice, we're told specifically that Clinton told Harris that Trump may try to debate her during the course of the conversation, as we've witnessed in the past, and specifically said that if that happens, that she should turn it back on Donald Trump himself and try to provoke him directly. One thing to keep an eye on as we anticipate these two on stage a short time from now. We're told that Clinton and Harris have spoken several times over the course of the last several months since she became the Democratic nominee. We've also been hearing from those in and around the Harris preparations for this debate, telling us, among other things, that she had a series of mock debate sessions, many of them happening here in the state in Pittsburgh. In the course of that time, they had TV lighting. They had, so she could have the real experience, and a stage on which she would stand. That she has watched some debate clips of Donald Trump in the past to prepare herself for what she may anticipate tonight. We're also hearing now from her husband. Of course, he is the first second gentleman of the United States. Could he be the first gentleman if he wins? Well, if she wins, well, we heard from him in the form of a tweet a short time ago where he said in part, and I'll pull it up to read to you, Kamala, I can't wait for everyone to see you in action tonight. You've got this, and I've got you. Earlier in a separate post, he said that she is ready. He could tell it by looking into her eyes, and said that she can smell weakness and knows how to confront a coward. Her campaign, her aides are hoping that her experience as a former prosecutor will benefit her tonight the same way that she prosecuted some of those Supreme Court nominees in the past. Brett Kavanaugh, one that becomes very readily familiar as people look back to her experiences in the Senate, that she'll be able to prosecute the case against Donald Trump tonight. All things to keep an eye on as we get started here on a historic evening in Philadelphia.
All right, Peter, thank you. For more, let's bring in North Carolina Governor Roy Cooper, who is a surrogate for the Harris campaign. Governor, it's good to see you. So 60% of voters, nearly 60% in a recent poll, said they want to see change. Kamala Harris is the incumbent vice president. How do you make the argument that she's a change candidate when she's been in office for 3.5 years?
Well, first, the record that she and Joe Biden have established as president and vice president are bringing change to this country with investment in high-speed internet, fighting prescription drug costs, expanding health insurance, investing in infrastructure. Those things are long generational investments that are changing America, and that's a good thing. But she's also laid out her own economic plan. She sees that people are facing higher costs. She understands child care, unlike Donald Trump, who clearly doesn't have a clue about child care. Neither does J.D. Vance, who thinks that grandparents and uncles and aunts should look after children. She wants to reinstate the child care tax credit. She wants to help small businesses instead of big corporations. So I think she can lead tonight. She can lead with her path for a new way forward and really bring a lot of people who have been disaffected, who really haven't voted the last few times. I think that she can excite them. History is going to be made this year, and North Carolina voted for Barack Obama in 2008. We're going to vote for Kamala Harris in 2024 and make history again.
Governor, let me ask you, in a recent interview, Harris seemed to shrug off some of the personal attacks that Donald Trump has levied her way, calling it from the playbook of the past. Will she have to take on these things more directly in this debate setting tonight?
Well, it'll be interesting to see that in the middle of all of his word salads and lies, which we know are coming, whether he hurls insults at her while she's there in person. We'll see if he does. I suspect that she will brush them off pretty quickly and head into making sure she's putting meat on the bones of her policy, telling the country about the direction that she wants to take it, making sure that we shore up the middle class, making sure that the tax breaks go to the middle class and not the billionaire friends of Donald Trump. She's going to distinguish herself from Donald Trump in a strong way. And I think those insults, whether they come or not on the stage, she'll go right past them and make sure she's sticking to the issues that the American people will care about.
You know, it's interesting you say that, because today on debate day, the Harris campaign released an ad seeming to want to goad Donald Trump with a clip from the convention. Let me roll you a little portion of this.
Here's a 78-year-old billionaire who has not stopped whining about his problems.
Oh, she had a big crowd. Oh, the crowd.
This weird obsession with crowd sizes.
Interesting, because everybody says they want to talk about policy, and then everyone kind of gets down in the dirt a little bit, and that turns voters off. So why do you think this is effective, and are you sure it's not going to make people think, well, this is just more of the same?
Well, look, there are a lot of ads in this campaign, and a lot of them are about her policies and her backgrounds. Her background. She's not going to let this distract her. And she's not going to take any crap from Donald Trump on that stage today. She is a prosecutor, and she's going to make sure that she gets her points across. But she's not going to be distracted by the name calling. I think it is turning off America, and it may be one of the reasons why the Harris campaign chose to run such an ad, reminding people that this is really what Donald Trump is all about. It's all about him and his narcissism, and every decision that he makes comes back to whether it will advantage him or not. And when Kamala Harris talks about how she gets up every morning wanting to do good things for the American people, I think people will see the real difference. This is a race about character, too. This is a race about the soul of our country, and people are going to be making that decision. This debate will be a time tonight to to make some decisions for people. I'm hoping we can bring in people who haven't been involved in the process that much in the past. More than half of our volunteers the first couple of weeks in North Carolina were first-time volunteers. We've got a lot of first-time donors to the campaign. You can go to KamalaHarris.com and contribute to the campaign. So we're excited. We think tonight will be a big night. We'll see what happens.
All right. Governor, thanks so much for spending time with us this evening. We appreciate it. We're going to get back to politics in a second, but we do have some breaking news in the South we're following, where Francine just strengthened into a Category 1 hurricane. That storm barreling toward Texas and Louisiana with life-threatening conditions expected along the Gulf Coast. Francine expected to make landfall tomorrow with the New Orleans metro area under a hurricane watch. Al Roker is tracking the storm. Al, what can we expect?
Well, we are looking for some really serious weather over the next 48 hours along the Gulf. Right now, it's 350 miles southwest of Morgan City, Louisiana, 75-mile-per-hour wind, so it's just barely a Category 1. But we're not worrying about the categories. We're worrying about the impacts. We're talking about hurricane warnings right now throughout much of Louisiana. New Orleans under a hurricane watch. Tomorrow, sometime around 5, 6 o'clock, we're expecting the worst conditions around 6 till Thursday at 2 a.m. in New Orleans. What we're expecting, 3 to 6 inches of rain or more, 60-mile-per-hour winds, and isolated tornadoes as well. Now, as the system pushes onshore, and this is what we're talking about, don't worry about categories. Impacts. Baton Rouge could see 95-mile-per-hour wind gusts. At these winds, we're looking at power outages, damage to homes, and with that wind, the dangers. This is where the most deadly effect is. The storm surge from central Louisiana to Grand Isle, about 10 feet of surge, 4 to 7 feet as you move further to the east, 3 to 5 feet in New Orleans, and heavy rain. This area has already seen a lot of rain in the last 7 days. Well, they're going to get anywhere from 2 to 4 inches per hour falling. That means more likely we're going to be seeing very severe flooding and storm totals, guys, upwards of 12 inches, especially along the southern Gulf. But as we get into the Mississippi River Valley, 3 to 5 inches as well possible. The only silver lining there is that the water levels for the Mississippi are really down. They're worried about shipping, so this could help. But those folks right along the Gulf are in harm's way.
We'll see you bright and early tomorrow, Al.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, on the Today Show. Thank you.
And we're going to take a short break here, but still ahead tonight, we'll show you the biggest debate moments of Kamala Harris and Donald Trump as they gear up to debate each other and meet in person for the very first time. That's coming up right after this.
talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back. This is our special coverage of tonight's presidential debate between Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump. We will bring that debate to you live in its entirety once it begins.
And a lot has been made of this. This is the first time these two candidates have appeared on the same stage. They have never debated each other before tonight, and they've never even met. So what can we expect? We have a closer look at their biggest moments from past debates and what that could tell us about what we could see tonight.
Our senior Washington correspondent, Hallie Jackson's been walking down memory lane with the archive tape. Hi, Hallie.
And it is quite a fascinating walk, Savannah and Lester, because, yes, you said it, their first meeting ever, their first debate ever, but it is not the first time that either has stepped on a debate stage, period, with some of the most memorable moments from the past, perhaps providing some clues for tonight.
Tonight, the first face-off between two candidates with different prep, different styles, and different experience. For Vice President Harris, her first time stepping into this kind of general election spotlight after memorable moments in primary and VP debates.
Mr. Vice President, I'm speaking. I'm speaking.
Harris, no stranger to the stage, from early in her career to her Senate run in 2016, when her opponent awkwardly dabbed.
So there's a clear difference between the candidates in this race. And I think the voters will make that decision.
Allies point to Harris's past as a prosecutor in arguing her experience helps shape sharp arguments.
Whatever the vice president is claiming the administration has done, clearly it hasn't worked.
And Harris drawing on her personal background, like in this key exchange in the 2020 primary with her future boss.
You also worked with them to oppose busing. And you know, there was a little girl in California who was part of the second class to integrate her public schools. And she was bused to school every day. And that little girl was me.
But Harris has had to play defense, too, like in another debate that cycle, accused of hypocrisy for shifting to a more progressive position in a crowded primary.
There are too many examples to cite, but she put over 1,500 people in jail for marijuana violations and then laughed about it when she was asked if she ever smoked marijuana.
For his part, Mr. Trump has more debate experience as a presidential nominee, 6 in all, most recently in June, a showdown that ultimately ended President Biden's presidential run.
We finally beat Medicare. Well, he's right. He did beat Medicare. He beat it to death.
Their first ever debate in 2020, notable just as much for what Mr. Trump didn't say when asked if he'd condemn white supremacists.
I'm willing to do anything. I want to see peace.
Then do it, sir.
Say it. Do it. Say it. Do you want to call him? What do you want to call him? Give me a name. Give me a
white
name.
Supremacists and
who would
right
you like me to condemn?
White supremacists and right
Proud Boys. Stand back and stand by.
Then candidate Trump's first debate against Hillary Clinton in 2016 still holds the record for the most watched ever, 84 million viewers. At later face-offs, the two sparring over foreign policy and Russia's Vladimir Putin.
Well, that's because he'd rather have a puppet as president of the United States.
No puppet.
And it's pretty clear.
You're the puppet.
Mr. Trump memorably looming behind his opponent on stage. At other points, delivering personal attacks.
Such a nasty woman.
And earlier in the Republican primaries, responding to a crass insult about the size of his hands.
Look at those hands. Are they small hands? I guarantee you there's no problem.
Now, tonight, Vice President Harris hoping to make good on past pledges.
I'd wipe the floor with him.
But according to the rules of this debate, it's former President Trump who will get the last word.
We're going to make it great again.
Now, some of those moments that you just saw may be mitigated by the rules we've been talking about at tonight's debate. Think about those mics muted when it's not each candidate's turn to speak. That may cut down on some of that overtalk or interruptions, if you will. There's also, of course, the rule that each candidate must stay behind their microphone. No stage wandering a la 2016. Lester, Savannah?
All right. Thanks so much, Hallie. For more on what we can expect from both candidates tonight, let's bring in President Biden's former White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki and Donald Trump's former Deputy White House Press Secretary Hogan Gidley. Good to have both of you here today. Jen, let me start with you. I think it's fair to say a lot of Democrats were rattled by those latest New York Times Siena poll numbers. Is part of the vice president's mission and task tonight to reassure Democratic voters that all is well?
I think it's part of the mission, but the other part of the mission is to think about that 28% in that same poll of people who want more information about her. So what's tricky about this, Lester, if you're the vice president, is a lot of Democrats out there have been waiting for somebody to eviscerate Donald Trump. They might, progressive Democrats and other Democrats who might be rooting for that. That is not the right strategy for the totality of this debate, because that 28% who want more information, who want to know more about her positions, that may not be what they're looking for.
Well, she has the most to gain or lose because she has 30% roughly of the electorate that's still curious. Hogan, as I bring you in here, Donald Trump, I mean, for better or for worse, it's a very calcified, set in stone opinion that people have. Some love him, love him, love him. Some do not love him, love him, love him. So what is his number one job tonight?
I think what he's going to try and do is make people remember his record while he was president. And then what Kamala Harris is going to try and do is make people forget her record as vice president. People remember they could afford gas and groceries just a few short years ago. There weren't wars breaking out all over the world. We had a rational, sane southern border policy. So he's got to remind people of that. He's got to expose her radical record at the same time, but he needs to stay on message. He needs to focus on what the American people care about every single day and not run rabbits. There's no doubt she's going to have those canned lines ready to go, those contrived stories like she did in the package that you guys just played. Look, she called Joe Biden a racist and a rapist on a debate stage, had merchandise ready to go, but she couldn't parlay that into anything positive for her campaign. She'll do that to Donald Trump tonight. The question becomes, will he follow her down that trail, or will he stick to the points that the American people care about most?
And Jen, does the vice president have to have things that she wants to remind the public about in terms of history?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, one of the challenges for her is that every candidate wants to be the change candidate, right? You have a former president and a sitting vice president, so they're not the natural change candidates. She has to figure out on this debate stage how she can both embrace part of her record that people may like and also build on it and tell people that she's going to do something different. That is very tricky.
Sounds like you're saying she has a higher bar.
She does have a higher bar. I think there's higher expectations for her. I will say, I'm not sure that looking in the past, that's not what the public is really looking for. We know that from every election ever. People want a forward-looking plan and vision. So the other part of what she needs to do is tell people exactly what she's going to do.
Do you think she's made it unnecessarily hard on herself in this particular moment? Because she hasn't done very much off the cuff, unscripted. She did one interview since being elevated to the top of the ticket. Now it's this night. Does that just ratchet up the stakes when they don't need to be ratcheted up any higher?
I actually think the biggest challenge for her is that she's never met him before or interacted with him before. And she is a studious, thorough prepper, which I think is good no matter what political party you're from. That's a good thing. But it also means you have to let go of those briefing books and be in the moment. Donald Trump is not a standard, traditional policy debating candidate. So it requires a different muscle. And I think she's never practiced that muscle before. And that's the piece that I think is going to be challenging.
Respond. I've got a question for you.
Just quickly. It's interesting because you do want to look in the future. There's no doubt about that. The problem with Kamala Harris is every time she starts to say, I promise you I will, on day one I'm going to, Donald Trump can just say, but you're the sitting vice president right now. Either you can't do those things or you won't. Either way, I don't think the American people are going to buy it.
You both know him very well. Lara Trump just told us a few moments ago he's going to be calm, cool, and collected. Raise your hand if you think he will be.
Like always.
Yeah.
What are you talking about? He's always calm.
Is that the worst thing that could happen to Kamala Harris?
If he is calm, cool, and collected, I'm not sure it's the worst thing, but I think she is going to hopefully not take the bait. I think the Clinton advice is good advice to her. Don't take the bait. Try to bait him a little bit. That would be a win for her.
All right. Hogan and Jen, thank you very much. Both veterans of the White House. Coming up, we've got Steve Kornacki here to break down where this race stands. Spoiler alert, it's very, very tight, and how tonight's debate could shake things up. We're back right after this.
Nice to see you.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back to our special coverage of tonight's presidential debate between Vice President Harris and former President Trump. We'll be bringing you the debate live when it begins in less than 25 minutes.
And tonight will be a critical moment, and it could shake up what many see as a tight race, a deadlocked race with less than 2 months to go before Election Day.
Steve Kornacki is with us tonight at the big board to break it all down. Where's this going?
Yeah, I mean, close. And let's put this in some perspective here. What you're looking at is the average of all of the major national polls that are out there right now. This is a running average. We keep Harris at a 47-45 for Trump. 2-point lead there for Harris. Obviously, Democrats like that. But some context for that. First of all, there's this. Donald Trump has run from behind both previous times he ran for president. At this same point, 4 years ago, in our poll average, Donald Trump was trailing Joe Biden by 7.8 points. And at the same point in 2016, in our poll average, Trump was trailing Hillary Clinton by 4.5 points. Now it's only 2. So, yeah, Trump's behind, but this is closer than he's been in the polling in previous elections. And there's also this. Remember, in 2016, Trump lost the national popular vote to Clinton, won in the Electoral College. In 2020, Trump lost the popular vote by a wide margin to Joe Biden, almost won in the Electoral College. Is there going to be a gap like that again that works to Trump's favor, an Electoral College advantage? That's what you think about when you look at this, the 7 core battleground states. And again, poll average here, the average of the major polls in those states right now. And you see the headline, obviously, these are very close margins. Look, Harris, 1/10 of 1 point in the North Carolina average right now. Trump by 0.5 point in Georgia. These are very, very close. Although you take a look and you see one here that's a little different. That's Wisconsin. Harris on average just over 4 points ahead right now. This was, keep in mind, Wisconsin, the source of the single biggest polling miss in 2020. It had Joe Biden well ahead, nearly 10 points on average. He won the state by less than 1 point. The polling here was way off in 2016 as well. There was a pretty big miss in Michigan, too. States with large blue-collar white populations where Trump has run up very big numbers. The polls didn't sufficiently capture that in 16 and 20. Is that going to be different in 2024, or is there more Trump support in some of these states than it appears in the polls? That's a major question to think about as you see more numbers come out. And then you just see in this column right here, the electoral votes. Again, 7 core battleground states. Where's tonight's debate? It is in the state that is first among equals when it comes to battleground states. 19 electoral votes in Pennsylvania, more than any other. What does that mean functionally? If you're one of these campaigns and you lose Pennsylvania, mathematically, if you want to offset that, you got to win at least 2 others to make up for the 19 that you're losing out on in Pennsylvania. This is the king of the battleground states.
Steve, not to bring up back memories, but weren't we here until Saturday, the week of the election, waiting for Pennsylvania?
That's right, 11:30 Saturday morning in 2020.
Oh, my God. But who's counting, right? Okay, well, we shall see. Thank you. That sets it up very nicely for our next guest. What do voters want to hear from candidates tonight? These battleground voters, they're the deciders. Kate Snow is in Pennsylvania talking to those undecided swing voters. Hi, Kate.
Hi, Savannah. Yeah, we're at the Churchville Inn. It's a restaurant in Bucks County, Pennsylvania. That's right outside of Philadelphia. This is a county that really could be pivotal in the state of Pennsylvania. And as Steve was just saying, it could be pivotal. Pennsylvania, as it goes, could be pivotal for the whole election. So we gathered 3 voters with me. They are all undecided voters. Each one of you is registered differently. We have Lynn Kelleher, who's a registered Republican and a realtor here in town. We have Hannah Reed, an independent, a mom of 3. And then we have Andrew Wallace, who's registered Democrat and owns this place, by the way, the owner of the restaurant. What's interesting, though, is you all cannot decide. And Lynn, you told us that you find Trump, I forget your word, reprehensible. You really don't like the guy. But you find Harris, you said that you don't understand what she stands for. She needs to explain. What are you looking for tonight?
For me, the election is a decision between economics and morals. I like some of Trump's economic policies.
Yeah.
I abhor him, quite frankly.
Because of his morals.
Because of his morals or lack thereof. But she, I think, is talking a lot of fluff She hasn't said anything substantive. I don't know that she has the experience or the wherewithal to lead this country out of the economic situation that we're in.
I'm going to note, all three of you voted for Trump in 2016 and then changed in 2020. Hannah, let me go to you. You said you're very frustrated going into this debate. Why?
Because the election itself is no longer about policies. It's no longer about the real issues in this country, like the economics or the inflation.
You don't like the name calling.
The name calling, I mean, the back and forth. It's about who can get one over on the other, to the point that we are not pushing policies through just because the person that put it through was from another party.
And Andrew, let me ask you about your issues, because we were talking earlier. You like some of the things. You're really big on policies that Trump supports, and then you're also really big on policies that Harris supports. You don't know what you're going to do. So what do you need to hear tonight?
I feel left behind by the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party, Harris received 0 votes. I would have liked to have a say in the primary, and they didn't give me that. I feel that they think that they know what's best for me. Harris hasn't said anything. Harris's policies, a lot of them, have just been stolen from Trump. Taxes on tips, putting up the border wall. She's had said absolutely nothing of her own with her own ideas. So I'm waiting to see anything from her that is an original idea and not stolen from the other candidate.
All right, guys, we're going to watch this debate together. And Savannah, Lester, we will certainly report back on sort of what the reactions are here in the room. It's an instant focus group.
Yeah, some important voices to hear. Kate, thanks very much. Let me bring in 2 experts at debate preparation. Greg Craig served as White House counsel in the Obama administration. He prepped John Kerry by playing George W. Bush. And Judd Gregg is a former senator from New Hampshire who prepped George W. Bush by playing John Kerry. And Senator, let me begin with you. You know, the candidates, of
We're
course,
sort of hitting you
with
a tongue tire there.
Yes, it's not easy. The Harris folks really want to put forth her and introduce her to people who don't know a lot about her right now. Is this a good time for any candidate to change who they are, who the viewers and voters perceive them to be?
People can't change themselves. Really, these debates turn on a few things, I think. First is your mannerisms, and especially when you have a split screen. If you'll remember when George Bush the first was in the debate, he looked at his watch, and that affected the campaign significantly. And then Al Gore rolled his eyes and made all sorts of facial disparaging types of movements. And then, of course, in the last debate, it was President Biden just looking like he wasn't there. So the physical activity on the stage is really critical. And you've got to act like you're a serious person in a serious event. Secondly, you've got to be substantive. This is about the presidency of the United States. People expect substance. They don't expect gamesmanship. And third, a little self-deprecating humor doesn't work. That doesn't hurt. It's nice to know that the person can connect with you because they are willing to talk about themselves in a humorous way. And so those 3 elements are really critical to defining an individual and whether they connect with the audience. But you can't change yourself just for a debate. That's impossible.
Well, it's fun to talk to both of you because you've had this rare opportunity to actually play the opposing candidate. So we know you from politics, but apparently you have acting chops as well. Greg, as I turn to you, you helped President Obama and I think Senator Kerry as well. So if you were advising Kamala Harris, what would you tell her to do? Because obviously Donald Trump is an opponent unlike any other.
I agree with that. I think on the issue of substance and policy, she's just going to be fine. She's disciplined. She's hardworking. Her real challenge, I think, is managing Trump, because whereas Vice President Harris is the captain and quarterback of Team Normal, former President Trump is really the 4-star general of Team Crazy, and you can't really guess or predict exactly what he's going to be saying or doing. It's going to be a stream of consciousness. There's going to be non sequiturs. There's going to be one falsehood after another. So I'm going to be interested in finding out how she manages to deal with him. I think he's likely to get under her skin more than she's likely to get under his skin. And is she going to lose it? She would probably have every right to get angry or emotional or lecture him. But I think if she manages this guy in this debate, she'll be president of the United States.
Senator Craig and Greg Craig, good to have both of you with us.
Not easy, right?
Not easy at all, but nice to have your perspective. Speaking of an interesting perspective, there's only two people sitting at this desk right now who've actually moderated general election debates, which I would like to say seems like the most thankless job in America. But you both survived. We got Krista Welker here. Hallie's done some primary debates.
I'm out of my league.
Too.
I
No,
know.
but this is next level. Lester, first of all, without triggering you, what do you remember about doing the debate in 2016?
I remember how lonely it felt because we were, when both of us did it, was under the auspices of the Presidential Debate Commission. You're a solo out there. You've got your back is to in this giant room full of people, and there were estimates of 100 million people watching. At the same time, it's such a privilege to do things like this, but you're getting people are, leading up to it, or is he going to fact check? Every time you throw on cable TV, they're talking about you and what they think you're going to do or what you're thinking. I don't know if Kristen felt the same thing, but I think of David and Lindsay tonight. It's not an easy task.
Oh, it's definitely not. And when you talk about feeling lonely, part of that is because there's no one in your ear telling you or giving you editorial backup. Look, I think there's no greater weight than the moments before heading into a general election debate, because you are asking questions on behalf of the people who Kate was just interviewing, on behalf of the American people. So you want the questions to be understandable, digestible, not coming from Washington and politics, but from a place of people's dining room tables. And the best thing that you can say about a moderator is that you don't remember the moderator.
Well, I was going to say, and since it's over, I can say these can make a career, they can break a career, and a lot of times the criticism is quite harsh for a moderator who does fact check in real time. I can think of a moderator who got in trouble for that, and for moderators who don't. It's sort of darned if you do, darned if you don't.
I think the way to deal with that is to ask follow-up questions, make sure you're getting answers to the questions that you ask.
It's also a question for the candidates, and there is a question of how much tonight, as we bring it back to what we're going to see in just about 11 minutes from now, is how much will Vice President Harris fact check former President Trump and vice versa, although it is clear, we know from past debates, that the former president does say things that are not true on this stage. I've talked to people in her orbit who say if she spent the night fact checking, in their view, she'd never get anything else in. So she's got to pick her moments in that space. We're also seeing, even as we've been on the air tonight, former President Trump already, his campaign, his team, kind of working the refs here already, preemptively going after the moderators. It's always a factor.
I was just going to say, I mean, it's not terribly recent, but I remember it's in the last 10, 15 years, it's become a lot more common to attack the moderator. I remember when you would never see the candidates go out and go after the moderator. I remember Newt Gingrich doing it in a Republican primary, I think in 2016 or something like that, and that was different.
Well, two things. You've got to feel the room, and it took me several minutes to feel the room, feel the temperature of the candidates. The other thing is, having done a lot of debates, including a presidential debate, I swore a long time ago I would never publicly judge a debate moderator.
That's right.
It is an incredibly difficult job, and my hat's off to anyone who has done it.
Absolutely. And you try to tune out any criticism that you might be getting heading into the big night.
But you know exactly what their stomachs feel like.
I
10
sure
minutes
do.
away from the debate now.
I'm starting to feel those
I
butterflies.
know, having moments of feeling for them.
Thanks for all this. This was great. We'll take a break. We're less than 10 minutes away from the big moment as Kamala Harris and Donald Trump get ready to face off and meet for the first time ever. I hope you can stay with us. It's going to be quite a night. going to happen?
Going back and forth because they.
Go ahead. This is it, right?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back to our special coverage of tonight's presidential debate between Vice President Harris and former President Trump.
The debate is set to begin just minutes from now. It'll be the first time Harris and Trump meet each other, and it will be in front of the entire country. Tonight also could have a huge impact on the campaign, less than 2 months out from Election Day, with a tight race nationally and in the critical battleground states.
So let's go back to the debate hall in Philadelphia, the spin room. Tom Yamas is there. We're just about 6 minutes away now from the start of this debate, which we will carry in its entirety. Tom, are you starting to feel that buzz of energy?
Oh, you do. And guys, I will tell you something I've noticed that is different about this debate. Usually the spin room gets wild and crazy post-debate. What I'm seeing for the first time is pre-debate spin. You've seen surrogates on both sides sort of flank all the reporters, flank all the sets from all the different news organizations and try to get their message out. There was a ton of commotion about 10 minutes ago, and that's because RFK Jr. came into the spin room. Of course, he was the third-party candidate who has since endorsed former President Trump. He was followed by, I'd say dozens of reporters as he walked through the spin room. We're hearing kind of the same things. Both campaigns are disciplined. They are on message. The Harris surrogates are saying the same thing. Former President Trump is the most experienced presidential debater. This will be a 7th debate. And also they want to go over reproductive rights, that a vote for Trump is a vote that will limit abortion access. And then on the Trump side, of course, they're hammering the issue that Vice President Harris is untested. She's only done one big major interview. She's doing no town halls. And also they want to hammer home that they want to put the spotlight, and they hope the candidate does, on the issues of immigration, the economy, and the 2 wars overseas. What I'll be looking for, guys, tonight, who can truthfully answer the question that they are the change candidate coming out of this debate. Back to you.
All right, Tom, thanks very much. Our Washington correspondent, Yamiche Alcindor, has been covering the Harris campaign and joins us now. Yamiche, your thoughts tonight as we're just minutes away.
One of the biggest challenges for Vice President Harris, as I've been talking to a lot of sources that are familiar with her debate preparations, are how she's going to differentiate herself from President Biden. Former President Trump is going to try to make her own every single mistake that he believes President Biden made. And there's been a lot of tension among the Harris team about whether or not she should throw President Biden, under the bus figuratively and say, I disagreed with some of the policies, maybe even the withdrawal from Afghanistan, the way that it was carried out, or whether she's going to say, I serve at the pleasure of the president and I agreed with everything that he did. But she has to, in some ways, really carve out what a Harris administration is going to look like and why it's not going to just be a third term of the Biden administration, or the second term of the Biden administration, rather. And the other thing that she's really going to have to do is not get pulled into personal attacks by former President Trump. They expect him to, at some point, maybe lose it. They're going to try to bait him a bit to try to lash out at her. But she really wants to remain calm, because her biggest thing that she wants to do is really introduce herself to undecided voters and voters who might not be familiar with her background, her middle-class background, that she's a child of immigrants. They really want her team really make sure that she defines herself. So that's also a big challenge that I'll be watching for, how she does that. Back to you.
All right, Yamiche, thank you so much. And let's turn now to NBC's Dasha Burns, who covers the Trump campaign and joins us now. What are you hearing from the Trump campaign about the preparations tonight?
Well, look, Savannah, you've heard the former president say time and again that he does not do traditional debate prep, that campaigning is his prep. But we are told by sources that over the last few days, he has been hunkered down at Mar-a-Lago. He's been doing extensive policy sessions, and watch for him to do 2 things tonight, 2 things that his campaign wants him to do. Number 1, tie Vice President Harris to President Biden, make her own what's going on with the economy, what's going on with immigration. And number 2, remind voters some of the positions she took back in 2020 when she was running for president that were left of center. Try to paint her as simply too liberal for those moderate swing voters in places like the suburbs of Philadelphia. Of course, that is the plan. That is what the campaign wants. But it's all going to be about the execution in the moment, especially if Harris tries to bait the former president into an outburst. Savannah.
All right, Dasha, thank you.
Let's bring back Kristen Welker and Hallie Jackson. I want to talk about how the vice president has cast herself in this campaign as the prosecutor, going against Donald Trump. Are there limits to that in this format, do you think, of coming off in a prosecutorial way?
Absolutely. When I've spoken to allies who are close to her, they say her biggest challenge tonight is getting specific, but not too specific. She's got to tell the story of how a Harris administration would differ from a Biden administration. That word we keep using, change. How would she change things right now? Does she acknowledge to some extent that the economy is not where she wants it to be, and really lay out in more detail what she wants to see? Yes, she's going to prosecute the case against Donald Trump on a range of different issues. She'll accuse him of switching his opinion, particularly when it comes to the issue of abortion and reproductive rights. But again, she's got to walk that fine line.
Yeah, but she also has to answer for some changes in her own positions. Of course, she ran for president in 2020. She came across and positioned herself as a much more progressive type of candidate. Now she's really moving to the middle here in a general election.
Crowded primary, right? Back in 2019, 2020, she has moved away from that on issues like, for example, mandated gun buybacks for automatic rifles, something that she no longer supports. Fracking, for example, something that she has changed her position on as well. You look at Medicare for all, a position that she's backed away from. Watch for the former president to try to go after some of these issues. And I'll tell you, to bring it back to the voters, that panel with Kate Snow is super interesting. The economy came up again and again. And even though this summer, for the first time, inflation dipped below 3% for the first time since March of 2021, people don't feel great about it right now. So how does Vice President Harris address that moving forward?
And let me briefly go there and talk about his physical performance. It's been noted by many that the former president has tended to be more rambling, disjointed in many of his answers at a time that we were focusing on Joe Biden. Is that something that folks will be watching carefully?
He's now, of course, the older candidate now.
Okay, we will be back with you. It's the top of the hour now, 9 o'clock on the East Coast here in New York and in Philadelphia, the room where it's about to happen. We're just seconds away now from tonight's first and perhaps last presidential debate between Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump.
As we've noted, this will be the first time these candidates have met in person, and it's happening on a debate stage. Also, the first debate since President Biden left the race over the summer and Harris became the Democratic nominee. A lot has happened in a very compressed period of time.
Yes, it has. And we have a few moments until the debate starts. We will join it. ABC News is broadcasting it, but we will simulcast it right here in its entirety. It's taking place at the National Constitution Center in Philadelphia.
And like June's debate, there will be no audience tonight. The candidates' microphones will be muted while the other one is talking. Each candidate will get 2 minutes for answers. There will be closing statements, but no opening statements. So we expect them to probably mix it up rather early in this as they stake out their positions and we get a sense of where all this is going.
And the mics are muted when the other is talking. So let's take you to Philadelphia now and the first presidential debate of 2024.
Good evening. I'm David Muir, and thank you for joining us for tonight's ABC News presidential debate. We want to welcome viewers watching on ABC and around the world tonight. Vice President Kamala Harris and President Donald Trump are just moments away from taking the stage in this unprecedented race for president.
And I'm Lindsay Davis. Tonight's meeting could be the most consequential event of their campaigns, with Election Day now less than 2 months away. For Vice President Kamala Harris, this is her first debate since President Biden withdrew from the race on July 21st. Of course, that decision followed his debate against President Donald Trump in June. Since then, this race has taken on an entirely new dynamic.
And that brings us to the rules of tonight's debate. 90 minutes with 2 commercial breaks. No topics or questions have been shared with the campaigns. The candidates will have 2 minutes to answer questions, and this is the clock. That's what they'll be seeing. 2 minutes for rebuttals and 1 minute for follow-ups, clarifications, or responses. Their microphones will only be turned on when it's their turn to speak. No pre-written notes allowed. There is no audience here tonight in this hall at the National Constitution Center. This is an intimate setting for 2 candidates who have never met.
President Trump won the coin toss. He chose to deliver the final closing statement of the evening. Vice President Harris selected the podium to the right.
So let's now welcome the candidates to the stage. Vice President Kamala Harris and President Donald Trump.
Kamala Harris. Let's have a good debate.
Nice to see you. Have fun.
Thank you.
Welcome to you both. It's wonderful to have you. It's an honor to have you both here tonight.
Good evening. We are looking forward to a spirited and thoughtful debate.
So let's get started. I want to begin tonight with the issue that voters repeatedly say is their number one issue, and that is the economy and the cost of living in this country. Vice President Harris, you and President Trump were elected 4 years ago, and your opponent on the stage here tonight often asks his supporters, are you better off than you were 4 years ago? When it comes to the economy, do you believe Americans are better off than they were 4 years ago?
So I was raised as a middle-class kid, and I am actually the only person on this stage who has a plan that is about lifting up the middle class and working people of America. I believe in the ambition, the aspirations, the dreams of the American people. And that is why I imagine and have actually a plan to build what I call an opportunity economy. Because here's the thing. We know that we have a shortage of homes and housing, and the cost of housing is too expensive for far too many people. We know that young families need support to raise their children, and I intend on extending a tax cut for those families of $6,000, which is the largest child tax credit that we have given in a long time, so that those young families can afford to buy a crib, buy a car seat, buy clothes for their children. My passion, one of them, is small businesses. My mother raised my sister and me, but there was a woman who helped raise us. We call her our second mother. She was a small business owner. I love our small businesses. My plan is to give a $50,000 tax deduction to start up small businesses, knowing they are part of the backbone of America's economy. My opponent, on the other hand, his plan is to do what he has done before, which is to provide a tax cut for billionaires and big corporations, which will result in $5 trillion to America's deficit. My opponent has a plan that I call the Trump's sales tax, which would be a 20% tax on everyday goods that you rely on to get through the month. Economists have said that Trump sales tax would actually result for middle-class families in about $4,000 more a year, because of his policies and his ideas about what should be the backs of middle-class people paying for tax cuts for billionaires.
President Trump, I'll give you 2 minutes.
First of all, I have no sales tax. That's an incorrect statement. She knows that. We're doing tariffs on other countries. Other countries are going to finally, after 75 years, pay us back for all that we've done for the world. And the tariff will be substantial in some cases. I took in billions and billions of dollars, as you know, from China. In fact, they never took the tariff off because it was so much money they can't. It would totally destroy everything that they've set out to do. They're taking in billions of dollars from China and other places. They've left the tariffs on. When I had tariffs, and yet I had no inflation. Look, we've had a terrible economy because inflation which is really known as a country buster. It breaks up countries. We have inflation like very few people have ever seen before, probably the worst in our nation's history. We were at 21%, but that's being generous because many things are 50, 60, 70, and 80% higher than they were just a few years ago. This has been a disaster for people, for the middle class, but for every class. On top of that, we have millions of people pouring into our country from prisons and jails, from mental institutions and insane asylums, and they're coming in and they're taking jobs that are occupied right now by African Americans and Hispanics, and also unions. Unions are going to be affected very soon. And you see what's happening. You see what's happening with towns throughout the United States. You look at Springfield, Ohio. You look at Aurora in Colorado. They are taking over the towns. They're taking over buildings. They're going in violently. These are the people that she and Biden led into our country, and they're destroying our country. They're dangerous. They're at the highest level of criminality, and we have to get them out. We have to get them out fast. I created one of the greatest economies in the history of our country. I'll do it again and even better.
We are going to get to immigration and border security during this debate, but I would like to let Vice President Harris respond on the economy here.
Well, I would love to. Let's talk about what Donald Trump left us. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment since the Great Depression. Donald Trump left us the worst public health epidemic in a century. Donald Trump left us the worst attack on our democracy since the Civil War. And what we have done is clean up Donald Trump's mess What we have done and what I intend to do is build on what we know are the aspirations and the hopes of the American people. But I'm going to tell you all, in this debate tonight, you're going to hear from the same old tired playbook, a bunch of lies, grievances, and name-calling. What you're going to hear tonight is a detailed and dangerous plan called Project 2025 that the former president intends on implementing if he were elected again. I believe very strongly that the American people want a president who understands the importance of bringing us together, knowing we have so much more in common than what separates us. And I pledge to you to be a president for all Americans.
President Trump will give you a minute here to respond.
Number one, I have nothing to do, as you know, and as she knows better than anyone, I have nothing to do with Project 2025. That's out there. I haven't read it. I don't want to read it purposely. I'm not going to read it. This was a group of people that got together. They came up with some ideas, I guess some good, some bad. But it makes no difference. I have nothing to do. Everybody knows I'm an open book. Everybody knows what I'm going to do. Cut taxes very substantially and create a great economy like I did before. We had the greatest economy. We got hit with a pandemic. And the pandemic was not since 1917, where 100 million people died, has there been anything like it. We did a phenomenal job with the pandemic. We handed them over a country where the economy and where the stock market was higher than it was before the pandemic came in. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. We made ventilators for the entire world. We got gowns, we got masks, we did things that nobody thought possible. And people give me credit for rebuilding the military. They give me credit for a lot of things, but not enough credit for the great job we did with the pandemic. But the only jobs they got were bounce back jobs. These were jobs bounce back, and it bounced back and it went to their benefit. But I was the one that created them. They know it, and so does everybody else.
Vice President Harris, I'll let you respond.
So Donald Trump has no plan for you. And when you look at his economic plan, it's all about tax breaks for the richest people. I am offering what I describe as an opportunity economy, and the best economists in our country, if not the world, have reviewed our relative plans for the future of America. What Goldman Sachs has said is that Donald Trump's plan would make the economy worse. Mine would strengthen the economy. What the Wharton School has said is Donald Trump's plan would actually explode the deficit. 16 Nobel laureates have described his economic plan as something that would increase inflation and by the middle of next year would invite a recession. You just have to look at where we are and where we stand on the issues. And I'd invite you to know that Donald Trump actually has no plan for you because he is more interested in defending himself than he is in looking out for you.
That's just a soundbite. They gave her that to say. Look, I went to the Wharton School of Finance, and many of those professors, the top professors, think my plan is a brilliant plan. It's a great plan. It's a plan that's going to bring up our worth, our value as a country. It's going to make people want to be able to go and work and create jobs and create a lot of good, solid money for our country. Just to finish off, she doesn't have a plan. She copied Biden's plan, and it's like 4 sentences, like run, spot, run. 4 sentences that are just, oh, we'll try and lower taxes. She doesn't have a plan. Take a look at her plan. She doesn't have a plan.
Mr. President, I do want to drill down on something you both brought up. The Vice President brought up your tariffs. You responded, and let's drill down on this, because your plan is what she calls is essentially a national sales tax. Your proposal calls for tariffs, as you pointed out here, on foreign imports across the board. You recently said that you might double your plan, imposing tariffs up to 20% on goods coming into this country. As you know, many economists say that with tariffs at that level, costs are then passed on to the consumer. Vice President Harris has argued it'll mean higher prices on gas, food, clothing, medication, arguing it costs the typical family nearly $4,000 a year. Do you believe Americans can afford higher prices because of tariffs?
They're not going to have higher prices. What's going to have and who's going to have higher prices is China and all of the countries that have been ripping us off for years. I was the only president ever. China was paying us hundreds of billions of dollars, and so were other countries. And, you know, if she doesn't like them, they should have gone out and they should have immediately cut the tariffs. But those tariffs are there 3.5 years now under their administration. We are going to take in billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars. I had no inflation, virtually no inflation. They had the highest inflation perhaps in the history of our country, because I've never seen a worse period of time. People can't go out and buy cereal or bacon or eggs or anything else. The people of our country are absolutely dying with what they've done. They've destroyed the economy. And all you have to do is look at a poll. The polls say 80 and 85 and even 90% that the Trump economy was great, that their economy was terrible.
Vice President Harris, I do want to ask for your response. And you heard what the president said there, because the Biden administration did keep a number of the Trump tariffs in place. So how do you respond?
Well, let's be clear that the Trump administration resulted in a trade deficit, one of the highest we've ever seen in the history of America. He invited trade wars. You want to talk about his deal with China? What he ended up doing is, under Donald Trump's presidency, he ended up selling American chips to China to help them improve and modernize their military, basically sold us out, when a policy about China should be in making sure the United States of America wins the competition for the 21st century, which means focusing on the details of what that requires, focusing on relationships with our allies, focusing on investing in American-based technology so that we win the race on AI, on quantum computing, focusing on what we need to do to support America's workforce so that we don't end up having on the short end of the stick in terms of workers' rights. But what Donald Trump did, let's talk about this, with COVID, is he actually thanked President Xi for what he did during COVID. Look at his tweet. "Thank you, President Xi!" exclamation point, when we know that Xi was responsible for lacking and not giving us transparency about the origins of COVID.
President Trump, I'll let you respond.
First of all, they bought their chips from Taiwan. We hardly make chips anymore because of philosophies like they have and policies like they have. I don't say her because she has no policy. Everything that she believed 3 years ago and 4 years ago is out the window. She's going to my philosophy now. In fact, I was going to send her a MAGA hat. She's gone to my philosophy. But if she ever got elected, she'd change it. And it will be the end of our country. She's a Marxist. Everybody knows she's a Marxist. Her father's a Marxist professor in economics, and he taught her well. But when you look at what she's done to our country, and when you look at these millions and millions of people that are pouring into our country monthly, where it's, I believe, 21 million people, not the 15 that people say, and I think it's a lot higher than the 21. That's bigger than New York State pouring in. And just look at what they're doing to our country. They're criminals. Many of these people coming in are criminals. And that's bad for our economy, too. You know, you mentioned before, we'll talk about immigration later. Well, bad immigration is the worst thing that can happen to our economy. They have, and she has, destroyed our country with policy that's insane. Almost policy that you'd say they have to hate our country.
President Trump, thank you. Lindsay?
I want to turn to the issue of abortion. President Trump, you've often touted that you were able to kill Roe v. Wade. Last year, you said that you were proud to be the most pro-life president in American history. Then last month, you said that your administration would be great for women and their reproductive rights. In your home state of Florida, you surprised many with regard to your 6-week abortion ban, because you initially had said that it was too short. And you said, quote, "I'm going to be voting that we need more than 6 weeks." But then the very next day, you reversed course and said you would vote to support the 6-week ban. Vice President Harris says that women shouldn't trust you on the issue of abortion because you've changed your position so many times. Therefore, why should they trust you?
Well, the reason I'm doing that vote is because the plan is, as you know, the vote is, they have abortion in the 9th month. They even have, and you can look at the governor of West Virginia, the previous governor of West Virginia, not the current governor, is doing an excellent job, but the governor before, he said the baby will be born and we will decide what to do with the baby. In other words, we'll execute the baby. And that's why I did that, because that predominates, because they're radical. The Democrats are radical in that. And her vice presidential pick, which I think was a horrible pick, by the way, for our country, because he is really out of it. But her vice presidential pick says abortion in the 9th month is absolutely fine. He also says execution after birth. It's execution, no longer abortion, because the baby is born, is okay. And that's not okay with me, hence the vote. But what I did is something for 52 years they've been trying to get Roe v. Wade into the states. And through the genius and heart and strength of 6 Supreme Court justices, we were able to do that. Now, I believe in the exceptions for rape, incest, and life of the mother. I believe strongly in it. Ronald Reagan did also. 85% of Republicans do. Exceptions. Very important. But we were able to get it, and now states are voting on it. And for the first time, you're going to see, look, this is an issue that's torn our country apart for 52 years. Every legal scholar, every Democrat, every Republican, liberal, conservative, they all wanted this issue to be brought back to the states where the people could vote. And that's what happened. Now, Ohio, the vote was somewhat liberal. Kansas, the vote was somewhat liberal, much more liberal than people would have thought. But each individual state is voting. It's the vote of the people now. It's not tied up in the federal government. I did a great service in doing it. It took courage to do it. And the Supreme Court had great courage in doing it. And I give tremendous credit to those 6 justices.
There is no state in this country where it is legal to kill a baby after it's born. Madam Vice President, I want to get your response to President Trump.
Well, as I said, you're going to hear a bunch of lies, and that's not actually a surprising fact. Let's understand how we got here. Donald Trump hand-selected 3 members of the United States Supreme Court with the intention that they would undo the protections of Roe v. Wade. And they did exactly as he intended. And now in over 20 states, there are Trump abortion bans, which make it criminal for a doctor or nurse to provide health care. In one state, it provides prison for life. Trump abortion bans that make no exception even for rape and incest, which understand what that means. A survivor of a crime of violation to their body does not have the right to make a decision about what happens to their body next. That is immoral. And one does not have to abandon their faith or deeply held beliefs to agree. The government, and Donald Trump certainly, should not be telling a woman what to do with her body. I have talked with women around our country. You want to talk about this is what people wanted? Pregnant women who want to carry a pregnancy to term, suffering from a miscarriage, being denied care in an emergency room because the healthcare providers are afraid they might go to jail, and she's bleeding out in a car in the parking lot. She didn't want that. Her husband didn't want that. A 12 or 13-year-old survivor of incest being forced to carry a pregnancy to term. They don't want that. And I pledge to you, when Congress passes a bill to put back in place the protections of Roe v. Wade, as President of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law. But understand, if Donald Trump were to be reelected, he will sign a national abortion ban. Understand, in his Project 2025, there would be a national abortion, a monitor that would be monitoring your pregnancies, your miscarriages. I think the American people believe that certain freedoms, in particular the freedom to make decisions about one's own body, should not be made by the government.
Thank you, Vice President Harris.
Well, there she goes again. It's a lie. I'm not signing a ban, and there's no reason to sign a ban, because we've gotten what everybody wanted. Democrats, Republicans, and everybody else, and every legal scholar wanted it to be brought back into the states. And the states are voting. And it may take a little time, but for 52 years, this issue has torn our country apart. And they've wanted it back in the states. And I did something that nobody thought was possible. The states are now voting. What she says is an absolute lie. And as far as the abortion ban, no, I'm not in favor of abortion ban, but it doesn't matter, because this issue has now been taken over by the states.
Would you veto a national abortion ban if it came to your desk?
Well, I won't have to, because, again, 2 things. Number one, she said she'll go back to Congress. She'll never get the vote. It's impossible for her to get the vote, especially now with the 50-50, essentially 50-50 in both Senate and the House. She's not going to get the vote. She can't get the vote. She won't even come close to it. So it's just talk. You know what it reminds me of? When they said they're going to get student loans terminated, and it ended up being a total catastrophe. The student loans, and then I think probably her boss, if you call him a boss, he spends all his time on the beach. But look, her boss went out and said, we'll do it again. We'll do it a different way. And he went out, got rejected again by the Supreme Court. So all these students got taunted with this whole thing about this whole idea. And how unfair that would have been, part of the reason they lost, to the millions and millions of people that had to pay off their student loans. They didn't get it for free. But they were saying it's the same way that they talked about that they talk about abortion.
But if I could just get a yes or no, because your running mate, J.D. Vance, has said that you would veto if it did come to your desk.
Well, I didn't discuss it with J.D. in all fairness. J.D., and I don't mind if he has a certain view, but I think he was speaking for me, but I really didn't. Look, we don't have to discuss it because she'd never be able to get it, just like she couldn't get student loans. They couldn't get student loans. They didn't even come close to getting student loans. They taunted young people and a lot of other people that had loans. They can never get this approved. So it doesn't matter what she says about going to Congress. Well, wonderful. Let's go to Congress. Do it. But the fact is that for years they wanted to get it out of Congress and out of the federal government. And we did something that everybody said couldn't be done. And now you have a vote of the people on abortion.
Vice President Harris, want to give you your time to respond. But I do want to ask, would you support any restrictions on a woman's right to an abortion?
I absolutely support reinstating the protections of Roe v. Wade. And as you rightly mentioned, nowhere in America is a woman carrying a pregnancy to term and asking for an abortion. That is not happening. It's insulting to the women of America. And understand what has been happening under Donald Trump's abortion bans. Couples who pray and dream of having a family are being denied IVF treatments. What is happening in our country? Working people, working women who are working 1 or 2 jobs, who can barely afford childcare as it is, have to travel to another state to get on a plane sitting next to strangers to go and get the health care she needs. Barely can afford to do it, and what you are putting her through is unconscionable. And the people of America have not, the majority of Americans believe in a woman's right to make decisions about her own body. And that is why in every state where this issue has been on the ballot, in red and blue states both, the people of America have voted for freedom.
Vice President Harris,
excuse me, I have to respond. Another lie. It's another lie. I have been a leader on IVF, which is fertilization. The IVF, I have been a leader. In fact, when they got a very negative decision on IVF from the Alabama courts, I saw the people of Alabama and the legislature 2 days later voted it in. I've been a leader on it. They know that, and everybody else knows it. I have been a leader on fertilization, IVF. And the other thing, you should ask, will she allow abortion in the 8th month, 9th month, 7th month?
Come on.
Okay, would you do that? Why don't you ask her that question?
Why don't you answer the question? Would you
because
veto?
Under Roe v.
Answer
Wade,
the question. Would you veto?
You could do abortions in the 7th month, the 8th month, the 9th
That's
month,
not true.
and probably after birth. Just look at the governor, former governor of Virginia. The governor of Virginia said we put the baby aside and then we determine what we want to do with the baby.
President Trump, thank you.
We're going to turn now to immigration and border security. We know it's an issue that's important to Republicans, Democrats, voters across the board in this country. Vice President Harris, you were tasked by President Biden with getting to the root causes of migration from Central America. We know that illegal border crossings reached a record high in the Biden administration. This past June, President Biden imposed tough new asylum restrictions. We know the numbers since then have dropped significantly. But my question to you tonight is, why did the administration wait until 6 months before the election to act? And would you have done anything differently from President Biden on this?
So I'm the only person on this stage who has prosecuted transnational criminal organizations for the trafficking of guns, drugs, and human beings. And let me say that the United States Congress, including some of the most conservative members of the United States Senate, came up with a border security bill which I supported. And that bill would have put 1,500 more border agents on the border to help those folks who are working there right now overtime trying to do their job. It would have allowed us to stem the flow of fentanyl coming into the United States. I know there are so many families watching tonight who have been personally affected by the surge of fentanyl in our country. That bill would have put more resources to allow us to prosecute transnational criminal organizations for trafficking in guns, drugs, and human beings. But you know what happened to that bill? Donald Trump got on the phone, called up some folks in Congress and said, kill the bill. And you know why? Because he'd prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And understand, this comes at a time where the people of our country actually need a leader who engages in solutions, who actually addresses the problems at hand. But what we have in the former president is someone who would prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And I'll tell you something, he's going to talk about immigration a lot tonight, even when it's not the subject that is being raised. And I'm going to actually do something really unusual, and I'm going to invite you to attend one of Donald Trump's rallies, because it's a really interesting thing to watch. You will see during the course of his rallies, he talks about fictional characters like Hannibal Lecter. He will talk about windmills cause cancer. And what you will also notice is that people start leaving his rallies early out of exhaustion and boredom. And I will tell you, the one thing you will not hear him talk about is you. You will not hear him talk about your needs, your dreams, and your desires. And I'll tell you, I believe you deserve a president who actually puts you first, and I pledge to you that I will.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump, on that point, I want to get your response.
Well, I would like to respond.
Let me just ask, though, why did you try to kill that bill, and successfully so? That would have put thousands of additional agents and officers on the border.
First, let me respond as to the rallies. She said people start leaving. People don't go to her rallies. There's no reason to go. And the people that do go, she's bussing them in and paying them to be there, and then showing them in a different light. So she can't talk about that. People don't leave my rallies. We have the biggest rallies, the most incredible rallies in the history of politics. That's because people want to take their country back. Our country is being lost. We're a failing nation. And it happened 3.5 years ago. And what's going on here, you're going to end up in World War III, just to go into another subject. What they have done to our country by allowing these millions and millions of people to come into our country, and look at what's happening to the towns all over the United States. And a lot of towns don't want to talk. It's not going to be Aurora or Springfield. A lot of towns don't want to talk about it because they're so embarrassed by it. In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country, and it's a shame. As far as rallies are concerned, as far as the reason they go is they like what I say. They want to bring our country back. They want to make America great again. It's a very simple phrase, make America great again. She's destroying this country, and if she becomes president, this country doesn't have a chance of success. Not only success, we'll end up being Venezuela on steroids.
I just want to clarify here. You bring up Springfield, Ohio, and ABC News did reach out to the city manager there. He told us there have been no credible reports of specific claims of pets being harmed, injured, or abused by individuals within the immigrant community.
Well, I've seen people on television.
Let me just say here, this is the
people on television say my dog was taken and used for food. So maybe he said that, and maybe that's a good thing to say for a city manager.
I'm not taking this from
but
television.
The people
I'm
on
taking it from
television
the city
saying
manager.
their dog was eaten by the people that went there.
Again, the Springfield city manager says there's no evidence of that. Vice President Harris,
out.
I'll let you respond to the rest of what you've heard.
You talk about extreme. You know, this is, I think, one of the reasons why in this election I actually have the endorsement of 200 Republicans who have formerly worked with President Bush, Mitt Romney, and John McCain, including the endorsement of former Vice President Dick Cheney and Congress member Liz Cheney. And if you want to really know the inside track on who the former president is, if he didn't make it clear already, just ask people who have worked with him. His former chief of staff, a 4-star general, has said he has contempt for the Constitution of the United States. His former national security advisor has said he is dangerous and unfit. His former Secretary of Defense has said the nation, the republic, would never survive another Trump term. And when we listen to this kind of rhetoric, when the issues that affect the American people are not being addressed, I think the choice is clear in this election.
President Trump, I'll give you a quick minute to respond here.
Thank you, because when I hear that, see, I'm a different kind of a person. I fired most of those people. Not so graciously. They did bad things or a bad job. I fired them. They never fired one person. They didn't fire anybody having to do with Afghanistan and the Taliban and the 13 people who's were just killed, viciously and violently killed. And I got to know the parents and the family. They didn't fire. They should have fired all those generals, all those top people, because that was one of the most incompetently handled situations anybody has ever seen. So when somebody does a bad job, I fire him. And you take a guy like Esper. He was no good. I fired him. So he writes a book. Another one writes a book. Because with me, they can write books. With nobody else can they. But they have done such a poor job, and they never fire anybody. Look at the economy. Look at the inflation. They didn't fire any of their economists. They have the same people. That's a good way not to have books written about you. But just to finish, I got more votes than any Republican in history by far. In fact, I got more votes than any president, sitting president in history by far.
Let me continue on immigration. It was what you wanted to talk about earlier, so let's get back to your deportation proposal that the vice president has reacted to as well. President Trump, you call this the largest domestic deportation operation in the history of our country. You say you would use the National Guard. You say if things get out of control, you'd have no problem using the U.S. military.
Police, yes.
You also said you would use local police. How would you deport 11 million undocumented immigrants? I know you believe that number is much higher. Take us through this. What does this look like? Will authorities be going door to door in this country?
Yeah, it is much higher because of them. They allowed criminals, many, many millions of criminals. They allowed terrorists. They allowed common street criminals. They allowed people to come in, drug dealers, to come into our country. And they're now in the United States and told by their countries like Venezuela, don't ever come back or we're going to kill you. Do you know that crime in Venezuela and crime in countries all over the world is way down? You know why? Because they've taken their criminals off the street and they've given them to her to put into our country. And this will be one of the greatest mistakes in history for them to allow. And I think they probably did it because they think they're going to get votes, but it's not worth it because they're destroying the fabric of our country by what they've done. There's never been anything done like this at all. They've destroyed the fabric of our country. Millions of people let in. And all over the world, crime is down. All over the world except here. Crime here is up and through the roof. Despite their fraudulent statements that they made, crime in this country is through the roof. And we have a new form of crime. It's called migrant crime. And it's happening at levels that nobody thought possible.
President Trump, as you know, the FBI says overall violent crime is actually coming down in this country. But Vice
Excuse me,
President
the
Harris,
FBI they were defrauding statements. They didn't include the worst cities. They didn't include the cities with the worst crime. It was a fraud, just like their number of 818,000 jobs that they said they created turned out to be a fraud.
President Trump, thank you. I'll let you respond, Vice President Harris.
Well, I think this is so rich, coming from someone who has been prosecuted for national security crimes, economic crimes, election interference, has been found liable for sexual assault, and his next big court appearance is in November at his own criminal sentencing. And let's be clear where each person stands on the issue of what is important about respect for the rule of law and respect for law enforcement. The former vice president called for defunding federal law enforcement, 45,000 agents, get this, on the day after he was arraigned on 34 felony counts. So let's talk about what is important in this race. It is important that we move forward, that we turn the page on this same old tired rhetoric and address the needs of the American people, address what we need to do about the housing shortage, which I have a plan for, address what we must do to support our small businesses, address bringing down the price of groceries. But frankly, the American people are exhausted with this same old tired playbook.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
Excuse me. Every one of those cases was started by them against their political opponent. And I'm winning most of them, and I will win the rest on appeal. And you saw that with the decision that came down just recently from the Supreme Court. I'm winning most of them. But those are cases, it's called weaponization. Never happened in this country. They weaponized the Justice Department. Every one of those cases was involved with the DOJ, from Atlanta and Fani Willis to the Attorney General of New York and the DA in New York. Every one of those cases. And then they say, oh, he's a criminal. They're the ones that made them go after me. By the way, Joe Biden was found essentially guilty on the documents case. And what happened in my documents case? They said, oh, that's the toughest of them all. A complete and total victory. 2 months ago, it was thrown out. It's weaponization, and they used it, and it's never happened in this country. They used it to try and win an election. They're fake cases.
President Trump, thank you. A really quick response here, Vice President Harris, on this notion of weaponization of the Justice Department.
Well, let's talk about extreme and understand the context in which this election in 2024 is taking place. The United States Supreme Court recently ruled that the former president would essentially be immune from any misconduct if he were to enter the White House again. Understand, this is someone who has openly said he would terminate, I'm quoting, terminate the Constitution of the United States, that he would weaponize the Department of Justice against his political enemies. Someone who has openly expressed disdain for members of our military. Understand what it would mean if Donald Trump were back in the White House with no guardrails, because certainly we know now the court won't stop him. We know J.D. Vance is not going to stop him. It's up to the American people
Vice President Harris, thank you. Lindsay?
Vice President Harris, in your last run for president.
Weaponized, please. This is the one that weaponized, not me. She weaponized. I probably took a bullet to the head because of the things that they say about me. They talk about democracy. I'm a threat to democracy. They're the threat to democracy with a fake Russia investigation
we do have a lot
that went nowhere.
We have a lot to get to. Lindsay?
Vice President Harris, in your last run for president, you said you wanted to ban fracking. Now you don't. You wanted mandatory government buyback programs for assault weapons. Now your campaign says you don't. You supported decriminalizing border crossings. Now you're taking a harder line. I know you say that your values have not changed. So then why have so many of your policy positions changed?
So my values have not changed, and I'm going to discuss every one of at least every point that you've made. But in particular, let's talk about fracking, because we're here in Pennsylvania. I made that very clear in 2020. I will not ban fracking. I have not banned fracking as Vice President of the United States. And in fact, I was the tie-breaking vote on the Inflation Reduction Act, which opened new leases for fracking. My position is that we have got to invest in diverse sources of energy so we reduce our reliance on foreign oil. We have had the largest increase in domestic oil production in history because of an approach that recognizes that we cannot over-rely on foreign oil. As it relates to my values, let me tell you, I grew up a middle-class kid raised by a hardworking mother who worked and saved and was able to buy our first home when I was a teenager. The values I bring to the importance of home ownership, knowing not everybody got handed $400 million on a silver platter and then filed bankruptcy 6 times, is a value that I bring to my work, to say we are going to work with the private sector and home builders to increase 3 million homes, increase by 3 million homes by the end of my first term. My work that is related to having a friend when I was in high school who was sexually assaulted by her stepfather. And my focus then on protecting women and children from violent crime is based on a value that is deeply grounded in the importance of standing up for those who are most vulnerable. My work that is about protecting Social Security and Medicare is based on long-standing work that I have done, protecting seniors from scams. My values have not changed. And what is important is that there is a president who actually brings values and a perspective that is about lifting people up and not beating people down and name-calling. The true measure of the leader is the leader who actually understands the strength is not in beating people down, it's in lifting people up. I intend to be that president.
President Trump, your
Well,
response?
first of all, I wasn't given $400 million. I wish I was. My father was a Brooklyn builder, Brooklyn, Queens, and a great father, and I learned a lot from him. But I was given a fraction of that, a tiny fraction, and I built it into many, many billions of dollars, many, many billions. And when people see it, they are even surprised. So we don't have to talk about that. Fracking, she's been against it for 12 years. Defund the police, she's been against that forever. She gave all that stuff up very wrongly, very horribly, and everybody's laughing at it, okay? They're all laughing at it. She gave up at least 12 and probably 14 or 15 different policies. Like, she was big on defund the police. In Minnesota, she went out, wait a minute, I'm talking now, if you don't mind, please. Does that sound familiar?
Don't lie.
She went out in Minnesota and wanted to let criminals that killed people, that burned down Minneapolis, she went out and raised money to get them out of jail. She did things that nobody would ever think of. Now she wants to do transgender operations on illegal aliens that are in prison. This is a radical left liberal that would do this. She wants to confiscate your guns, and she will never allow fracking in Pennsylvania. If she won the election, fracking in Pennsylvania will end on day one. Just to finish, one thing so important in my opinion. So I got the oil business going like nobody has ever done before. When they took over, they got rid of it, started getting rid of it, and the prices were going up the roof. They immediately let these guys go to where they were. I would have been 5 times, 4 times, 5 times higher, because you're talking about 3.5 years ago. They got it up to where I was because they had no choice, because the prices of energy were quadrupling and doubling. You saw what happened to gasoline. So they said, let's go back to Trump. But if she won the election, the day after that election, they'll go back to destroying our country, and oil will be dead, fossil fuel will be dead, we'll go back to windmills, and we'll go back to solar, where they need a whole desert to get some energy to come out of it. You ever see a solar plant? By the way, I'm a big fan of solar, but they take 400, 500 acres of desert
President
soil.
Trump, we have a
These
lot
are
of
not good
issues
things
that we
for the
have to get
environment
to.
that
We're
she
out of time.
understands.
Thank you.
Lindsay, thank you. We have an election in just 56 days. And I want to talk about the peaceful transfer of power, which, of course, we all know is a cornerstone of our democracy, and the role of a president in a moment of crisis. Mr. President, on January 6th, you told your supporters to march to the Capitol. You said you would be right there with them. The country and the world saw what played out at the Capitol that day, the officers coming under attack. Aides in the West Wing say you watched it unfold on television off the Oval Office. You did send out tweets, but it was more than 2 hours before you sent out that video message telling your supporters to go home. Is there anything you regret about what you did on that day?
You just said a thing that isn't covered. Peacefully and patriotically, I said during my speech, not later on. Peacefully and patriotically. And nobody on the other side was killed. Ashley Babbitt was shot by an out-of-control police officer that should have never, ever shot her. It's a disgrace. But we didn't do this group of people that have been treated so badly. I ask, what about all the people that are pouring into our country and killing people that she allowed to pour in? She was the border czar. Remember that. She was the border czar. She doesn't want to be called the border czar because she's embarrassed by the border. In fact, she said at the beginning, well, I'm surprised you're not talking about the border yet. That's because she knows what a bad job they've done. What about those people? When are they going to be prosecuted? When are these people from countries all over the world, not just South America? They're coming in from all over the world, David, all over the world. And crime rates are down all over the world because of it.
But let me just ask you,
David, when are those people going to be prosecuted? When are the people that burned down Minneapolis going to be prosecuted? Or in Seattle? They went into Seattle. They took over a big percentage of the city of Seattle. When are those people going to be prosecuted?
But let me just ask you.
You might ask her that question.
You were the president. You were watching it unfold on television. It's a very simple question as we move forward toward another election. Is there anything you regret about what you did on that day? Yes or no?
I had nothing to do with that other than they asked me to make a speech. I showed up for a speech. I said, I think it's going to be big. I went to Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington, D.C., and the mayor put it back in writing, as you know. I said, you know, this is going to be a very big rally or whatever you want to call it. And again, it wasn't done by me. It was done by others. I said, I'd like to give you 10,000 National Guard or soldiers They rejected me. Nancy Pelosi rejected me. It was just 2 weeks ago. Her daughter has a tape of her saying she is fully responsible for what happened. They want to get rid of that tape. It would have never happened if Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington did their jobs. I wasn't responsible for security. Nancy Pelosi was responsible. She didn't do her job.
The question was about you as president, not about former Speaker Pelosi. But I do want Vice President Harris to respond here.
I was at the Capitol on January 6th. I was the vice president-elect. I was also an acting senator. I was there. And on that day, the President of the United States incited a violent mob to attack our nation's capital, to desecrate our nation's capital. On that day, 140 law enforcement officers were injured, and some died. And understand, the former president has been indicted and impeached for exactly that reason. But this is not an isolated situation. Let's remember Charlottesville, where there was a mob of people carrying tiki torches, spewing anti-Semitic hate. And what did the president then at the time say? There were fine people on each side. Let's remember that when it came to the Proud Boys, a militia, the president said, the former president said, stand back and stand by. So for everyone watching who remembers what January 6th was, I say we don't have to go back. Let's not go back. We're not going back. It's time to turn the page. And if that was a bridge too far for you, well, there is a place in our campaign for you to stand for country, to stand for our democracy, to stand for rule of law, and to end the chaos, and to end the approach that is about attacking the foundations of our democracy because you don't like the outcome. And be clear on that point. Donald Trump, the candidate, has said in this election there will be a bloodbath if this and the outcome of this election is not to his liking. Let's turn the page on this. Let's not go back. Let's chart a course for the future and not go backwards to the past.
Let me just follow up here.
It was a different term, and it was a term that related to energy because they have destroyed our energy business. That was where bloodbath was. Also, on Charlottesville, that story has been, as you would say, debunked. Laura Ingraham, Sean Hannity, Jesse, all of these people, they covered it. If they go an extra sentence, they will see it was perfect. It was debunked in almost every newspaper, but they still bring it up, just like they bring 2025 up. They bring all of this stuff up. I ask you this. You talk about the Capitol. Why are we allowing these millions of people to come through on the southern border? How come she's not doing anything? And I'll tell you what I would do, and I would be very proud to do it. I would say we would both leave this debate right now. I'd like to see her go down to Washington, D.C. during this debate because we're wasting a lot of time. Go down to, because she's been so bad, it's so ridiculous. Go down to Washington, D.C. and let her sign a bill to close up the border because they have the right to do it. They don't need bills. They have the right to do it. The President of the United States, you'll get him out of bed. You'll wake him up at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Right. You'll say, come on down to the office. Let's sign a bill. If he signs a bill that the border is closed, all he has to do is say it to the Border Patrol, who are phenomenal. If they do that, the border is closed.
Mr.
Those
President,
people are killing many people, unlike J6.
We talked immigration here tonight. I do want to focus on this next issue to both of you because it really brings us this into focus, truth in these times that we're living in. Mr. President, for 3.5 years after you lost the 2020 election, you repeatedly falsely claimed that you won, many times saying you won in a landslide. In the past couple of weeks leading up to this debate, you have said, quote, you lost by a whisker, that you, quote, didn't quite make it, that you came up a little bit short.
I said that?
Are you now acknowledging that you lost in 2020?
No, I don't acknowledge that at all.
But
I said that sarcastically. You know that. It was said, oh, we lost by a whisker. That was said sarcastically. Look, There's so much proof. All you have to do is look at it. And they should have sent it back to the legislatures for approval. I got almost 75 million votes, the most votes any sitting president has ever gotten. I was told if I got 63, which was what I got in 2016, you can't be beaten. The election, people should never be thinking about an election as fraudulent. We need two things. We need walls. And we have to have it. We have to have borders. And we have to have good elections. Our elections are bad. And a lot of these illegal immigrants coming in, they're trying to get them to vote. They can't even speak English. They don't even know what country they're in practically. And these people are trying to get them to vote. And that's why they're allowing them to come into our country.
I did watch all of these pieces of video. I didn't detect the sarcasm, lost by a whisker. We didn't quite make it. And we should just point out here as clarification, and you know this, you and your allies, 60 cases in front of many judges, many of them Republican.
No judge looked at it.
And said
they said we didn't have standing. That's the other thing. They said we didn't have standing, a technicality. Can you imagine a system where a person in an election doesn't have standing? The president of the United States doesn't have standing. That's how we lost. If you look at the facts, and I'd love to have you'll do a special on it. I'll show you Georgia, and I'll show you Wisconsin, and I'll show you Pennsylvania, and I'll show you. We have so many facts and statistics, but you know what? That doesn't matter, because we have to solve the problem that we have right now. That's old news. And the problem that we have right now is we have a nation in decline, and they have put it into decline. We have a nation that is dying, David.
Mr. President, thank you. Vice President Harris, you heard the president there tonight. He said he didn't say that he lost by a whisker. So he still believes he did not lose the election that was won by President Biden and yourself. But I do want to ask you about something that's come up in the last couple of days. This was a post from President Trump about this upcoming election just weeks away. He said, when I win, those people who cheated, and then he lists donors, voters, election officials, he says will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law, which will include long-term prison sentences. One of your campaign's top lawyers responded saying, we won't let Donald Trump intimidate us. We won't let him suppress the vote. Is that what you believe he's trying to do here?
Donald Trump was fired by 81 million people. So let's be clear about that. And clearly he is having a very difficult time processing that. But we cannot afford to have a president of the United States who attempts, as he did in the past, to upend the will of the voters in a free and fair election. And I'm going to tell you that I have traveled the world as Vice President of the United States, and world leaders are laughing at Donald Trump. I have talked with military leaders, some of whom worked with you, and they say you're a disgrace. And when you then talk in this way in a presidential debate and deny what over and over again are court cases you have lost because you did, in fact, lose that election, it leads one to believe that perhaps we do not have in the candidate to my right the temperament or the ability to not be confused about fact. That's deeply troubling, and the American people deserve better.
I'll give you 1 minute to respond, Mr. President.
Let me just say about world leaders. Viktor Orban, one of the most respected men, they call him a strong man. He's a tough person, smart. Prime Minister of Hungary. They said, why is the whole world blowing up? 3 years ago it wasn't. Why is it blowing up? He said, because you need Trump back as president. They were afraid of him. China was afraid, and I don't like to use the word afraid, but I'm just quoting him. China was afraid of him. North Korea was afraid of him. Look at what's going on with North Korea, by the way. He said Russia was afraid of him. I ended the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, and Biden put it back on day one, but he ended the XL pipeline. The XL pipeline in our country, he ended that. But he let the Russians build a pipeline going all over Europe and heading into Germany, the biggest pipeline in the world. Look, Viktor Orban said it. He said the most respected, most feared person is Donald Trump. We had no problems when Trump was president. But when this weak, pathetic man that you saw at a debate just a few months ago, that if he weren't in that debate, he'd be running instead of her. She got no votes. He got 14 million votes. What you did, you talk about a threat to democracy. He got 14 million votes, and they threw him out of office. And you know what? I'll give you a little secret. He hates her. He can't stand her. But he got 14 million votes. They threw him out. She got 0 votes. And when she ran, She was the first one to leave because she failed, and now she's running. I don't understand it, but I'm okay with it because
your time is
I think
up.
we're going to do very well.
We've got a lot more to get to.
Turning now to the Israel-Hamas war and the hostages who are still being held, Americans among them. Vice President Harris, in December, you said, quote, Israel has a right to defend itself, but you added, quote, it matters how, saying international humanitarian law must be respected. Israel must do more to protect innocent civilians. You said that 9 months ago. Now an estimated 40,000 Palestinians are dead. Nearly 100 hostages remain. Just last week, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said there's not a deal in the making. President Biden has not been able to break through the stalemate. How would you do it?
Well, let's understand how we got here. On October 7, Hamas, a terrorist organization, slaughtered 1,200 Israelis. Many of them young people who were simply attending a concert. Women were horribly raped. And so absolutely, I said then, I say now, Israel has a right to defend itself. We would. And how it does so matters. Because it is also true, far too many innocent Palestinians have been killed. Children, mothers. What we know is that this war must end. It must end immediately, and the way it will end is we need a ceasefire deal and we need the hostages out. And so we will continue to work around the clock on that. Work around the clock, also understanding that we must chart a course for a two-state solution. And in that solution, there must be security for the Israeli people and Israel, and in equal measure for the Palestinians. But the one thing I will assure you always, I will always give Israel the ability to defend itself, in particular as it relates to Iran and any threat that Iran and its proxies pose to Israel. But we must have a two-state solution where we can rebuild Gaza, where the Palestinians have security, self-determination, and the dignity they so rightly deserve.
President Trump, how would you negotiate with Netanyahu and also Hamas in order to get the hostages out and prevent the killing of more innocent civilians in Gaza?
If I were president, it would have never started. If I were president, Russia would have never, ever, I know Putin very well, he would have never, and there was no threat of it either, by the way, for 4 years, have gone into Ukraine and killed millions of people when you add it up, far worse than people understand what's going on over there. But when she mentions about Israel, all of a sudden, she hates Israel. She wouldn't even meet with Netanyahu when he went to Congress to make a very important speech. She refused to be there because she was at a sorority party of hers. She wanted to go to the sorority party. She hates Israel. If she's president, I believe that Israel will not exist within 2 years from now. And I've been pretty good at predictions, and I hope I'm wrong about that one. She hates Israel. At the same time, in her own way, she hates the Arab population because the whole place is going to get blown up. Arabs, Jewish people, Israel will be gone. It would have never happened. Iran was broke under Donald Trump. Now Iran has $300 billion because they took off all the sanctions that I had. Iran had no money for Hamas or Hezbollah or any of the 28 different spheres of terror. And they are spheres of terror, horrible terror. They had no money. It was a big story, and you know it. You covered it very well, actually. They had no money for terror. They were broke. Now they're a rich nation, and now what they're doing is they're spreading that money around. Look at what's happening with the Houthis and Yemen. Look at what's going on in the Middle East. This would have never happened. I will get that settled and fast, and I'll get the war with Ukraine and Russia ended. If I'm president-elect, I'll get it done before even becoming president.
Vice President Harris, he says you hate Israel.
That's absolutely not true. I have my entire career and life supported Israel and the Israeli people. He knows that. He's trying to, again, divide and distract from the reality, which is it is very well known that Donald Trump is weak and wrong on national security and foreign policy. It is well known that he admires dictators, wants to be a dictator on day one, according to himself. It is well known that he said of Putin that He can do whatever the hell he wants and go into Ukraine. It is well known that he said when Russia went into Ukraine, it was brilliant. It is well known he exchanged love letters with Kim Jong-un. And it is absolutely well known that these dictators and autocrats are rooting for you to be president again because they're so clear they can manipulate you with flattery and favors. And that is why so many military leaders who you have worked with have told me you are a disgrace. That is why we understand that we have to have a president who is not consistently weak and wrong on
Vice
national
President
security,
Harris.
including the importance of upholding and respecting in highest regard our military.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
They're the ones, and she's the one that caused it, that's weak on national security by allowing every nation last month for the year, 168 different countries sending people into our country. Their crime rates are way down. Putin endorsed her last week, said, I hope she wins. And I think he meant it, because what he's gotten away with is absolutely incredible. It wouldn't have happened with me. The leaders of other countries think that they're weak and incompetent, and they are. They're grossly incompetent. And I just ask one question. Why does Biden go in and kill the Keystone Pipeline and approve the single biggest deal that Russia's ever made, Nord Stream 2, the biggest pipeline anywhere in the world going to Germany and all over Europe? Because they're weak and they're ineffective. And Biden, by the way,
President
gets paid
Trump,
a lot of money.
Thank you. We have a lot of issues to get to.
We'll be right back with much more of this historic ABC News presidential debate from the National Constitution Center right here in Philadelphia. Back in a moment.
The ABC News presidential debate will continue after this.
story live from Paris, live in Tel Aviv. We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're back with tonight's debate between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump.
When it ends in just a few minutes, join us for an analysis of tonight's key moments. Our team will break down how it could shake up the final sprint to Election Day. For now, though, let's go back to the debate live in Philadelphia.
Live from the National Constitution Center in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Here again, David Muir and Lindsay Davis.
Welcome back to this historic ABC News presidential debate tonight. We're going to continue here, and I want to turn to the war in Ukraine. We're now 2.5 years into this conflict. Mr. President, it has been the position of the Biden administration that we must defend Ukraine from Russia, from Vladimir Putin, to defend their sovereignty, their democracy, that it's in America's best interest to do so, arguing that if Putin wins, he may be emboldened to move even further into other countries. You have said you would solve this war in 24 hours. You said so just before the break tonight. How exactly would you do that? And I want to ask you a very simple question tonight. Do you want Ukraine to win this war?
I want the war to stop. I want to save lives that are being uselessly, people being killed by the millions. It's the millions. It's so much worse than the numbers that you're getting, which are fake numbers. Look, we're in for $250 billion or more, because they don't ask Europe, which is a much bigger beneficiary to getting this thing done than we are. They're in for $150 billion less because Biden and you don't have the courage to ask Europe like I did with NATO. They paid billions and billions, hundreds of billions of dollars when I said, either you pay up or we're not going to protect you anymore. So that's maybe one of the reasons they don't like me as much as they like weak people. But you take a look at what's happening. We're in for 250 to 275 billion. They're into 100 to 150. They should be forced to equalize. With that being said, I want to get the war settled. I know Zelensky very well, and I know Putin very well. I have a good relationship, and they respect your president, okay? They respect me. They don't respect Biden. How would you respect him? Why? For what reason? He hasn't even made a phone call in 2 years to Putin, hasn't spoken to anybody. They don't even try and get it. That is a war that's dying to be settled. I will get it settled before I even become president. If I win, when I'm president-elect, and what I'll do is I'll speak to one, I'll speak to the other, I'll get them together. That war would have never happened. And in fact, when I saw Putin after I left, unfortunately left because our country has gone to hell. But after I left, when I saw him building up soldiers, he did it after I left, I said, oh, he must be negotiating. It must be a good, strong point of negotiation. Well, it wasn't, because Biden had no idea how to talk to him. He had no idea how to stop it. And now you have millions of people dead, and it's only getting worse, and it could lead to World War III. Don't kid yourself, David. We're playing with World War III, and we have a president that we don't even know if he's... Where is our president? We don't even know if he's a president.
And just to clarify
they
here...
threw him out of a campaign like a dog. We don't even know. Is he our president? But we have a president,
Mr. President,
that doesn't know he's alive.
Your time is up. Just to clarify in the question, do you believe it's in the U.S. best interest for Ukraine to win this war, yes or no?
I think it's the U.S. best interest to get this war finished and just get it done.
All right.
Negotiate a deal, because we have to stop all of these human lives from being destroyed.
I want to take this to Vice President Harris. I want to get your thoughts on support for Ukraine in this moment, but also, as Commander-in-Chief, if elected, how would you deal with Vladimir Putin, and would it be any different from what we're seeing from President Biden?
Well, first of all, it's important to remind the former president, you're not running against Joe Biden, you're running against me. I believe the reason that Donald Trump says that this war would be over within 24 hours is because he would just give it up. And that's not who we are as Americans. Let's understand what happened here. I actually met with Zelensky a few days before Russia invaded, tried through force to change territorial boundaries, to defy one of the most important international rules and norms, which is the importance of sovereignty and territorial integrity. And I met with President Zelensky. I shared with him American intelligence about how he could defend himself. Days later, I went to NATO's eastern flank, to Poland and Romania. And through the work that I and others did, we brought 50 countries together to support Ukraine in its righteous defense. And because of our support, because of the air defense, the ammunition, the artillery, the javelins, the Abrams tanks that we have provided, Ukraine stands as an independent and free country. If Donald Trump were president, Putin would be sitting in Kyiv right now. And understand what that would mean, because Putin's agenda is not just about Ukraine. Understand why the European allies and our NATO allies are so thankful that you are no longer president, and that we understand the importance of the greatest military alliance the world has ever known, which is NATO, and what we have done to preserve the ability of Zelensky and the Ukrainians to fight for their independence. Otherwise, Putin would be sitting in Kyiv with his eyes on the rest of Europe, starting with Poland. And why don't you tell the 800,000 Polish Americans right here in Pennsylvania how quickly you would give up for the sake of favor and what you think is a friendship with what is known to be a dictator who would eat you for lunch.
Vice President Harris, thank you. We've heard from both of you on Ukraine tonight. Afghanistan came up in the last hour. I wanted her to respond to something you said earlier, and please, I'll give you a minute here.
Putin would be sitting in Moscow, and he wouldn't have lost 300,000 men and women, but he would have been sitting in Moscow. Quiet, please. He would have been sitting in Moscow, much happier than he is right now. But eventually, you know, he's got a thing that other people don't have. He's got nuclear weapons. They don't ever talk about that. He's got nuclear weapons. Nobody ever thinks about that. And eventually, maybe he'll use them, and maybe he hasn't been that threatening. But he does have that, something we don't even like to talk about. Nobody likes to talk about it. But just so you understand, they sent her to negotiate peace before this war started. 3 days later, he went in and he started the war because everything they said was weak and stupid. They said the wrong things. That war should have never started. She was the emissary. They sent her in to negotiate with Zelensky and Putin, and she did. And the war started 3 days later. And that's the kind of talent we have with her. She's worse than Biden. In my opinion, I think he's the worst president in the history of our country. She goes down as the worst vice president in the history of our country. But let me tell you something. She is a horrible negotiator. They sent her in to negotiate. As soon as they left, Putin did the invasion.
President Trump, thank you. You did bring up something. You said she went to negotiate with Vladimir Putin. Vice President Harris, have you ever met Vladimir Putin? Can you clarify tonight?
Yet again, I said it at the beginning of this debate, you're going to hear a bunch of lies coming from this fellow. And that is another one. When I went to meet with President Zelensky, I've now met with him over 5 times. The reality is it has been about standing as America always should, as a leader upholding international rules and norms, as a leader who shows strength, understanding that the alliances we have around the world are dependent on our ability to look out for our friends and not favor our enemies because you adore strong men instead of caring about democracy. And that is very much what is at stake here. The President of the United States is commander-in-chief. And the American people have a right to rely on a president who understands the significance of America's role and responsibility in terms of ensuring that there is stability and ensuring we stand up for our principles and not sell them for the benefit of personal flattery.
We've talked about Ukraine and Vladimir Putin. I do want to talk about Afghanistan. It came up in the first hour of this debate. I want to move on to Afghanistan.
Stoltenberg said Trump did the most amazing thing I've ever seen. He got these countries, the 28 countries at the time, to pay up. He said, I've never seen, he's the head of NATO. He said, I've never seen. For years, we were paying almost all of NATO. We were being ripped off by European nations, both on trade and on NATO. I got them to pay up by saying one of the statements you made before, if you don't pay, we're not going to protect you. Otherwise, Trump, we would have never gotten it. He said it was one of the most incredible jobs that he's ever seen done.
Thank you. I want to turn to Afghanistan. It came up in the first hour of the debate, and we witnessed a poignant moment today on Capitol Hill, honoring the soldiers who died in the chaotic withdrawal from Afghanistan. I do want to ask the Vice President, do you believe you bear any responsibility in the way that withdrawal played out?
Well, I will tell you, I agreed with President Biden's decision to pull out of Afghanistan. 4 presidents said they would, and Joe Biden did. And as a result, America's taxpayers are not paying the $300 million a day we were paying for that endless war. And as of today, there is not one member of the United States military who is in active duty in a combat zone in any war zone around the world, the first time this century. But let's understand how we got to where we are. Donald Trump, when he was president, negotiated one of the weakest deals you can imagine. He calls himself a deal maker. Even his national security advisor said it was a weak, terrible deal. And here's how it went down. He bypassed the Afghan government. He negotiated directly with a terrorist organization called the Taliban. The negotiation involved the Taliban getting 5,000 Taliban terrorists released. And get this, and the president at the time invited the Taliban to Camp David, a place of storied significance for us as Americans, a place where we honor the importance of American diplomacy, where we invite and receive respected world leaders. And this former president, as president, invited them to Camp David because he does not again appreciate the role and responsibility of the President of the United States to be commander-in-chief with a level of respect. And this gets back to the point of how he has consistently disparaged and demeaned members of our military, fallen soldiers, and the work that we must do to uphold the strength and the respect of the United States of America around the world.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump, your response to her saying that you began the negotiations with the Taliban.
So if you take a look at that period of time, the Taliban was killing our soldiers, a lot of them, with snipers. And I got involved with the Taliban because the Taliban was doing the killing. That's the fighting force within Afghanistan. They don't bother doing that because, you know, they deal with the wrong people all the time. But I got involved. And Abdul is the head of the Taliban. He is still the head of the Taliban. And I told Abdul, don't do it anymore. You do it anymore, you're going to have problems. And he said, why do you send me a picture of my house? I said, you're going to have to figure that out, Abdul. And for 18 months, we had nobody killed. We did have an agreement negotiated by Mike Pompeo. It was a very good agreement. The reason it was good, it was we were getting out. We would have been out faster than them, but we wouldn't have lost the soldiers. We wouldn't have left many Americans behind, and we wouldn't have left $85 billion worth of brand new, beautiful military equipment behind. And just to finish, they blew it. The agreement said you have to do this, and they didn't do it. They didn't do it. The agreement was terminated by us because they didn't do what they were supposed to do.
I want to move on.
And these people did the worst withdrawal and, in my opinion, the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. And by the way, that's why Russia attacked Ukraine, because they saw how incompetent she and her boss are.
President Trump, thank you. I want to move on now to race and politics in this country. Mr. President, you recently said of Vice President Harris, quote, I didn't know she was black until a number of years ago when she happened to turn black, and now she wants to be known as black. I want to ask a bigger picture question here tonight. Why do you believe it's appropriate to weigh in on the racial identity of your opponent?
I don't, and I don't care. I don't care what she is. I don't care. You make a big deal out of something. I couldn't care less. Whatever she wants to be is okay with me.
But those were your words, so I'm asking.
I don't know. I mean, all I can say is I read where she was not black, that she put out, and I'll say that. And then I read that she was black, and that's okay. Either one was okay with me. That's up to her. That's up to her.
Vice President Harris, your thoughts on this?
I think it's, I mean, honestly, I think it's a tragedy that we have someone who wants to be president who has consistently, over the course of his career, attempted to use race to divide the American people. You know, I do believe that the vast majority of us know that we have so much more in common than what separates us, and we don't want this kind of approach that is just constantly trying to divide us, and especially by race. And let's remember how Donald Trump started. He was a land. He owned buildings, and he was investigated because he refused to rent property to black families. Let's remember, this is the same individual who took out a full-page ad in the New York Times calling for the execution of 5 young black and Latino boys who were innocent, the Central Park 5. Took out a full-page ad calling for their execution. This is the same individual who spread birther lies about the first black president of the United States. And I think the American people want better than that, want better than this, want someone who understands, as I do, I travel our country. We see in each other a friend. We see in each other a neighbor. We don't want a leader who is constantly trying to have Americans point their fingers at each other. I meet with people all the time who tell me, can we please just have discourse about how we're going to invest in the aspirations and the ambitions and the dreams of the American people? Knowing that regardless of people's color or the language their grandmother speaks, we all have the same dreams and aspirations and want a president who invests in those, not in hate and division.
Vice President Harris, thank you. Lindsay?
President Trump, this is now your 3rd time.
This is the most divisive presidency in the history of our country. There's never been anything like it. They're destroying our country, and they come up with things like what she just said, going back many, many years, when a lot of people, including Mayor Bloomberg, agreed with me on the Central Park 5. They admitted, they said, they pled guilty. And I said, well, if they pled guilty, they badly hurt a person, killed a person ultimately. And if they pled guilty, then they pled, we're not guilty. But this is a person that has to stretch back years, 40, 50 years ago, because there's nothing now. I built one of the greatest economies in the history of the world, and I'm going to build it again. It's going to be bigger, better, and stronger. But they're destroying our economy. They have no idea what a good economy is. Their oil policies, every single policy. And remember this, she is Biden. You know, she's trying to get away from Biden. I don't know the gentleman, she says. She is Biden. The worst inflation we've ever had, a horrible economy because inflation has made it so bad, and she can't get away with that.
Thank you. Your time is up.
I want to respond to that, though. I want to just respond briefly. Clearly, I am not Joe Biden, and I am certainly not Donald Trump. And what I do offer is a new generation of leadership for our country, one who believes in what is possible, one who brings a sense of optimism about what we can do instead of always disparaging the American people. I believe in what we can do to strengthen our small businesses, which is why I have a plan. Let's talk about our plans and let's compare the plans. I have a plan to give startup businesses $50,000 tax deduction, to pursue their ambitions, their innovation, their ideas, their hard work. I have a plan, $6,000 for young families for the first year of your child's life, to help you in that most critical stage of your child's development. I have a plan that is about allowing people to be able to pursue what has been fleeting in terms of the American dream by offering a help with down payment of $25,000 down payment assistance for first-time home buyers. That's the kind of conversation, I believe, David, that people really want tonight, as opposed to a conversation that is constantly about belittling and name-calling. Let's turn the page
Vice President
and move
Harris,
forward.
thank you. Let's turn to policy.
President Trump, we have to move on. President Trump.
Let's turn to policy, please.
She has a plan to defund the police. She has a plan to confiscate everybody's gun.
President Trump,
she
we
has
do
a
have to
plan
move on
to
to
not
other
allow
issues.
fracking in Pennsylvania or anywhere else.
Okay.
That's what her plan is until just recently.
I just need
Lindsay,
to
go ahead.
respond.
President Trump,
No, the
President
former
Trump,
president has
no,
said
I'm
something
sorry.
twice that I need to respond to.
I'm sorry. We're going to move on, Vice President Harris. President Trump, this is now your third time running for president. You have long vowed to repeal and replace the Affordable Care Act, also known as Obamacare. You have failed to to accomplish that. You now say you're going to keep Obamacare, quote, unless we can do something much better. Correct. Last month, you said, quote, we're working on it. So tonight, 9 years after you first started running, do you have a plan, and can you tell us what it is?
Obamacare was lousy health care, always was. It's not very good today. And what I said, that if we come up with something, and we are working on things, we're going to do it and we're going to replace it. But remember this, I inherited Obamacare because Democrats wouldn't change it. They wouldn't vote for it. They were unanimous. They wouldn't vote to change it. If they would have done that, we would have had a much better plan than Obamacare. But the Democrats came up. They wouldn't vote for it. I had a choice to make when I was president. Do I save it and make it as good as it can be, never going to be great, or do I let it rot? And I felt I had an obligation, even though politically it would have been good to just let it rot and let it go away. I decided, and I told my people, the top people, and they're very good people. I have a lot of good people in that administration. We read about the bad ones. We had some real bad ones, too, and so do they. They have really bad ones. The difference is they don't get rid of them. But let me just explain. I had a choice to make. Do I save it and make it as good as it can be, or do I let it rot? And I saved it. I did the right thing. But it's still never going to be great, and it's too expensive for people. And what we will do is we're looking at different plans. If we can come up with a plan that's going to cost our people, our population, less money and be better health care than Obamacare, then I would absolutely do it. But until then, I'd run it as good as it can be run.
So just a yes or no, you still do not have a plan?
I have concepts of a plan. I'm not president right now. But if we come up with something, I would only change it if we come up with something that's better and less expensive. And there are concepts and options we have to do that, and you'll be hearing about it in the not-too-distant future.
Vice President Harris, in 2017, you supported Bernie Sanders' proposal to do away with private insurance and create a government-run health care system. 2 years later, you proposed a plan that included a private insurance option. What is your plan today?
Well, first of all, I absolutely support, and over the last 4 years as vice president, private health care options. But what we need to do is maintain and grow the Affordable Care Act. But I'll get to that, Lindsay. I just need to respond to a previous point that the former president has made. I've made very clear my position on fracking. And then this business about taking everyone's guns away. Tim Walz and I are both gun owners. We're not taking anybody's guns away. So stop with the continuous lying about this stuff. As it relates to the Affordable Care Act, understand, just look at the history to know where people stand. When Donald Trump was president, 60 times he tried to get rid of the Affordable Care Act. 60 times. I was a senator at the time when I will never forget the early morning hours when it was up for a vote in the United States Senate. And the late, great John McCain, who you have disparaged as being, you don't like him, you said, at the time because he got caught. He was an American hero. The late, great John McCain, I will never forget that night, walked onto the Senate floor and said, no, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't get rid of the Affordable Care Act. You have no plan. And what the Affordable Care Act has done is eliminate the ability of insurance companies to deny people with pre-existing conditions. I don't have to tell the people watching tonight, you remember what that was like? Remember when an insurance company could deny if a child had asthma, if someone was a breast cancer survivor, if a grandparent had diabetes? And thankfully, as I've been vice president, and we over the last 4 years have strengthened the Affordable Care Act, we have allowed for the first time Medicare to negotiate drug prices on behalf of you, the American people. Donald Trump said he was going to allow Medicare to negotiate drug prices. He never did. We did. And now we have capped the cost of insulin at $35 a month. Since I've been vice president, we have capped the cost of prescription medication for seniors at $2,000 a year. And when I am president, we will do that for all people, understanding that the value I bring to this is that access to health care should be a right and not just a privilege of those who can afford it. And the plan has to be to strengthen the Affordable Care Act, not get rid of it. Pass his prologue in terms of where Donald Trump stands on that.
I want to move to an issue that's important for a lot of...
You made a mistake. Number one, John McCain fought Obamacare for 10 years. But it wasn't only him. It were all of the Democrats that kept it going. And you know what? we can do much better than Obamacare, much less money. But she won't improve private insurance for people, private medical insurance. That's another thing she doesn't want to get. People are paying privately for insurance that have worked hard and made money, and they want to have private. She wants everybody to be on government insurance where you wait 6 months for an operation that you need immediately.
President Trump, thank you. We have another issue that we'd like to get to that's important for a number of Americans, in particular younger voters, and that's climate change. President Trump, with regard to the environment, you say that we have to have clean air and clean water. Vice President Harris, you call climate change an existential threat. The question to you both tonight is, what would you do to fight climate change? And Vice President Harris, we'll start with you. 1 minute for you each.
Well, the former president had said the climate change is a hoax. And what we know is that it is very real. You ask anyone who lives in a state who has experienced these extreme weather occurrences, who now is either being denied home insurance or it's being jacked up. You ask anybody who has been the victim of what that means in terms of losing their home, having nowhere to go. We know that we can actually deal with this issue. The young people of America care deeply about this issue. And I am proud that as vice president over the last 4 years, we have invested $1 trillion in a clean energy economy, while we have also increased domestic gas production to historic levels. We have created over 800,000 new manufacturing jobs while I have been vice president. We have invested in clean energy to the point that we are opening up factories around the world. Donald Trump said he was going to create manufacturing jobs. He lost manufacturing jobs. And I'm also proud to have the endorsement of the United Auto Workers and Sean Fain, who also know that part of building a clean energy economy includes investing in American-made products, American automobiles. It includes growing what we can do around American manufacturing and opening up auto plants, not closing them like happened under Donald Trump.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
It didn't happen under Donald Trump. Let me just tell you, they lost 10,000 manufacturing jobs this last month. It's going, they're all leaving. They're building big auto plants in Mexico, in many cases owned by China. They're building these massive plants, and they think they're going to sell their cars into the United States because of these people. What they have given to China is unbelievable. But we're not going to let that. We'll put tariffs on those cars so they can't come into our country, because they will kill the United Auto Workers and any auto worker, whether it's in Detroit or South Carolina or any other place. What they've done to business and manufacturing in this country is horrible. We have nothing because they refuse. You know, Biden doesn't go after people because supposedly China paid him millions of dollars. He's afraid to do it. Between him and his son, they get all this money from Ukraine. They get all this money from all of these different countries. And then you wonder, why is he so loyal to this one, that one, Ukraine, China? Why is he? Why did he get $3.5 million from the mayor of Moscow's wife? Why did she pay him $3.5 million? This is a crooked administration, and they're selling our country down the tubes.
President Trump, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll be right back with closing statements from both of our candidates. An historic night, this ABC News presidential debate from Philadelphia. Back in a moment.
The ABC News presidential debate will continue after this.
now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back with tonight's debate between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump.
And when it ends, please join us for analysis of tonight's key moments. Our team will break it down. As we enter the final sprint to Election Day, we'll go back to the debate and closing statements.
Live from the National Constitution Center in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Here again, David Muir and Lindsay Davis.
Welcome back tonight. The time has come for closing statements, and Vice President Harris, we begin with you.
So I think you've heard tonight two very different visions for our country. One that is focused on the future, and the other that is focused on the past, and an attempt to take us backward. But we're not going back. And I do believe that the American people know we all have so much more in common than what separates us, and we can chart a new way forward. And a vision of that includes having a plan, understanding the aspirations, the dreams, the hopes, the ambition of the American people, which is why I intend to create an opportunity economy, investing in small businesses, in new families, in what we can do around protecting seniors, what we can do that is about giving hardworking folks a break and bringing down the cost of living. I believe in what we can do together that is about sustaining America's standing in the world and ensuring that we have the respect that we so rightly deserve, including respecting our military and ensuring we have the most lethal fighting force in the world. I will be a president that will protect our fundamental rights and freedoms, including the right of a woman to make decisions about her own body and not have her government tell her what to do. I'll tell you, I started my career as a prosecutor. I was a DA, I was an attorney general, a United States senator, and now vice president. I've only had one client, the people. And I'll tell you, as a prosecutor, I never asked a victim or a witness, are you a Republican or a Democrat? The only thing I ever asked them, are you okay? And that's the kind of president we need right now. Someone who cares about you and is not putting themselves first. I intend to be a president for all Americans and focus on what we can do over the next 10 and 20 years to build back up our country by investing right now in you, the American people.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump?
So she just started by saying she's going to do this, she's going to do that, she's going to do all these wonderful things. Why hasn't she done it? She's been there for 3.5 years. They've had 3.5 years to fix the border. They've had 3.5 years to create jobs and all the things we talked about. Why hasn't she done it? She should leave right now, go down to that beautiful White House, go to the Capitol, get everyone together and do the things you want to do, but you haven't done it and you won't do it because you believe in things that the American people don't believe in. You believe in things like we're not going to frack. We're not going to take fossil fuel. We're not going to do things that are going to make this country strong, whether you like it or not. Germany tried that, and within 1 year, they were back to building normal energy plants. We're not ready for it. We can't sacrifice our country for the sake of bad vision. But I just ask one simple question. Why didn't she do it? We're a failing nation. We're a nation that's in serious decline. We're being laughed at all over the world. All over the world, they're laughed. I know the leaders very well. They're coming to see me. They call me. We're laughed at all over the world. They don't understand what happened to us as a nation. We're not a leader. We don't have any idea what's going on. We have wars going on in the Middle East. We have wars going on with Russia and Ukraine. We're going to end up in a third world war, and it'll be a war like no other because of nuclear weapons, the power of weaponry. I rebuilt our entire military. She gave a lot of it away to the Taliban. She gave it to Afghanistan. What these people have done to our country, and maybe toughest of all, is allowing millions of people to come into our country. Many of them are criminals, and they're destroying our country. The worst president, the worst vice president in the history of our country.
President Trump, thank you. And that is our ABC News presidential debate from here in Philadelphia at the National Constitution Center. I'm Lindsay Davis.
And I'm David Muir. Thank you for watching here in the U.S. and all over the world, and from all of us here at ABC News. Good night.
And welcome back to NBC News coverage of the debate. Pick your adjective. I would go with fiery to begin, but it goes from there. Both the candidates, you could argue, executing on their strategy going in. For Kamala Harris, that was to get under the former president's skin, which she did quite often. For the former president, his option was, of course, to go after the economy, after Afghanistan, the administration's position on the withdrawal in Afghanistan. And immigration, of course. This is exactly what they wanted. The question is how they got there and along the way, I think.
Well, people are going to be talking about this debate for a long time. And is this the final debate? Is this the only one we're going to see? Will there be another? Well, it depends on how each candidate feels they did tonight. Let's bring back our moderator of Meet the Press, Kristen Welker, our senior Washington correspondent, Hallie Jackson. Boy, do we have a lot to chew over here.
Yes,
I mean, let's talk about, first of all, it does seem that Kamala Harris was trying to hit every trigger point she could think of to try to get Donald Trump to respond to her and to kind of to bait him into that trap. Do you think it was effective?
Well, let's just name a few. Abortion, January 6th. His former officials who are now critical of him. John McCain, which is a big trigger point.
His rally size.
His rally size, one of the biggest ones that gets under his skin. One of his allies said she clearly tried to get under his skin. He's being defensive way too much. He's losing his answers. For example, instead of border czar, we had eating pets. Of course, that theory that Springfield officials in Ohio are saying there's no proof that undocumented immigrants are eating pets, something that we've heard from Trump and his campaign. And I think that allies are expressing concern about the fact that he didn't do what they were hoping he would do, which is to stay on message, to talk about his strengths. There were some unanswered questions as well. It's worth noting out on both sides. Harris never answered whether you're better off than you were 4 years ago. She also didn't say what she would have done differently on immigration. Trump, by the way, didn't answer the critical question. Would he veto a national abortion ban if it came to his desk? I asked J.D. Vance if Trump would do that. He said, yes, he would. Trump said tonight, well, he didn't check with me before saying that. So some differences there. Again, how does this play with those swing voters?
Hallie, what are Republicans saying tonight that you're monitoring?
I think there's immense frustration on the part of those allied with Donald Trump about the moderators. That is something that you sometimes hear after debates. I think that is certainly a through line here. There is some frustration, I think, I spoke with one Republican who called former President Trump wild and uncontrolled and said that the vice president was successfully pushing his buttons and getting him angry. Another ally said, listen, she is doing what they thought she would do, avoiding the issues and going on attack against former President Trump. She did that, as you have laid out. She baited him again and again. We talk about substance and style being the two kind of buckets in any debate. If that's the style, you look at substance here. She was pressed on her shift away from some of those more progressive positions in that crowded primary. She says, my values haven't changed. And it wasn't just, of course, the issue of abortion access and whether he'd veto a national abortion ban that the former president did not answer on. He did not discuss how he would implement one of his central issues on immigration, mass deportations. And he also didn't get into his plan to replace Obamacare, simply saying, I have concepts of a plan. He will be pressed on that moving forward.
He also didn't commit to saying he wants Ukraine to be victorious in the war. So that was an interesting exchange as well. So she was trying to prosecute the case against him, but also present an affirmative vision of herself and what she might do in a term. Let's go to Tom Llamas. He's in the spin room for us. So, Tom, I'm sure you're already starting to see people filter in. And what are you hearing?
Yeah. Okay, guys, so it's still very early, right? Each campaign is sort of getting their talking points out and making sure everyone's on the same message before they pour into the spin room. Some people are coming in right now. There's a crush of reporters at the entrance waiting for everybody. I can tell you in the meantime, my phone has been blowing up with both Republican strategists, Democratic strategists, voters. I've been asking everyone what they think. It is a complete different shift change from that first debate. After that first debate, Republicans felt very victorious, very confident. They were saying the entire debate was about Joe Biden. This time, it's much different. Republicans seem very frustrated with former President Trump. They also felt frustrated with the format of the debate, which is never a good sign on your side. And then also saying that they were able, at least Vice President Kamala Harris was able to make this debate not about Joe Biden, not about herself, but about Donald Trump, and that led to her advantage. So again, many of the surrogates are coming in right now. Governors, senators from different parties. We're going to be talking to them throughout the night. I'm going to send it back to you guys in the studio right now.
All right, Tom, thanks. Let's bring in Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro. He's a Democrat representing the Harris campaign. Governor, thank you for being here. Let me first ask you, do you think the voters were served by what we saw the last 90 minutes? Served well, I guess.
Look, I think the voters heard a lot and learned a lot. You know, one of the things I was a little bit worried about going into this debate is that some folks had a little brain fog about Donald Trump. They sort of didn't remember the chaos of Donald Trump's time in office. Well, I'll tell you what, I think Kamala Harris cleared that brain fog out, reminded people of the disaster that he was as president. And I think it was also clear as she was laying out a vision to take this country, Donald Trump didn't have a clear vision on where he wanted to go. Instead, it was more grievance and division, more attacks on other people. And Donald Trump, I think, will make our country less safe, more chaotic, and less free. And Donald Trump prosecuted the heck out of the case tonight. Well, Kamala Harris prosecuted the case tonight. Pardon me.
Oh, against Donald Trump. Got you. Okay, got you. You know, I thought Donald Trump toward the end finally got around to what he was hoping to accomplish, which is say, if you have all these plans and you have all this vision, Kamala Harris, you've had 3.5 years to do it. Why haven't you? So what is the answer to that?
She has served as vice president. She knows the job to be president. Now she has laid out her vision for where she wants to take this country. I thought she was very specific on her plans to cut taxes, particularly for small business owners, her way of trying to bring down costs for middle-class families. Donald Trump, I don't know what the heck he thinks. He was all over the place. I think what you heard was a rambling man full of nonsense and full of a whole lot of grievance. He couldn't get past that, and he couldn't focus on anybody but himself, and that is serving the good people of this nation, something Kamala Harris has done throughout her career and has plans to do going forward.
Do you think either will have an appetite for a second debate after this one?
Look, I think that'll be up to either one of them. I'm not going to sit here and guess what'll happen. But I'll tell you what, if there is not another debate, what the American people saw tonight was a clear contrast in steady, future-looking leadership versus the chaotic, divisive leadership of the past of Donald Trump.
Governor Shapiro, thank you for being with us tonight. We appreciate it.
We're going to hear from Senator Marco Rubio in just a moment. We have a few moments to turn back to our table. So what about it? I mean, it was just, it's clear that the Democrats and the allies of Kamala Harris are very happy with the way that she prosecuted the case against Donald Trump. But we know going in, about 30% of voters were saying, we don't really know who she is or what she's about. Do you think she did enough to define herself, to make that affirmative case?
I don't. There were a couple of answers where she talked about her economic plans. It's the top issue. Trump beats her on that point. I think people still have a lot of questions about what she would do on the economy.
One interesting nugget, by our team's count, the former president said the name Biden something like 15 times, didn't say Kamala or Harris once. She addressed that by saying, clearly, I'm not Joe Biden. But I think that's an interesting point, is where the former president's head is at this point.
All right, let's bring in Florida Senator Marco Rubio. He's a surrogate for the Trump campaign. Senator, thanks for coming on with us. Did we see the best version of Donald Trump, in your opinion, tonight?
Well, two things. These candidates have very different objectives going in. Donald Trump's well known. He was the president of the United States. He's been campaigning basically for the last 4 years, actually going back to 2016. Most voters didn't even know who Kamala Harris was. Tonight, for the first time, they got glimpses of it. Look, I don't think the moderators did the best job of pressing her on this, but I think got glimpses of what she has stood for as recently as 2019 and 2020. And it's here in Philadelphia, and here in Pennsylvania, where she wanted to ban fracking. But beyond that, I think there are all kinds of things that the moderators never asked, questions that I wanted to see asked. For example, grocery prices are up 50% from 2020. What is your responsibility for that? I thought her answer on Afghanistan was complete nonsense. She was vice president at the time. Joe Biden didn't withdraw from Afghanistan. We were run out of Afghanistan. So on issue after issue, I think for the first time, voters are starting to get a glimpse of someone and starting to understand the positions that she truly believes in. She's basically cut and paste literally cut and paste out of the Biden agenda. People don't want the Biden agenda. But what she really believes in are the radical ideas that she ran on in 2019 and 2020. I think for a lot of Americans who don't know a lot about her, tonight they were introduced to those facts. I think that's going to have an impact on this race.
Senator, you just laid out the case against her pretty clearly. Do you wish that Donald Trump had done so more clearly?
Well, I think he did. Unfortunately, like I said, look, I'm not one of these guys that likes to complain about moderators. This one was tough not to. I think it was really one-sided, and some of the fact-checking was wrong. There are, in fact, states in this country, the state of Minnesota, where a child born in a botched abortion is allowed to die, provided palliative care and allowed to die. So some of the fact-checking I thought was truly unfair, but on balance, as people heard things about, you wanted to take away guns from people in the past, you wanted the Bernie Sanders health care plan, you wanted to ban fracking, you bailed out, or tried to raise money to bail out rioters in 2020 in the summer. These are new facts that a lot of people don't know about Kamala Harris that they learned tonight for the first time. And I think, as you've seen in the polling, a lot of 25% of Americans wanted to learn more about him. They learned more about her tonight.
All right, Senator Rubio, thank you for your time. We want to go to Kate Snow. She's been talking with a group of undecided voters in where else? Battleground, Pennsylvania. Kate, we've all been dying to hear what they thought and how they reacted to what they heard tonight.
Yeah, Savannah, it's been really interesting watching with you all because I could see your reactions in real time. There were a lot of visceral reactions. In one word, if I can ask, how would you headline this debate? One word to describe what you saw, Lynn.
Well, it's 4 words. Same old, same old.
Hannah.
Manipulative.
And Andrew.
Lies on both sides.
Okay.
Lies.
Well, you came in all undecided. Has anything changed your mind tonight? Is there anything you heard here that you thought, oh, yeah, I could go for that policy. I could stand with that candidate?
Not really. For me, I think Kamala had a good debate. I'm feel more favorably towards her than to Donald, but I'm still not sure. Not 100%.
The two of you women reacted very strongly when Harris was talking about abortion, when both candidates were talking about abortion rights. You reacted strongly to Donald Trump and his positions. You seemed emotional about it, Hannah.
Yes.
What was your thought on that? What was it about that part of the debate that struck you?
His misinformation. He sensationalized just so much facts or not things that are not facts that have been disproven.
When he was talking
about, he does it because that is what his supporters want to hear, and it really impacts who people like us, if we choose to vote for him or not, because we know you are lying, but you're still saying it, and it's disgusting.
You all said it was the economy going in. Andrew, anything you heard that changes how you're thinking about their economic policies?
No, because at the end of the day, December and November is going to roll around and they're going to pass. They're going to say we're going to shut down the government, and they're going to pass an omnibus, and they're going to spend trillions of dollars, and nothing else is going to change. They're just going to keep spending money uncontrollably. Donald Trump spent $6 trillion in 2019 and added that to our deficit. So absolutely not. They're spending money, and then it's coming back into the government, into the congressmen, into the Senate through funds, through PACs, through all the disgustingness.
Andrew, thank you so much. Hannah, Lynn, it's great to be with you. I'll send it back to you guys.
All right, Kate, thanks very much. Kristen Welker, Hallie Jackson back for some final thoughts. Kristen, first to you. Will we know who won this debate in days or weeks or months?
Well, a couple of weeks, I would say, once we look at the new poll numbers, Lester. As we've been saying, the Harris campaign feels emboldened. They just put out a statement saying Vice President Harris is ready for a second debate. Is Donald Trump? The big question, will that actually happen? And again, it's just fascinating to hear the voters who are sitting there with Kate Snow to hear that one of them at least feels a little bit more favorably toward Harris.
As we start to close our coverage, I always like to say Election Day is XX days away. But in fact, Election Day is, well, it starts tomorrow in one state, but is 6 days away in Pennsylvania.
That's right.
Early voting is a huge factor.
Those mail-in ballots going out in Pennsylvania. You've got it in other battleground states as well coming up soon, including Michigan just this month. So that is for real, right? What's happening tonight matters when people go to make their decision about who they want in the White House. So will there be a second debate? That's an open question. You look at what's next. All four of these leaders, Kamala Harris and her running mate, former President Trump, and his running mate, will be in 9/11 ceremonies tomorrow.
All right, Haley, thanks. Haley, that concludes concludes our coverage of tonight's debate between Vice President Harris and former President Trump.
More coverage tomorrow morning on Today. We'll see you bright and early. I'm Savannah Guthrie, Lester Holt, Hallie Jackson, Kristen Welker. We're all here. Thanks for being with us.
Good night.
This is NBC News special coverage of the first presidential debate between former President Trump.
Look, we've had a terrible economy.
And Vice President Kamala Harris.
What we have done is clean up Donald Trump's mess.
The two candidates meeting in person for the first time ever.
So for everyone watching who remembers what January 6th was, I say we don't have to go back.
I created one of the greatest economies in the history of our country.
A historic face-off.
What she says is an absolute lie.
You're going to hear from the same old tired playbook.
The former president battling to win back the White House.
I had no inflation. They had the highest inflation perhaps in the history of our country.
The vice president running to be the nation's first female president.
It's insulting to the women of America.
Each arguing the other is unfit to lead the country.
Donald Trump actually has no plan for you because he is more interested in defending himself than he is in looking out for you.
Everything that she believed 3 years ago and 4 years ago is out the window.
It is the biggest event yet of the 2024 election.
I probably took a bullet to the head because of the things that they say about me.
Donald Trump was fired by 81 million people.
And it could determine who wins the White House in November.
People want to take their country back.
I think the choice is clear in this election.
Reporting tonight from the spin room at the presidential debate in Philadelphia, Tom Yamas. And from NBC News Studios in New York, Hallie Jackson.
Hey, good evening. I'm Tom Yamas. Hallie will be joining us in just a moment as you're watching NBC News Now's live coverage of what could be the most consequential night of the 2024 presidential election. You see right there the historic handshake between Vice President Kamala Harris, here it is, and former President Trump. This is actually the first time the two of them ever met, not just on a debate stage, but in person, period. And tempers ran hot tonight with personal attacks just minutes into the hour-and-a-half-long debate. Both sides trying to play to their strengths, like Vice President Harris hammering Mr. Trump on reproductive rights, his defense of Supreme Court justices who overturned Roe v. Wade, and what she called lies about abortion.
Nowhere in America is a woman carrying a pregnancy to term and asking for an abortion. That is not happening. It's insulting to the women of America.
The former president preferring to talk more about immigration, pushing debunked claims about Haitian migrants in Ohio, and accusing the vice president of allowing undocumented immigrants into the country.
And a lot of these illegal immigrants coming in, they're trying to get them to vote. They can't even speak English. They don't even know what country they're in practically. And these people are trying to get them to vote. And that's why they're allowing them to come into our country.
Fact-checking also becoming a big part of the night, with the moderators stepping in to correct the record repeatedly, including one instance when the former president refused to back down from the false claim that he won the 2020 election.
In the past couple of weeks leading up to this debate, you have said, quote, you lost by a whisker, that you, quote, didn't quite make it, that you came up a little bit short.
I said that?
Are you now acknowledging that you lost in 2020?
No, I don't acknowledge that at all.
But
I said that sarcastically. You know that. It was said, oh, we lost by a whisker. That was said sarcastically. Look, there's so much proof.
Let's get right to my NBC News colleagues, Peter Alexander and Garrett Hake, out there in the spin room. Peter covers the Harris campaign, Garrett, the Trump campaign. And Garrett, I want to start with you. Tell me what you're hearing from inside the Trump campaign.
Inside the Trump campaign, they're very confident in how he performed tonight. They think this foreign policy segment was the strongest part of his performance tonight. If you go one layer out, though, the Republicans who advised this campaign, who are rooting for this campaign, they are frustrated. I've been talking to Republican operatives, including some folks who are in involved in the debate preparation for this president who don't feel like he took advantage of the opportunities that were presented to him. Now, granted, some of them were frustrated about the moderators. They were frustrated about the topics. They're frustrated that Kamala Harris, for example, didn't get asked a direct question about inflation, an issue that they think is one of their strongest issues. But they realized that their guy didn't take advantage of what he was trying to do. All day I was talking to these Trump folks who told me they wanted to make Kamala Harris own the most liberal past positions that she's taken. And really only on the issue of fracking do they feel like they were successful. They just wasn't able to tie her to the things they felt like they needed to tie her to have a clear win tonight.
Are you getting the sense, because I'm getting the sense from the Republicans I'm talking to, it was a shift change when you compare it to the Atlanta debate? Coming out of the Atlanta debate, I mean, they were victorious, they were happy, they were congratulating each other. Here it's much different. There's frustration, there's anger, they're blaming moderators. And I think you're right, with that outside layer, they're frustrated a little bit with the former president. Has the former president spoken out yet? Has he posted yet anything on Truth Social?
He's posted two things. One, suggesting that it was a strong debate performance because it was 3-on-1. So his own complaint about the moderators. I expect we'll hear more of that. And he posted a meme of him with AI-generated cats, a nod to that line where he was arguing with the moderator about immigrants eating pets, which I think, just as my own view, feels like somebody who's much more online than millions of viewers here tonight who are probably going to have no idea what he's even referencing. Right. I think that is not the turf that a campaign that wants to be fighting for the middle of the country perhaps wants to be fighting on.
We should mention Senator J.D. Vance, the running mate, is somewhere here in the spin room. He's gaggling with reporters. We'll bring you that sound as soon as we have it. I do want to ask you about that moment, though, when the moderators asked former President Trump about something J.D. Vance had said about vetoing a national abortion bill. Talk to me about that moment, because it seemed like the ticket wasn't on the same page.
No, this is really striking. I mean, Donald Trump has had, over the course of his career, every conceivable position on abortion. Where he has landed now is that he believes it's an issue for the states, and he has used that to avoid taking direct questions about what, if any, federal policy he would take. He has not answered directly about whether he would veto a national abortion ban. But when J.D. Vance was on Meet the Press, I guess 2 weeks ago now, Kristen Welker asked him about this, and he kind of took Trump's position to what a lot of people thought was the logical conclusion. If he doesn't support a ban, yes, I suppose he would veto it. Trump wouldn't go that far tonight. And Tom, that's the second time I can think of off the top of my head where Trump has distanced himself from a sort of Vance projection of a Trump position. Now on abortion, also on the child tax credit, where Vance has proposed a much more generous expansion of the child tax credit than Trump has. When you and your, ticket mate are not on the same page, that is a problem for a ticket. If J.D. Vance can't credibly speak for Donald Trump, what's he out there talking about?
Right. Garrett Hake, stand by for us. I know when you have new reporting, we'll come back to you during this broadcast. I want to go to my friend Peter Alexander, who's out there in the middle of the spin room somewhere. Peter, give me a sense of what's happening inside the Harris-Walz campaign right now, what they're telling you.
Yeah, Tom, let's walk through a series of items that have been breaking and developing as you two have been speaking right now. We'll start in order. First, we've heard from the communications director from Kamala Harris, a man by the name of Brian Fallon, who immediately after this debate wrapped up, posted on social media, "That was fun. Let's do it again in October." Clearly a message being sent by the Harris campaign for the first time publicly that they would like there to be a second Harris-Trump debate. We're waiting for any response from the Trump campaign. We'll try to bring that to you as soon as we hear about it. Separately, we are hearing from a senior Harris campaign official who is describing this in their words as just a plethora of, how do they say it specifically? They said basically that they had more to work with than they could have possibly imagined, that they had so much that they were hoping to amplify over the course of this night. And most notably, they focus on the topic of abortion. Specifically, it's on that issue where, according to the Harris campaign's dial groups, they say they saw a dramatic gap, one of the biggest gaps they've ever seen, particularly from the voters, women in particular, who were focused on this, saying that they were satisfied, pleased, and supportive of the words they heard from Kamala Harris. It's a message you're going to hear going forward. And then most notably, and perhaps most importantly in terms of the potential influence it will have on those young voters and other voters, Taylor Swift, with 283 million followers on her Instagram account, within the last 5 minutes, has just publicly come out in favor of Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, saying that she will be voting for them. She said she came to this conclusion after she saw that there was an AI, an artificial intelligence, false account that suggested she would be supporting Donald Trump. And she said the best way to be transparent about her views was to make it very clear publicly where she stood on this issue. She says, I will be casting my vote for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz in the 2024 presidential election. I'm voting for Kamala Harris, she added, because she fights for the rights and causes I believe need a warrior to champion them. Just to put that in some context here, remember only a matter of months ago when Joe Biden was the presidential nominee for the Democrats, there was a real concern among Democrats that they weren't getting the support within the young voter community, those first-time voters in many cases, that they weren't energized by a man who was already 81 and would be 86 at the end of a second term if he was to serve. Obviously, Kamala Harris tonight, as you heard, casting herself as a generational candidate. They feel strongly, and certainly with this endorsement from Taylor Swift tonight, that sends a very clear message, first from the debate and separately from her social media, about the value that young people may find in a Harris presidency going forward. And finally, I'll just tell you, based on the takeaways I've had speaking to analysts in this room and hearing from Democrats and Republicans alike, one of the things that frustrated Republicans, frankly, and satisfied a lot of Democrats, Tom, was the sense that Kamala Harris, though she didn't answer some questions, which is receiving some criticism, she did not say, which perhaps was stunning to critics, that America is better off now than it was 4 years ago. They do believe she succeeded in making this a referendum not so much about the Biden-Harris administration, but about Donald Trump himself. It's one place that we're hearing from a lot of Democrats so far tonight. Back to you.
I'm hearing that as well. Before you go, Peter, I do want to ask you, can you get a sense yet if there will be a second debate, if Democrats will even want that, or is it one and done?
Yeah, Tom, no, just to the first point I was making, Brian Fallon, of course, the communications director, as we just indicated, he came out publicly immediately after this. He said, that was fun. Let's do it again in October. He is the communications director for the Harris campaign. So it appears pretty clear that their message is, we're glad to do this again. We're waiting for any reaction from the Trump campaign. They had said in the past, he had said publicly, anytime, anywhere. That was focused on a Joe Biden debate. He has said publicly that he'd be glad to do other debates as well. He was pushing for a Fox News debate. But again, to be clear, at least to the best of my reporting right now, and I defer to colleagues if they've heard anything in the last 3 minutes, we have not yet heard from the Trump campaign in response to that.
All right, Peter Alexander, we appreciate all your reporting. Joining our special coverage now is Republican Senator Tom Cotton from Arkansas in the spin room here as a surrogate for the Trump campaign. Senator Cotton, thank you so much for joining us. Your thoughts first coming out of this debate.
Well, I thought this was a very good debate for President Trump. It laid out a clear contrast between not empty promises or slogans or predictions about what these candidates would do, but their clear records. It's a very unusual presidential election. President Trump has been in office before, first time in 100 years it's happened. We know what what kind of president President Trump would be. He brought peace, prosperity, and stability around the world. Under Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, we have record high inflation, wages are stagnant, the border is wide open, and we've had war and conflict all around the world. So no matter what you heard from Kamala Harris tonight, there's a clear record here to compare with President Trump's record.
And former President Trump said that. The problem was it was in the last 2 minutes of this debate. Do you think the vice president was successful in making this debate about Donald Trump and not about Biden-Harris?
No, I think she was successful in hiding her own liberal record to the best of her ability. President Trump did a good job of calling it out, though, not only in his closing statement, but throughout the debate, pointing out, for instance, that she does, in fact, support a ban on fracking. She supports a ban on gas-powered cars. She does want to confiscate private firearms. She wants to decriminalize illegal immigration. And as we just learned this week, she wants to use taxpayer dollars to pay for gender transition surgery for illegal immigrants in detention centers in America. Those are all records she's taken, not as a young woman in college or in a TV interview, kind of in a live setting where people could put a foot wrong, as you know, Tom. Those are her considered, deliberate positions that she took when she was running for president in her own right, or when she was serving the United States Senator.
And she said that she's, changed on some of those positions. Well, they're saying evolved, and you guys say flip-flop. I get it, but I just want to go on the record and say that she's changed on some of those positions.
Actually, no. I don't say she's flip-flopped. Yeah. She's lying. Yeah. Bernie Sanders on your network said this weekend that she hasn't changed her positions. She she's saying what she thinks she needs to get elected.
Right, that she's still a progressive. I do want to ask you, why do you think Republicans, at least the ones that I'm talking to that are strategists, voters, were frustrated with this debate? It was a much different vibe coming out of that Atlanta debate. What was different about this one? Why are you guys frustrated? A lot of you.
I mean, come on, the Atlanta debate was historic. I mean, President Trump ended his opponent's presidential campaign. I don't think you could expect that to happen again.
Right. But I think there's real frustration with some Republicans.
He did a great job tonight. I thought in some ways it was 3-on-1, you know, all the fact checks that President Trump got, and then never fact checked Kamala Harris. You know, she claimed that she doesn't support abortion in months 7, 8, or even 9 of a pregnancy, when in fact she voted to do that in the U.S. Senate. They didn't push.
I got to say, but if you're going to be commander-in-chief, you know this. You can stand up to 2 journalists, right? I mean, even though you guys may have thought that moderators weren't fair.
And he did. I thought he did a good job in what was in effect a 3-on-1 debate. But Kamala Harris.
You think she was better prepared?
No, not at all. Because you can't. I mean, how can you be prepared to defend a ban on fracking, especially in Pennsylvania, to defend a ban on the sale of new gas-powered cars? These are her positions. This is what she supported as vice president and as a senator and as a soft-on-crime attorney general.
Before we go, do you think there's another presidential debate?
I don't know. I mean, President Trump proposed several other debates. Kamala Harris refused to take him up on it. I think if we had another debate, you'd see more of what you saw tonight, which is a clear contrast in these records. But I'll leave that to President Trump.
We spoke to a bunch of undecided voters that were watching this debate. They say after this debate, they're still undecided. So we'll have to wait and see. We have another debate. Senator, we thank you for your time. We appreciate that. I want to send it back to Hallie Jackson in New York, who's going to pick up some of our coverage right now.
Tom Llamas there in the very busy, very active spin room. Tom, thank you very much. Let me bring it back to the folks here at the table for us. Moderator of Meet the Press, Kristen Welker, our national political reporter and big board icon, Steve Kornacki, our chief political analyst, Chuck Todd, is with us as well. Kristen, let me go to you. You've heard now from the folks that Tom is talking to, from our reporters on the ground there. We've seen that Taylor Swift endorsement. Give us a sense of what things look like tomorrow morning, right? We're going to wake up. There's going to be a news cycle that unfolds. What does that look like?
Look, I think that Vice President Kamala Harris is going to feel emboldened after tonight. We've reported a lot about all of her preparations, her strategy to get under former President Trump's skin. She clearly did that on a range of issues, on abortion, January 6th, his crowd sizes. She brought up John McCain at the end. At the same time, while you have Trump allies saying, look, he was on the defensive way too much tonight. You also have some Harris allies saying she needs to now flesh out her economic proposals and answer that question that was left unanswered at the top of the debate about why people should feel better now than they did 4 years ago, and what she's going to do in the future to make people feel better about the high price of groceries, for example, how she's going to bring that down. You did hear her lay out some of her policies. I don't want to say that she didn't at all, but that is the number one issue for voters. Right now, Trump beats her. She's catching up to him on that issue, but her allies believe she should be hammering those points over and over again, that basically today and this evening and the debate was the start to what now she should take the momentum and move forward.
Okay, so Kristen, you're talking economy. Chuck, let me come to you because reproductive rights is an issue where Kamala Harris sees a political vulnerability and a potential liability with Donald Trump here. That came up tonight. It is an issue where she outpolls him. I'm curious how you see that framing, considering that is something that campaign officials, as you heard from the conversation just a moment ago, on the Harris side, see as one of her strongest moments. And I got to tell you, Chuck, on this issue of sort of baiting, well, let me start there. Let me start on reproductive rights, and I'll come back to you on something else.
Okay, well, let me just stick to that issue for a second. Here's all I kept thinking about when she was talking very specifically about a woman sitting in the parking lot, potentially bleeding out because she wasn't going to get care because there was concern about the law. You know who wouldn't have made that rebuttal on that issue? Joe Biden. And it was so striking to me. Joe Biden could barely talk about the issue. It was really one of the biggest weaknesses of the campaign he was running, is his inability, whatever it is, his own, I think he was caught up in his own political positions, his own religious beliefs on this. Frankly, 40 years of talking about abortion one way, and then suddenly the conversation had changed and he didn't really evolve or modernize with it. That is what sort of struck me. Like here was an issue that is suddenly, I think the contrast is much clearer between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump than it was between Joe Biden and Donald Trump. Everything else, you wouldn't have had that kind of clear contrast. But on that issue, more than any other, That was something you never would have seen from Joe Biden, no matter which version of Joe Biden you got, 2016, 2020, or the one we saw in last June.
I'm going to call a quick timeout for just a second, because as we all know, spin rooms move fast. Things go quickly. I know that somebody has just sat down, I think, next to Tom back in Philadelphia. So, Tom, let me turn it over to you for just a second, and then we'll come back and chat.
All right, Hallie, thank you for that. Yeah, joining us now, California Governor Gavin Newsom, a surrogate, of course, for the Harris-Walz team. So, Governor, your thoughts on this debate coming out of it?
I mean, if this was a prize fight, they would have done a TKO against Trump in the second round. It was an extraordinary performance from the get-go. She had the decency to go up and shake his hand, introduce herself as Kamala Harris, and she commanded the stage from the moment that debate began. I thought she did an exceptional job.
Let's talk about debate strategy, because she made the debate about Donald Trump, not about the Biden-Harris administration. Why was that a positive?
Well, I thought she not only made the case against Donald Trump, she also prosecuted the case for the future. She kept looking in the camera, talking about you, talking about me, talking about the issues that matter to the American people, on affordability, on housing, on child care. She was consistent in painting not only a picture of the current administration in the context of the accomplishments of Biden-Harris, but the pivot to a framework of a compelling future about the next 4 years, which, at the end of the day, is what this election is all about.
Right, but she was so, discipline's the word, every time she was asked a question, she'd almost answer it first about Trump and then maybe go into her response. And if you were looking for policy, you didn't get a whole lot of policy, to be quite fair. I mean, you got some of it towards the second hour, but this was a lot about the Trump administration.
Well, you got contrast. I mean, Chuck was absolutely right. It wasn't a criticism Chuck, I think, was making about President Biden on their issue of abortion. It was a compliment to Vice President Harris, her ability to bring you into the story, to tell a story, to humanize an issue. She did it across the spectrum of issues. He was on the defensive from day one. She won the debate. If the purpose tonight was to win the debate, to show she's a commander-in-chief, to show she has character and temperance, to show that she can take on a bully like Donald Trump and put him on the defense so she can take on the dictators around the rest of the globe and lead this nation, I think she did it. And she also did this. She talked about all of us, not just some of us. I thought the best parts of the debate were at the end when she was talking about the issues of race and talking about moving away from divisiveness and talking down to people and past people and the fact that we're all in this together and we're all better off and we're all better off. It was a fantastic night.
Do you think there's another debate if you were advising the Harris campaign? Would you say that? Would you tell them to have another debate,
October.
or do you think it's one and done? You think that you?
Well, absolutely. We talked about a couple debates. He said anytime, anywhere, tough guy. Anytime, anywhere. By the way, that was weakness. Weakness, not even masquerading as a strength. I usually compliment him. Weakness masquerading as strength. He was weak across the board. I would love to see a debate.
You think it'd be
good
for the Harris campaign? It'd obviously be good for the American people, but you think it'd be good for Harris?
But what you just said, I don't want to be flippant about that. Good for the American people, good for democracy, good for freedom, good for the rule of law, good for not only this country, but the world we're trying to build. Absolutely good for Kamala Harris.
Do you think the Democratic Party and her handlers, her campaign, maybe loosen the reins a little bit in the sense that maybe she does town halls where she's actually talking to voters? Maybe she does some more sit-down interviews. Yeah. I mean, were Democrats nervous about her, and now has she set the expectations?
Well, maybe somewhere, not me.
Yeah.
That's a comment. See, forgive me, that's a reveal to the extent people are surprised of something we've known about for decades in California. I've watched that Kamala Harris for years and years and years. So in so many ways, past was reflected in the present. And the good news, I know this about her, she keeps getting better and better and better. So to your question about getting out there even more, absolutely, you're going to see it. And I'm absolutely confident she'll provide more opportunities in that respect as well.
You know a lot about politics. How impactful, or will it not matter at all, is the Taylor Swift endorsement tonight?
No, I mean, very significant. For no other reason, there's an energy and pride that comes with that. There's an energy of youth, a quality of imagination. Trust me, it's reflected in my 4 children, all of them under the age of 14. They seem to know more about everything going on in Taylor Swift's life than anything else. I guarantee it. Within the next 24 hours, they're less likely to be talking about this interview, respectfully, with us, with their dad, and more about Taylor Swift's endorsement. So, in the way she did it, around this cat lady thing and the pejoratives and the way women have been treated in this country, that I think also is profoundly significant.
California Governor Gavin Newsom, Governor, we thank you for your time. Hallie, you can kind of see and feel the vibe there from the California governor of how the Democrats feel tonight after this debate.
I mean, he's happy.
Yeah, to say the least. Yeah.
I watched that interview, Tom. I'm texting with folks in and around the Democratic orbit. Obviously, they are nearly jubilant from that, although I think people understand there's still a long way to go before Election Day. Let me bring back Chuck, Kristen, and Steve Kornacki here. Kornacki, let me get to you, because the macro question, the meta question, do debates matter? Do they move the needle? In a race this close, and we've been saying it, competitive as heck right now, how does this play out with the electorate?
Yeah, see, and this is what I find myself thinking about here. You see how jazzed Democrats are right now. You certainly some things tonight I think Trump's going to take some heat for in the coming days. I want to see what the polls look like just in terms of who won the debate, but I am reminded that in 4 of his previous general election debates, Donald Trump was clobbered in the public opinion polls after those debates. I'm just looking here. These are some of the post-debate margins. He lost by 35 points the first debate in one of the polls in 2016, 23 points, 21 points, 25 points to Joe Biden in the first debate in 2020. And you look at those 2016 numbers, and of course you remember that he won the election. You remember one of the dynamics of that election was he'd have those moments where he would take a hit in the polls. Access Hollywood is one of the ultimate examples here, and it would take about a week's time for everything to cycle back to baseline. So as we absorb the debate, see what those polls say, see what the coverage looks like in the next few days, but I keep that in mind as a possibility that if this is rough for Trump, are we looking up in a week and saying, well, the polls haven't changed that much? Now, the way of turning that around and saying, could it be different this time, would simply be, think back to 2016, Hillary Clinton, Donald Trump's opponent, was an extremely familiar political commodity to people. She'd been on the center stage of American politics for a generation. Joe Biden had been the vice president when he's running a 2-term vice president in 2020. Here's Kamala Harris. We talked about this. More than a quarter of voters in that New York Times poll the other day said they needed to know more about her. So is there room for her, if again the post-debate polls break in her favor, if Trump's taking some here, is there room for her to capitalize in ways there weren't necessary for Clinton or even Biden? That's what I'm looking to see.
Kristen, I want to go to you here as we talk numbers. I don't want to be flip about this, but I also don't want to be like too above the thing that is going to be the pop culture moment coming out of tonight, which is, of course, Taylor Swift.
You know, I like to talk about
Listen,
pop
what
culture.
is her impact when she posted to Instagram for people to get involved, to register to vote? 35,000 registrations on vote.org after that. I mean, she's got a platform, she's got an audience, she's got a loyal audience who often listens to what she has to say. I don't want to, again, we're not too, like, you know, we're of the people here. We can talk about it.
But it's a really important point, because young voters were a
And I'm sorry to interrupt you. Donald Trump is walking into the spin room here, which is a very interesting moment, very unusual. You know the adage, you see a candidate in spin when they feel like they need to be spinning. Let's listen in for just a second here. I think Garrett Hake is there. I'm not sure if his camera is plugged in and ready to go yet, but let's listen in this impromptu news conference.
Just stunning. Right up here to this mic. Right up here to this mic. How about we do it this way? Ready? Did you lose that debate? Come on, guys. Walked into the spin room here. He's walking here. Mr. Trump, we're live on ABC News here, sir. Mr. Trump. I think he's at the top. Here we go.
We thought it was our best debate ever. It was my best debate ever, I think. And it was very interesting. It showed how weak they are, how pathetic they are, and what they're doing to destroy our country and the border with foreign trade, with everything. And I think it was the best debate I've ever personally that I've had. We're getting polls that show 92-6, 88 to 11. We're having a lot of great polls that just came out. They're polls, I guess, phone polls and lots of other polls, but you see the polls. A very important debate. Now, she wants to do another one because she got beaten tonight, but I don't know if we're going to do another one.
So did you lose that when you started talking about eating dogs?
The polls are indicating that we got 90%, 60%, 72%, 71%, and 89%. So the polls are very good, but beyond the polls, I felt very good. I had a good time doing it. I hate to speak about our country so negatively, but that's what happened. They've ruined our country. They've destroyed our country. So I hope you're all having a good time. But it was was a very interesting evening. Yeah,
Mr. President, if you're so confident you won tonight, why are you here? Why not let the performance speak for itself?
Well, I think it did, but people said, would I come here? And I made an obligation to a couple of people that I'm going to do their show. But it was I thought it was a great night.
Mr. President,
Go ahead.
what are your reactions to Taylor Swift's endorsement of Kamala Harris?
I have no idea.
Mr. President,
Mr. President, when Republicans are complaining about moderators, does that mean that it wasn't a good night? Were you not prepared?
No, I thought the moderators were very unfair, but it basically was 3-on-1. But I thought they were very unfair, the moderators. Everybody did. But despite that, they're saying that the debate was a big deal.
Were you prepared for that, sir? Were you prepared for that kind of debate?
Yeah, I assume the moderators would be bad because that right there is the worst of all the news networks, in my opinion, and it always has been. Yeah.
Why will you commit to a second debate with Kamala Harris?
Well, she wants a second debate because she lost tonight very badly. So they immediately called for a second debate because they lost. So we'll, think about that. But she immediately called for a second. Look, we're looking at polls. We're looking at polls. The worst poll that we've had was 71 that I see, 71% to like 24 or 25. We'll look at it, but they want a second debate because they lost. I mean, every poll shows they lost, and they lost. Now, with all of that, it was obviously 3-on-1, but I think we did great. Thank you. Who are you with? I love this guy, whoever he is. You said you did great. Yeah, Lebanon.
Listen, folks, if you can't tell by the hard-to-hear audio and those shaky camera angles, this was not an expected or planned appearance by former President Trump in that spin room in Philadelphia. He simply showed up. You heard him talk about that. He walked in front of where a number of reporters gathered, including our Garrett Haake. He's walking back over now, a little closer to the microphones, it seems. Let's listen back in for just a sec, see if that's any better.
The Vice President, he's, the office of the Vice President, and certainly, if you take a look at it, she was terrible with respect to the president. She's trying to get herself away from Biden, and she wasn't able to do that tonight. I think it was a big thing. They wanted to disassociate with Biden, and they weren't able to do it. What do you think of the president? What am I doing? Project 2025. Yeah, I have nothing to do with Project 2025. What do you think of the moderators? I think the moderators were very unfair. I actually thought they were just average. No, but that's a true story.
President Trump, I'm Yusef Salaam.
I want to be super transparent with you here. Tough to get our camera closer into this gaggle, into this scrum. Obviously, he travels with Secret Service, the former president. There's a bubble, a bit of a bubble, at least around him. He's walking around talking to people. Tom Yamas, while we're watching this, and I want to keep this up in case we get it better. And there's Andrea Mitchell. Let's listen in for a sec.
I don't even view it as a performance. Our country is in decline. We're a nation in decline. And I thought that we got that out. She was unable to defend it. She was certainly bad on foreign policy. She was very bad on the border. And the polls are showing that I have one poll is 92% to 6. And all of the polls are 60, 70, and 80 in our direction. So I thought it was a great debate from my standpoint.
Mr. President,
I love black voters. I love them, and they love me too. Oh yeah, it's true. You take a look at it. No, that's true. It's nonsense. The local authorities. Okay, well, you could check it out. Check with the authorities. I really really don't know. I mean, I really don't know. I just say, all I do is say the truth. I say the truth. If I lose votes or gain votes, I don't care. But this was my best debate. I thought it was very good. I thought she was very weak on foreign policy. She was very weak on the border, and I'm very happy with it.
So former President Trump here holding court in the spin room there in Philly. Tom Yamas is there, and the former president repeatedly describing this as his best debate in his view, despite the fact that, of course, just a couple of months ago, it was the former president's opponent who dropped out of the presidential race altogether because of that debate. And there has been some news made here as former President Trump is declining to commit to a second debate. Tom, I think I have you, as we're taking a look here, former President Trump walking around spin. Give us a sense of the vibe. Where are you in relation to this? I saw Andrea there. I saw Garrett there. This note about the second debate. Kamala Harris's campaign dangled that it seemed as bait. Sure, we want him to do it. We're down to do it. He's declining to take it sounds like.
So, Hallie, I'm about 50 feet from where the former president just walked in. It's interesting. This debate might have been 90 minutes, and I think Donald Trump has turned it into like 100, maybe 110-minute debate, but it's all in favor of him those last 10, 15 minutes. We were watching to see where he goes. He says he's made some promises to get on some shows just beyond us are Fox News, and there's obviously other news organizations here. We're going to keep an eye out to see where he's headed. If he pops around here, we're ready to go. We have a microphone ready to talk to him. But he was there taking questions, and as you said, trying to spin the results of this debate. Republicans in a much different mood after this debate than they were in Atlanta. That has been clear from all the reporting we've done, all the conversations I have. I know you've had similar conversations as well. I'm sort of following the crowd and the noise. It sounds like former President Trump is somehow backstage right now. I can actually see through the curtains here. He is walking through backstage, essentially, where the organizers of the debate are hosting this. I think they're going to bring him in onto somewhere. We have no idea where. But in the meantime, Hallie, as we watch out for him, I'm gonna send it back to you, and if we get any updates, I'll let you know what happens.
I know I'll see you in that scrum in probably about 3 minutes from now. Tom, thank you very much. Chuck, let me go to you on this. Are you surprised that Donald Trump showed up after this debate at all? And are you surprised that he's declining to commit to a second debate? And I promise I'm not trying to ask leading questions.
Look, you uttered the rule. Right? When a candidate themselves goes into the spin room, they know they've had a bad night and they're trying to interrupt almost. I know the way Trump thinks on this. He knows he's getting roasted in all the post-debate, so he's trying to sort of interrupt that conversation, interrupt it on all the different networks to try to show some form of strength to his supporters. But this wasn't a good night, and I'm not surprised he hasn't committed to another debate. I don't think these debates aren't good for him. Steve made the point. He's never been seen as winning any of these debates, be him against Hillary Clinton or Joe Biden. He's not a likable person during these debates, and that comes through in public opinion. But guess what? He seems to survive these moments because he does have a strong base of support. I don't think he persuaded anybody new to his side. The question is did Kamala Harris persuade anybody to her side? I think she did a great job tonight making this debate about Donald Trump. But I also understand why Kamala Harris wants another debate. I don't think she did enough to explain to voters what she would do as president. I think their strategy was pretty clear. Do whatever you can to goad Trump and showcase his chaos and his crazy. And that's what she did. Yeah. And in that sense, she did a great job of that. It was all counterpunching, right, to borrow the Gavin Newsom boxer metaphors that he was doing. And it was constant. I mean, to the point he even took the inheritance bait that she threw at him, right? Like, made a little shot about the fact that he inherited his wealth, and he had to talk about that, right? Whatever she said about him.
Wharton Business School, Charlottesville, John McCain, you're crowded at these things that we know get under his skin.
My dog doesn't chase after that many squirrels, okay? That's how many squirrels he started chasing after.
Well, it's interesting. You told me 4 hours ago, you predicted that she would use the sort of phrase, "you're fired." You got fired by the American people. She sure did, right? And another sort of idea of way that she was baited. Stand by for 1 second. I want to sneak in one more question, but then I want to get to some voters who are standing by for us while they're getting ready. Steve and Kristen, quickly to you here. Steve, you heard the former president talk about sort of how polling has taken a turn for the better for him recently. While he seems to be citing polls that do not meet our NBC News standards, it is accurate to say that this race looks a lot like it did in July. Extremely close. The enthusiasm generated by Kamala Harris taking the top of the ticket for Democrats didn't magically turn into a 17-point lead in the polls. Far from it.
Yeah, and again, it's sort of that pattern we were talking about a few minutes ago, where when he takes a hit in these polls, we've seen this going back to 2016, things do tend to, sort of cycle back to baseline at some point, and that's roughly where it seems to be in the polling right now. I thought one of the interesting things here, just in terms of would the standing of the two candidates change, there was that New York Times Siena poll that asked, do you see the candidates as agents of change, or do you see them, really as the status quo? And it's an outright majority, 55%, who say that Kamala Harris represents more of the same. And one thing that was striking to me, I think it was clearly the Trump campaign's hope and their strategy preferred going into this debate that Trump hammer the point that she's part of an administration right now that's not very popular. And it was 103 minutes into the debate, I noted, when he said that line, why hasn't she done it? And it kind of made me wonder if he had been repeating that all night, thinking about that, to reinforce that perception that she's just the status quo.
Yeah, and she also, towards the end of the debate, gave her big line, which is that I represent the next generation.
That's
I
right,
represent
the case for change.
Turning the page. And to Chuck's point, you have to ask if she wants a second debate so that she can hammer that point over and over again and really lay out that case. What will that change look like? And again, I keep going back to this, Hallie. How would a Harris administration be different than a Biden administration if she does represent change? So it will be really fascinating to see whether the Trump campaign decides to actually move forward with this second debate. But again, Trump in the spin room, talking to Andrea, by the way. Andrea
and Garrett heard that first question
Garrett,
in. Yep.
Always getting to the front. Good for them. It just speaks to the fact that, yes, he clearly came off that stage and his allies, his advisors, knew he had been on defense all night
We
long.
can sit here and talk about it all day. Doesn't matter. What matters is what the voters say, right? And that's the most important thing, especially in the critical battleground of Pennsylvania. A great Commonwealth that I know well, and a great county that I know well, which is Bucks County. That's where we find Kate Snow, a place I grew up, Kate, and I know it's one of the swingiest counties in the Philadelphia suburb. I've been fascinated to listen to your conversation with these undecided voters here, given that, as we've been talking about, a small number of them, about 30% nationally, say this debate was going to matter as far as their decision-making process. Tell me everything you're hearing from them.
Oh, gosh, if I could tell you everything, Hallie, it'd take me at least an hour. But I will tell you, we will try to synopsize for you. I've got 3 voters with me. If you saw me earlier tonight, you know that we're at the Churchville Inn. We're in Bucks County, right outside of Philadelphia. And I have with me Lynn Kelleher, who's a registered Republican, Hannah Reid, who's a registered Independent, and Andrew Wallace, who's a registered Democrat, all of whom came into the night saying, you're undecided. You don't know what to do. Even though you're all registered different parties, you're sort of equally undecided. I guess the big question is what changed for you tonight, if anything at all. It sounds to me like, so far, talking to you at length, not very much has changed. Fair? Fair. Not very much has changed. I want to ask the 2 women about abortion rights, because there was a moment in the debate, it came up, and I looked at you, and the 2 of you were leaning forward and looking emotional and very engaged. Hannah, you seemed angry at some of what you heard Donald Trump say about abortion rights.
Absolutely, because he was intentionally sensationalizing and giving false information, essentially disinformation.
You're talking about when he talked about how long states will allow abortions to happen?
Yes, absolutely. There is absolutely no woman who is 9 months pregnant that is walking into a doctor's office and asking for an abortion unless there is a medical unless it's out of medical necessity.
Is that an issue that motivates the 2 of you? Like, is that going to make you want to vote for perhaps Kamala Harris, Vice President Harris?
It's an important factor. There's just so many other things that concern me more that I can't say that that's my top. That's not my top.
Andrew, you said earlier you don't want to weigh in much on this because you feel like as a man it's not your place. But you did say that you wished that Harris had actually defined her views more.
She was asked by the moderators where she would
draw the line.
Draw the line on what week she would have allow an abortion, and she wouldn't answer the question. So I think once a child can live outside the womb, the line starts to turn to something else.
Did you all think, I think in our conversations off camera, you've been saying Harris had a pretty good night, Lynn, you thought?
I thought she had a very good night.
A lot of what she said resonated with you.
Yeah, I thought she was in command. I thought she countered what he had to say without getting too sucked in down the rabbit hole with him. I thought she had a good night.
And yet you told me you're still not 100% sure you would vote for her.
I'm not 100% sure I would vote for her. Do I wish that there was another candidate between these two? I do. I'm not happy with either candidate. That's why this is so hard for me.
And you were vocally, saying, "Oh, come on," when former President Trump would say some things tonight, like when he brought up immigration again and again.
Well, he just talks in extremes. Everything's, everybody knows this. He just talks in such extremes, and I don't believe a lot of what he says.
Andrew, we've been talking about this now for the last hour. You told me you're about 51% Trump, 49% Harris right now after the debate tonight.
Yeah.
Moved a tiny bit for you. Some of the things that former President Trump said tonight seemed, you were nodding along when he talked about the Afghanistan withdrawal, when he talked about crime linked to immigration, I believe, parts of that. And when he talked about paying for surgery for people who are transgender, that was something.
No, not paying for people who are transgender.
You don't.
Immigrants.
Okay, that was the piece that you.
There was an ACLU survey that came out 2 days ago.
Was there anything in there that now leads you to think, well, maybe I will pull the lever for Donald Trump? Because you did vote for him in 2016. You all did.
I did.
Right?
I think Trump is trying to change his tactic. Trump is the best when he plays to his base, and I don't know if I don't like it, but when he is off the cusp, when he insults people. I mean, the big thing for him in 2016 was what he said to Hillary Clinton: "You'd be in jail." And he's trying to play more mellow. I think he's trying to get the moderate vote, which I think is turning his base off. And I think that's why he did worse tonight, because I think he was more presidential than he was in any debate in the past.
And the moderates don't believe him.
And the moderates don't believe him, exactly.
That's you guys.
Yeah. But I think Trump is trying to. You don't hear America first. You don't hear any talk about nationalism will be our credo, and that's what drove him to his election victory in 2016, not globalism. He doesn't talk about globalism. He doesn't talk about anything like that. I think Donald Trump is trying to become a mainstream, middle-of-the-road Republican, which is what Republicans don't, which is what his base doesn't want.
Tonight.
No, I think it's been the theme of his campaign.
Okay. Hannah, I want to go back to you. So you came into tonight saying you're sick and tired of the lack of bipartisanship, and you wanted to hear policies that could actually get done. Did you hear any?
So I took notes, and one of my notes says that, one thing that Kamala did was she attempted to address her policies to an extent with housing, abortion, climate change, and race. A lot of the time, Trump addressed Kamala. He wasn't talking about policies. He was calling her a liar. So that kind of turned me off a little bit. However, with Kamala's policies, some of them don't seem realistic, and she has a lot of questions she needs to answer before I can confidently say, this is my vote for you.
I was just going to say, you're still undecided as we sit here tonight. Thank you guys for staying up so late with us. Really appreciate it. Hallie, I'm not sure if you guys you're having trouble hearing my microphone, or you hear me okay? Okay.
We're hearing you.
It's all good. Back to you.
We got you.
Okay. It's been fascinating.
Please give our deep thanks to those voters who watched that debate with you, who are sharing their insights here live on NBC News. Kate, thank you very much. I think we're heading back to Tom Yamas now in the spin room live in Philadelphia. Hey, Tom.
Hey, Hallie. Yeah, I want to let our viewers know we still have eyes on former President Trump, who we think this is the first time he's entered a spin room since 2016 when he was up first candidate for the first time in his life. He's doing an interview right now. We're going to have our cameras on him and the microphones. As soon as he wraps that, we're going to try to talk to him as well. For now, I want to bring in NBC News political analyst and former senator from Missouri, Claire McCaskill, and Jennifer Stefano. She's a Republican political strategist who knows this area very well. We thank you both for joining us here. Senator, I'm going to start with you. You hear those undecided voters, and they're still undecided after this debate. You've won a lot of elections. You know what it's like to campaign and try to win over those undecided voters. What do you think it's going to take in these last few weeks?
Well, first of all, those were three people. And it's very hard to make any conclusions with talking to three people. We'll find out over the next few days if her ability to control the stage tonight, her strength on the stage, the way she walked over and made him shake her hand, the way she reeled him in on crowd size and people leaving his rallies. I mean, every single thing she baited him on, he took it. I don't know how effective that's going to be, Tom, with the undecided voters. I know that she seemed presidential tonight, and for a lot of swing voters and undecided voters that didn't know her well, I think that's what they were looking for. Can she go toe-to-toe with Kim Jong-un? Well, she sure went toe-to-toe with Donald Trump tonight.
Jennifer, we were talking throughout the debate. You were sitting next to me. We were watching it together. There were times when you were frustrated. Why?
Well, I think the president did, in fact, take the bait when he shouldn't have, because hands down, he won this debate on policy. And he was able to answer the question that Vice President Harris would not. And that is whether or not people are better off than they were 4 years ago. And unfortunately, they're not. Okay, most Americans do not believe they are better off now. So I think, but what President Trump did by coming here into the spin room is to really overcome what I think a lot of his supporters are going to see as a bias on the part of ABC News. They fact-checked the former president numerous times. They never fact-checked the vice president, not once. And I think the president's here tonight to overcome that bias and speak directly to the American people.
What I'll say for that, and that is your opinion, that's fine. Right. I know a lot of Republicans have that opinion, but if you're the commander-in-chief, shouldn't you be able to take on two journalists who are the moderators of the debate if that were the case?
And that's what he's doing tonight, right? I mean, who comes into a spin room like this? The former president does, because he is best when he speaks directly to the American people, whether he's going to come on here tonight or whether he's going to go on other stations. He wants to get his message directly to the American people, and I think he was excellent and substantive on policy when he talked about it, but it was too much some ad hominem attacks and personal attacks.
Yeah, we're gonna pause for a second. This is former President Trump right now, live in the spin room right now. I think he might be speaking to, it looks like Senator Lindsey Graham from the back, maybe. I think I'm pretty right. Yeah, I can spot the back of Lindsey Graham's head.
Well done.
Former President Trump on the move now. Let me just see where he's going. Is he going behind the curtains again? All right, he's going backstage. Senator Claire McCaskill, why is former President Trump here? Why is he in the spin room?
Because he lost the debate. I think there's honestly, I think there's a little bit of panic. And me talking to people that are involved in the campaigns on both sides, the Harris campaign feels pretty good tonight. I've never seen a presidential candidate come in the spin room unless they lost the debate.
We're going to go get Garrett Haight live in the spin room just next to me by former President Trump. Garrett, what are you hearing? What can you see?
Tom, the former president just finished a hit on Sean Hannity's show here, appearing in the spin room. And I think, as the senator was saying correctly, I think he's here because he knows he did not perform as well as he wanted to. I mean, you just don't show up in here to make your case after the fact if you made your case on the debate stage. I asked Donald Trump exactly that question when he first came out of the room. I'm looking to see if he's going to come back out here behind me. He's pinned down against the wall here, essentially taking more questions. And he cited all these, perhaps non-existent poll numbers suggesting that he had won tonight and that he needed to make that point. And not only did he not commit to participating in another debate, he actively walked back his longstanding commitment to debate Kamala Harris and before her Joe Biden anytime, any place, anywhere. He had been on paper committed to 3 debates with sort of 1 remaining on the calendar, now saying he doesn't think it needs to happen. He doesn't necessarily want to do it after winning. He just said tonight he thinks the loser of this debate were Kamala Harris and ABC, clearly frustrated at the moderation and the format, which presented him with more fact-checking, I think, on some of his claims that he was expecting tonight. And Tom, I'll just say, since I know it's top of mind for a lot of people, he had no comment on that Taylor Swift endorsement, which I think was news to him when the question was asked.
All All right, Garrett Haig with that update as we track the former president's movements throughout this spin room. If we see him again, we're definitely going to bring him live. A lot of action happening out here in the spin room and in Philadelphia, but we're going to go back to New York right now and Hallie.
Listen, we're going to talk about it all, Tom. Everything from Donald Trump to Taylor Swift. You get it all here on NBC News. Tom, thank you very much. We'll check back in with you as you keep an eye on the former president. Hogan Gidley is with us, somebody who knows Donald Trump well. Okay, we've seen candidates in spin rooms in primary debates. We've seen that at moments.
All the time.
Sure. And it is also, I think, just demonstrably, verifiably a thing that often happens. It happens when they don't do well, right?
I guess it could in some instances.
Okay, why do you think Donald Trump?
I just think it's always funny when members of the media always start a sentence with, normally in politics, and then it's Donald Trump. Right. That's not the way he sees things. He sees a group of cameras, a group of journalists, and he says, you know what? I want to go right there. I want to go right in the middle of it. I'm sorry?
Why didn't you spin at the last debate?
Sometimes he does, sometimes he doesn't. Okay. I mean, look, you can't just ascribe he thought he lost the debate. That's why he went in there.
I'm not ascribing.
I know
I'm
that.
Asking you
I'm saying
question.
you, the royal you, the people out there, because that's not Donald Trump. You can't pigeonhole him like that. I bet what he did was he went back there, he talked to the folks, and they said, how do you think I did? He said, you did great. And she wouldn't answer any of these questions. Well, should I go tell them that? Sure, go hammer it some more. And so he just went out there to swing the axe a few more times.
If you were still advising him right now, would you tell him to do a second debate? With the caveat that he may or may not listen to you, but how would you advise him?
That's always a good caveat. Look, I don't know, because it's interesting. Maybe I want to wait some time and see. He did say he would debate her anytime, anywhere. I think Chuck Todd made a really good point in the previous segment when he was saying, Kamala wants another debate now because she doesn't know if she really brought it home for those independents out there. She really, was able to pull some of those folks onto her side. So she wants another bite at that apple because obviously her polling may show that she's down more than a lot of people think. She may be concerned. She may be worried because typically if you were Kamala Harris and you thought you really did wipe the floor with them, you'd want a mic drop moment. You'd say, you know what? Nope, that's it. The American people saw all they needed to see. So guess what? I'm out.
You don't think this is another instance of the Harris campaign baiting former President Trump as she did multiple times in this debate?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I think she wants to get up there again and have a conversation with the American people and Donald Trump.
Let's talk policy and substance for just a second here, because there were unanswered questions, and I'm asking you about former President Trump because you work for him and you know him and you were part of his campaign orbit. He didn't specify how he'd actually implement mass deportations. This is critical to his immigration policy. He did not specify his plan to replace Obamacare. He did not rule out vetoing a national abortion ban if that were to happen. And in fact, he threw his running mate to some degree under the bus, saying that J.D. Vance, he hadn't talked about it with J.D. Vance, who went on with Kristen Welker on Meet the Press and said that he would.
We also
is that something that he'll need to clean up and clarify?
No, I mean, 3 weeks ago, he said he wasn't going to overturn Obamacare. He said clearly on the stage tonight that he didn't think there was a need to talk about a hypothetical veto because he sent it back to the states. It's up to the American people to decide now, not courts. So he's been very clear on these issues. I find it interesting, though, that what happened on that stage was there were times, whether it be Project 2025 or trying to get rid of Social Security, she claimed those things. He has said on the record, on camera many times, that's not going to happen. But she just lets her policies change 180 degrees through surrogates, and she didn't have to answer for any of it.
She was asked about some of that, of course, tonight. We'll talk more about that. I know Tom's got a co-chair for the Harris-Walz campaign with him right now.
All right, Hallie, thank you for that. Yeah, with me now, co-chair for the Harris-Walz campaign and senior advisor to the DNC, Cedric Richmond, a former representative from the great state of Louisiana. Yep. Representative, thank you for being here. First, how are your people in Louisiana? How's New Orleans doing and everyone else with this hurricane fast approaching?
Well, everybody on the Gulf Coast, we're resilient, we're strong. This is a strong storm, but it's smaller than the really big one. So I expect that, we'll get some bruises, but we won't get knocked down, and we'll always get back up.
Talk to me about the vibe shift between Atlanta and that first debate and tonight right here in Philadelphia.
Well, I think tonight there was a clear contrast and not just talking points of somebody who's really stuck in the past. It just amazed me that Donald Trump is still infatuated with the 2020 election and that he won when he really lost by 7 million votes. And then you had
didn't the vice president essentially make the debate about Trump? I mean, he kind of was defending his record because that was the strategy.
Well, no, what she made it about the fact that he's stuck in the past and that she wants to chart a new way forward. And what I really was proud about with the vice president is that she took issues head on. She said, look, housing costs are too high, grocery costs are too high, healthcare costs are too high, and here's my plan. We're going to build 3 million houses with the private sector, and we're going to bring those costs down. We're going to continue to bring healthcare costs down, and we're going to bring groceries down, and here's how I'm going to do it.
You advise the campaign directly. You speak with the vice president. Will we see more unscripted moments? Will there be town halls, more sit-down interviews, maybe a news conference? Are we going to see that?
You're going to see a lot more from her. This is what I think that people didn't understand.
Yeah.
It was just 60 so days ago that she became the nominee, or when the president stepped down. So she had to spend time securing the votes. Then she had to pick what is your most important decision as a president, which is who's your running mate.
Right.
Then she had to put on a convention. And then we had the debate. And tonight I think the American people saw it. One, who she was. Two, where she came from. Yep. But most importantly, who she's fighting for, and that's them.
Real quick, do you think we get another debate? You think it happens?
I don't think Trump would ever debate again.
Okay.
Because you hear him now saying, oh, the umpires rigged the game. You know.
Cedric Richmond, we thank you so much for this. We appreciate you for being here for our special coverage. Hallie, we're going to wrap up our coverage now as we get to the top of the hour here. An incredible political night, right? Regardless of your political party. It was a fascinating debate. We learned a lot. It'll be interesting to see where the race goes from here.
Yeah.
I know you and I will be covering every single step of that race.
Well, let's talk about what's next. We've got that vice presidential debate set for October 1st. And later on this week, Tom, you will see these candidates, all of them, both tickets, barnstorming critical battleground states back in Pennsylvania, in Michigan, in Wisconsin, and beyond. These are the moments, especially as we look ahead to the start potentially of early voting, maybe as soon where you're sitting in less than a week from now, Tom. The race is on.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens with the momentum behind the Harris-Walz ticket right now, and how former President Trump, the experienced debater here, the experienced politician here, now after his third time running for president, how he tries to turn this race around, and what happens with the polls. We heard those undecided voters who said, we're still undecided, so we're going to have to wait and see. That's going to do it for our post-debate coverage tonight. In Philadelphia, I'm Tom Yamas.
And in New York, I'm Hallie Jackson. On behalf of all of us here at NBC News, thank you so much for watching. We will have continuing coverage, of course, tomorrow morning. The news continues right now.